As soon as it just says we're live, start the video. Well, crap. We lost Scarlett already.
That didn't last long.
That lasted 30 seconds. What is up, guys, and welcome to the Freedom Revolution Network. My name is Dwayne Lanham. And I've got Tim Parsons from the original Red Pill Show.
Good evening to all of you.
And we're also waiting for Scarlett Anonymous, who is the host of Clarity After Dark. Now, we're doing something a little bit differently too, because I am also live over on TikTok. For all of you that are on TikTok wanting to know what this is, what we're doing, this is a business called the Freedom Revolution Network. Go over and check it out. We are on YouTube doing a podcast. Where is Scarlett?
There she is.
Hi, Scarlett.
There we go.
All right, so we're going to do this again. I'm Dwayne. I'm the host from the Night Talk. You have your host, Scarlett Anonymous from Clarity.
Hello, everyone.
And you have Tim from the original Red Pill Show.
Hello.
So normally, guys, you don't see us in one spot at one time.
Unless it's at the bar. But okay.
Unless it's the bar, Scarlett, we can't see your face.
I know you, Dwayne. I'm just adjusting everything. Give me a second, because I know when I scoot back, it'll be fine. So.
Where's my nicotine pouches? All right.
I'll get more light in a minute, but we got what we got for a second.
So normally, guys, and like I said, for everyone who's on Twitch, if you want to come over to Freedom Revolution Network and come check it out, we are live on YouTube and Facebook. I went live on Twitch tonight for some reason. God bless my soul. I don't know why. But come over and check us out, Freedom Revolution Network on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, DLive. I've already got a moderator in here blocking people. Cool. All right. So guys, tonight we have a bunch of different topics to start off with. And since Scarlett is the owner of the network, I'm going to let her jump into this one first. Crickets.
Literally. Yeah.
Bunch of crickets. Scarlett. Did Scarlett just disappear?
It's a lot of podcasts that I listen to sound like this.
A lot of podcasts that we do start like this. Yes. Scarlett, where'd you go?
She's trying to catch some so she can eat them.
Oh, you can tell she's there.
I know.
You hear the cricket, 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 cricket.
We're all going to be eating bugs here. 6 months.
If things don't stop going the way that they're going now, they're going to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally, you know what? We're just going to kind of start this off a little bit. If Charlotte gets in here kind of a little late, that's fine. She's probably dealing with some family issues. But, guys, as we know it, the world is literally going to shit.
No, really.
Smart ass.
I never came in my head. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
I'm crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Have you looked in the mirror lately?
Yep, perfectly sane. I have no idea what you're talking about, but go ahead.
You perfectly sane.
Crazy person. Yes, that's me.
Ah, shit. You know what? Maybe this wasn't the best idea to put this on the case. Actually, hold on. Yeah, it was.
There's a fine line between genius and insanity.
It's going to be crooked. That's fine. I don't care as long as you guys can see me.
That's what she said.
Scarlett, where are you, woman?
Good evening, Pamela.
Good evening, Pam.
Welcome to our shitty cricket show. How are you feeling?
Tim, you're fired.
Fired. Listen, I speak cricketese. It's going. This show sucks.
Well, it only sucks because Scarlett's late.
Mm-hmm. Telling her kids something.
Probably yelling at the kids. I'm not. If that's all that is, I'm fine. If it's just yelling at the
I'm sure.
All
right. Well, the show must go on, so let's just get into it. California's going through rolling blackouts right now. No, where is all this coming from? Really? Could it be because they're plugging in their fucking electric cars? No.
That's Scarlett. There she is.
Yep. I think I got it.
Scarlett, can you hear us?
Yep. I think I got it now.
Okay, because literally we were trying to yell for you for like 5 straight minutes.
Oh, she put up the light. That's what she was.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get.
Yeah.
Okay, that works.
So we can have light.
All right, guys.
Camera, go.
So
You're on.
Literally, the world as we know it is going.
She just unplugged everything. Yep.
This is the shittiest podcast I've think we've done forever.
I'm glad it's your show.
The first 6 minutes of this has been nothing but us trying to get Scarlett's attention.
Harris is president of the United States. Give it time.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, it's a matter of time.
And by the way, guys on TikTok, everything that you hear from us isn't always fact.
What's that?
It's opinions.
You need to do a disclaimer like I do. You said you were going to do that.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to start this off now. I'm going to start this off right here, right now, before Scarlett gets back.
Well, come wake me up when
she does.
You're done. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tim, you know what? You just do it because you say it better than I do.
But I have it in my head for my show. What's the name of your show?
This ain't my show. This is just a FRN roundtable talk.
Yeah, but it's under your.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it says FRN. It says FRN run. It says FRN roundtable.
Okay, so I can wing it here. I mean, the whole show's fucked up anyway. So what do I say? Welcome to another episode of the Freedom Revolution Network roundtable discussion. Today is what? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Tuesday, September 6th, 2022. This show is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Please use it at your own risk. The show is copyrighted by Freedom Revolution Network.
Good enough.
Reuse, rebroadcast it in any way, shape, or form without written consent. You can just ask. Finally, this show is opinionated. Opinion should never be taken as advice. We are seeking professional advice. We strongly encourage you to hire a licensed, if required, person in his or her field there, little Tommy. And that is that.
Thank you, Tim, with the disclaimer. Because I'm also, like I said, I'm also live on TikTok, so they kind of got to hear that disclaimer.
I fact check you, and you're wrong. I don't know where you get your information from.
It comes down to common sense, we're here, we have our opinions. We may have a certain way of thinking, but that doesn't mean that we are. Dwayne, stop cutting me off. That doesn't mean that we don't know what we're talking about or not, but it's up to you to discern and have informed consent with the correct professionals and abide by the laws in your country, state, or local area.
And we're trying to inspire critical thinking, and that comes from opinions. Uh-oh.
That was ridiculous, you guys.
What now? What'd you do?
What did you do?
She tripped over this.
Tripod hit the other.
This show's a train wreck.
That was magic.
By the way, I promise we're more normally set up than we are now.
Yeah, that was. I've never had that like happen completely where I just lose everything. That was interesting.
Well, at least we can still hear
get myself back set up because I brought out my little tripod.
Put the light lower in your face like it's a ransom show video.
I was about to say it's the slight annoyment in Scarlett's face when everything just fell.
Now it just
It was disappointment. It like dropped my light. It like made everything fall. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
And guys, know, for everybody on freaking TikTok asking me if I'm in jail, no, I am not.
Dwayne's in jail.
Yes, he is. Just shh. No, he's not.
If Dwayne was in jail, I would not be doing
We smuggled him a phone in jail.
Yeah, because I literally right now got my phone clipped to my computer right now. So it's the clip sitting on the back of the computer so they can still see my face and I can still see.
Take 3. What the there you go. It'll be take 4 now.
Take 4. All right, we're jumping into this. Scarlett can just get in here when she can. That's
What's
fine.
up, Darren, Pamela? People are starting to listen to their notification. You haven't missed a fucking thing. So,
no, you haven't. We've been trying to start the show for the past 20 minutes, and it's just not really working out really well.
12 minutes.
Am I trans? No, I'm not trans.
I don't know. You were eating a wiener earlier.
Shut up, Tim. You're not helping the trolling any more than it already is.
You're just so cute, Dwayne.
You know what? Fuck you, Tim. I want to fucking hear it, okay? You fucking rat bastard.
Oh, I see a sexy body. Ooh. Been milking. Oh, cool. How's it going, Darren? How's Australia, mate? Y'all still locked down, lost all your rights, and turning into the United States of America, or what? What's going on? I heard things are changing.
Not that far away from it.
No, I heard Australians are waking up. That's what I heard. I'm fucking tired of this shit.
That's recently what I heard, but here's my thing.
Okay.
I can't get it together.
Is Scarlett officially doing 4? All right. Are you set up to where we can actually start?
I guess, yeah.
Until it knocks out again.
I don't know until it happens again. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's pray to God this doesn't happen. All right, guys. So there's a lot of topics and a lot of things that are going to come up that should have been talked about for a while now, but a lot of us have been busy with family issues, work, trying to figure out our lives. Like right now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
No, she's
robotic.
There you go.
Now she's not.
I have right 5G, now, like 4 bars. That's really weird.
Right now, we're in the middle of the Grand Solar Minimum. We have multiple hurricanes out in the middle of the east and the Pacific, Atlantic. We've got the new Iranian deal getting ready to happen. We have the primary elections coming up here in November.
Now what?
I can't even move. It's awful, you guys. I don't know.
So there's a lot of things literally that are happening. And if Scarlett doesn't mind, I figured we would open up with the Iranian deal since I have it sitting here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's talk about it because it's been interesting. Let's think about, before Dwayne starts, let's think about how geopolitics has been lately, right? Let's think about who the major players are in geopolitics. We've got Russia, we've got China, we've got Iran right now. Turkey's kind of on the fence. But they've been talking about in the past couple weeks about this, renewed Iran deal. Let's remember when Obama was president, he shipped over however many billions in cash on boats overnight. And that was always promised to continue. And when Trump came in and switched the deal, many, many Iranians were upset about that. And so now we are sitting basically with the negotiators back at the table. And now we have Biden negotiating a new deal.
Which
if you can remember.
Right. And Biden was a part, and here's what people really don't realize, is that Biden was a part of the Obama administration.
A lot of people, I'm sure a lot of young people, as well as others, don't realize that, because people didn't even know who he was when Obama was president. I mean, they asked them, if you remember, like Jimmy Kimmel and other people had asked people, do you know who this man is? And they were like, no, we don't even know who that is.
Exactly. Nobody. I didn't even know who Obama was. Not Obama, but Biden was, I think, 2 years into the presidency.
Yeah, because Obama kept them in the dark and told them to shut up.
Yeah, nobody ever saw him, to be fair. You're right.
Oh.
Right. By the way, Hurricane K is a Cat 3. Called it, Scarlett.
Yep. That's something we're going to talk about later in the broadcast as well, because that is important.
Right. That definitely.
That concerns California. And we were just talking about California and their heat waves and how, they announced on Monday, hey, we're not going to use electric cars anymore. And on Wednesday, they were telling people we're going to have to shut off the electricity and don't charge your car because there's going to be deadly heat waves. And right now, as we speak, there are certain communities in California that are without power at this hour due to the extreme heat. And that could be dangerous if they're in Southern California down by San Diego, because they're about to get the remnants of K.
Knock out the power.
And so it's going to be a very serious issue. And like I said, we will talk about this later on in the broadcast, but continue.
All right. So I have this article, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Share screen. If it starts butchering on me, just let me know. I become robotic.
Okay.
Is it sharing my screen? Do you guys see my screen?
We can now.
Yep.
Okay. Cool, yeah. All right. The new Iran deal is even worse than you thought. 20 years after 9/11 and 7 years after the first Iran deal, you hear a cricket more than I can hear you.
Sorry.
That's because
there's crickets everywhere outside.
It's crickets literally everywhere.
Yep,
I'll just speak up a little bit louder if I have to. Or just turn my computer down for a minute. I might read this. All right. That should be better. In 2012, Clarion Project produced Uranium, a feature documentary exposing how incredibly dangerous it would be to allow Iran to possess nuclear weapons. It is astonishing how relevant the film still is 10 years later, as the current U.S. administration is on the cusp of announcing a new agreement that would have paved the way for this catastrophe. The personalities are different, but the same radical forces are still in control of Iran. The only difference is that Iran is now far better equipped to deliver a nuclear weapon anywhere in the Middle East and in parts of Europe. This special article includes short and still very relevant clips, which I'm not going to play because you're not going to be able to hear it, from Uranium, as well as a selection of the most important and insightful articles on the current deal and even why it's worse and more dangerous than the Obama-sponsored agreement 7 years ago. In Islam, there's an end of times scenario in which Mahdi, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad, returns and leads the forces of the true believers in the final battle with the infidels. What is particularly alarming are the repeated pronouncements of Iran's leaders indicating that their belief that the time for the apocalyptic struggle is now. Since the 1950s, the threat of nuclear of nuclear apocalypse and mutually assured destruction has helped deter the use of nuclear weapons. For Iran's leaders, that threat is an incentive rather than a deterrent. The Biden administration's delusions about Iran having a long history. Multiple American administrations have made the mistake of believing that there was some package of benefits that could be offered to Iran to dissuade it from nuclear weapons. Okay. For more than 40 years, the Iranian leaders have shown single-minded determination to acquire these weapons, and there is no carrot the U.S. can offer to give this up. From its beginning in 1979, the Islamist regime in Iran has viewed terrorism as an essential component of its foreign policy and a tool for waging war against its enemies and spreading Islamic revolution. Iran works with and supports nearly every militant Islamist organization in the world and is the leading sponsor of terrorism worldwide. Mm-hmm. Former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been among the most powerful. Netanyahu.
It's Benjamin Netanyahu.
Netanyahu, yep.
Netanyahu.
There you go.
Has been among the most powerful and influential voices of opposition to the original JCPOA and its new and even worse incarnation. His 1-minute video is well worth watching, but it gives me this instead of the video because I don't feel like pulling it up because I'm not going to be able to hear it. In an interview with Iran's official news agency, IRNA, McCall. How do you pronounce that, Scarlett? You can see it better than I can.
Mikhail Yuvidov
said Iran got much more than it could expected. Realistically speaking, Iran got more than, frankly, I expected or others expected. The Obama-era agreement sought to keep Iran a year away from nuclear weapons for 13 years. The New Deal appears to leave Iran with half the breakout time, 6 months, for half as long as 7 years. Iran continues enriching more uranium and installing more advanced centrifuges, further shrinking its breakout window time. The administration will lift sanctions on a host of Iranian banks and companies involved in terrorism. This will give Tehran immediate access to an estimated $86.1 billion to $130.5 billion in foreign assets to be used for funding as many terrorist proxies around the world. This new deal will lift sanctions on nearly all of the 112 people and entities sanctioned under Supreme Leader's Executive Order. Supreme Leader's Office Executive Order. These are some of the most evil and dangerous terrorist leaders and sponsors in the world today. It would also lift sanctions on Khamenei's personal slush funds. One of the primary beneficiaries of this new deal will be Hezbollah, Iran's largest and most dangerous terrorist proxy. The new deal also includes a record-breaking $7 billion ransom payment for the release of 4 Americans from an Iranian jail. Other sources indicate that ransom will be $11 billion. Iranian plot to assassinate John Bolton exposed. A U.S. Justice Department official recently exposed the IRGC's plot to assassinate former U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. I said that right, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
While President Joe Biden has promoted strong sanctions against Russia for its invasion of the Ukraine, the U.S. has been relying on Russia to help broker the new agreement with Iran. Russia is using the deal to garner sanction relief over their involvement in the invasion. The Biden administration has already waived sanctions on Russia's state-run nuclear energy company, Rosatom to allow a $10 billion contract to expand Iran's nuclear power plant at Bashar. Since the original JCPOA was signed 7 years ago, Iran has made substantial progress in its ballistic missile program and can now deliver more missiles with greater accuracy to further distances all U.S. bases and allies in the Middle East and parts of Europe are now within range. We lost Scarlet again.
Yep. For the 5th time.
And it's going to happen. So, this is literally a huge, serious issue. If Iran gets their hands on nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons, we are going to be absolutely destroyed. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's going to happen. And I don't care what anybody has to say about that because that is the absolute truth.
Not to mention they'll blow up the entire Middle East and themselves.
Exactly. They will literally blow not just... Oh, wow. Why did my live stream just end?
What was that?
I got banned on TikTok.
Oh, for reading a news article?
No, I just said that my... Oh, yeah, it's making me completely 100% restart. So, for any of you who weren't here or weren't on, where the hell did Scarlet go? What the fuck?
Yeah, she would be more of the expert in commenting on this. But essentially, it just sounds like we're fucked. So what are you going to do? Literally.
I mean, if we are fucked.
Yeah.
Because the Biden administration seems to only know how to fuck us in the ass.
No. He's too busy dealing with Ukraine to cover up all his corruption. I mean, to give them democracy.
Give them democracy, my ass.
And to piss off Putin.
Who doesn't want to piss off Putin? I mean, that's just the thing. Where in the fuck is Scarlet?
I don't know. But I mean, how much more can you comment on? You can't fix those people. They've been at war with each other for thousands of years. And I'll comment on this. So I read the book, The Islamic Antichrist.
Okay.
And for people to understand or try to get how these people think, not to mention I've read the Quran. And quite honestly, it's a pretty good, peaceful book until it gets to the part where if you're an infidel and you don't renounce your faith, you're dead.
Yeah, that's literally what it comes to.
Yeah, there's no negotiating that with them.
Well, it's like this. We know pretty much what Iran's been up to since the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, Tim?
Mm-hmm.
Like literally since 9/11. If we go back and look, what happened? Sorry, I'm also trying to figure out where the fuck Scarlet's
I see you're preoccupied. You're reading stuff. Isn't it fun running a show?
No,
people have no idea.
What? I'm hanging in there. I'm doing okay.
Okay.
But
here she comes. Ta-da! And introducing.
As soon as I was just getting ready to text her too.
I know.
All right. I was just getting ready to text you, Chica. You know, but here's what I was saying, okay? So literally, we know what Iran has pretty much been up to since the attack, before the attack on the towers, before 9/11.
Iran wasn't involved.
No, I'm not saying they were involved, but we were already we were in and out of Iran already at that point.
Oh yeah, we were already watching them. Like
because of Saddam, right? Because of Saddam Hussein,
which was Iraq.
Well, that's Iraq, though.
Yeah,
I thought he hit an Iran.
No.
That's Iraq.
That's
Iraq.
I got the two confused. Don't kill me.
They both start with an I. You're close.
Yep.
I don't shoot
it's like
me.
The Alan Jackson song.
Don't shoot me.
Don't shoot me. I'm not the foreigner, I promise. Sorry, we don't promote racism, and I wasn't being racist. I was just being stupid.
Oh, come on. No, we're joking. Give me a break.
I know.
You're talking about nuclear annihilation from some crazy motherfuckers. So they prove that they're the best religion because of their prophet Muhammad. And I'm not being offensive. That's how they think. They think they are the number one religion, just like Christians and everybody else, except Christians aren't going to blow up the whole entire planet to get their point across.
Yeah, there isn't like a whole section in the Bible of how to like start war.
Yeah, and what you do with infidels.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong.
No.
That's the thing. We're not wrong. But the thing is the one thing that's also concerning me is it says in the article, and I read this before, Scarlett. Good thing I read this before the fact, where it says, no, where the hell is it? Russia is using the deal to garner sanction relief over the involvement in the invasion of the Ukraine. But what people don't know too is if Iran gets their fucking hands on nuclear weapons, they can transport that to Russia. Russia is not that far away from Iran.
Yeah, but why would they want to do that? He's got his own weapons.
Why, Tim?
Yeah.
And this is what I honestly think. Give me 1 second.
And everybody should read that book real quick since you took a sip. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that book, the Islamic Antichrist, read it just for comprehension. It's nothing against anybody. Just read the book to try to understand that part of the country. And that's all I'm going to say.
I mean, we'll I can't talk. Will we really be able to understand that part of the country even by reading a book?
Yeah, it helps. It just tells you that you're screwed because they want to take over the entire planet. The Muslim population is growing by leaps and bounds, and they will hunt down and kill, according to this book, Christians and Jews and everybody else that are not Muslim.
Right. Hi, Bonnie.
Where's she at? Hey, what's up? Where's Sherman?
Sherman.
So it's just a fucked up thing, and they think that blowing up the entire planet and killing people that don't renounce their faith is going to fix things. So it's
right, and exactly. And someone asked here in the TikTok chat they asked this: how would the Biden administration? How will we keep losing Scarlett?
She's in Minnesota, nice, eh?
Someone asked here a little bit ago. Sherman has pooped after a day of swimming in there.
It's great.
Someone asked how the Biden administration allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons affect us.
When there's one flying right at us or targeting our military bases, you'll find out.
Yeah, they would. They would definitely find out.
They will lob a missile at anything, especially the United States of America, in its army bases and allies to annihilate them. It's total annihilation. That is what they want.
and it always has been.
Correct.
That's been Iran's goal from day one, is total annihilation. And like this article said here, since the original JCPOA was signed 7 years ago, Iran has made substantial progress in its ballistic missile program and can now deliver more missiles with greater accuracy to much farther distances. All U.S. bases and allies in the Middle East and parts of Europe are now within range.
Exactly.
Guys, I don't think you're understanding what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, not to mention they're going to annihilate Israel and the Palestinians. I don't know a lot about that, who's the good guy and the bad guy, if there is such a thing over there. But I do know, like I said, if you're not with Iran, you're dead. It's that simple.
Exactly.
So you're giving you might as well give Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il, fucking who's in power right now, a bunch of nuclear weapons and piss him off because he's going to try to kill you.
Exactly.
That there's no rational thinking. There's no compassion. There's no concern. There's no human kindness because, again, if you're not in agreement with them, you're the enemy.
You definitely are.
That's it. It's as simple as that.
And Tim, you're nowhere close to being wrong. And I wish I could say that. I wish I could say a couple of us are wrong, but
no, not in this case.
We're not.
It's very easy to figure them people out. So and I'm not saying psychologically and how they think. It's just that if you're not one of them and you will not convert to one of them, you're the enemy.
And you're dead.
Period. Yeah. And you're dead. And if they will behead you, and if they can't do that, they will blow you up. Or they'll blow you up using their own people. I mean, with suicide bombers. They just do. That's what they do. I don't get it. I don't really know what that's going to accomplish, but what do I know?
It's not going to accomplish anything. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't realize that. As if Iran gets a hold of this, they wage war on everybody. And especially if America gets hit, that gives places like Russia, China, North Korea. Who else hates us? Russia, China, North Korea, Taiwan. No, not Taiwan. I can't think of other countries that hate us the most right now. I can only think of the two.
That what now?
The countries that hate us the most.
Oh, God. I mean, I don't... It's getting larger. I can tell you that.
Well, it's China.
They're getting there. Yep.
North Korea. They definitely hate us.
Oh, absolutely.
Russia.
Yeah. I mean, we're not... Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, we're not on Putin's number one list. I mean, come on. If you had the chance to blow anybody up, it would definitely be us.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to go. See, Putin's way different. He has some rational thinking, and Putin's a chess player. So, like, for instance, he'll let Iran lob some missiles and target American bases, and then he'll just piggyback against them and then totally annihilate us. And then he can say, I didn't start it. Iran did.
Exactly.
So this is a tinderbox that has just gotten a lot drier, and the match has been lit.
Oh, the match has been lit for a long while.
Yeah, well, it's ready to get dropped. So then it's been burning for a while, and it's going to get dropped. And people better understand what's going on right now, because we're going to be at our weakest moment here real soon. And if you don't think, it's like when the Huns conquered Rome. When Rome was at its weakest, the Huns took in and they took over Rome and destroyed them. Something that was said that could never be done. And our arrogance, being the United States of America, is saying the same thing. And with the stuff that's going on in this country, if you don't think people are watching us for our weakest moment, you're insane.
Oh, definitely.
But people don't. Oh, that'll never happen.
Oh, sad, y'all. Pray for Red, y'all.
Hey, he's back.
Well, that was Red's husband. It was Peanut Gallery, y'all. Like, Peanut Gallery called me and said Red's down, and he was asking some kratom advice. So I figured I would take that call because, I mean, when your best friend's husband, who never calls you, you probably should answer the phone.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
If that was my best friend calling me, I'd say, look, yo,
that's like Mr. Tire calling you, Dwayne. You'd answer the phone.
Oh, if Mr. Tire called me and it was you, I'd definitely go like, Tim, I'll be right back.
Right. So it's like, nope, I was good. I answered that one.
Well, but also like we were talking about, since you weren't here, you know, if Iran gets their hands on nuclear power plants and nuclear missiles, and they've already got ballistic missiles that can hit us and parts of Europe, just think, if Iran hits us, that gives our worst three enemies the quickest time to attack, which is China, North Korea, and Russia.
True. And they're already hooked up with each other at this point, so.
Well, it's like this. And Tim kind of went like, eh. And I said, what? Do you think we're on fucking Russia's number one fucking top 10 list? No, bitch, we're number one.
Yeah, that's the truth, though. I don't know who else Russia would hate more at this point than us. Ukraine. India works with Russia. China works with Russia. So what other large first world is there? Us.
I mean,
who just sanctioned the hell out of them?
I mean, Tim did say Ukraine. They do. Russia
does
hate
Ukraine is not, though. They know that they have Ukraine. If they really wanted to take it over, they could have already had it. So I don't think that's an issue, personally.
Ukraine, it was a joke. But Ukraine's like Wisconsin. I mean, Russia could take it right back in a heartbeat.
Exactly. Yeah, you get it. So it's like, you know, right now, really, we're Russia's number one. And that's been done by design. Why do you think they made this narrative of Russian interference and all this other stuff? So then they could, you know, paint the case when they go into Ukraine. Look at them. They're interfering with everybody's elections. They're interfering with everybody's international relations. They must be stopped. You know, that's basically what's happening right now. And, you know, the war is kind of at a standstill right now. And I can't imagine Iran and Russia are not helping each other with this Ukraine war. Because if they continue the war in Ukraine, that keeps most of over there. They're a hop, skip, and a jump away, but then that also brings the heat off of them.
That's right.
The IAEA is busy running around to the Ukraine trying to get Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. Meanwhile, who knows what Iran is doing? They don't let the IAEA in.
Hell no,
but no one's trying to stop them right now.
No, and if people would go back 30 years, this whole Ukraine bullshit. Well, there's other reasons, but NATO keeps coming closer and closer to Russia, and Putin said, "Knock it off." And they pretty much said, "F you." So he's like, well, okay, if you get any closer and they're trying to get Ukraine into NATO, that's it. And they cross the line with them, and that's how all this shit started. And I don't think Putin, I don't want to say what I think of Putin, but I'm going to say this. I can't blame him. I mean, look what happened when the Cuban Missile Crisis. I was just a kid, but Russia had missiles in Cuba, 90 miles off of the coast of Florida.
Right. And like, right. I mean, you're not wrong.
No. So you're going to start putting military weapons and possibly weapons of mass destruction, which is a whole another joke.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Nuclear weapons in Ukraine, which is essentially according to Putin, Russia. That's like bringing again. Well, we're gonna bring nuclear weapons into Wisconsin now because they don't want nothing to do with the United States anymore. We would lose our shit if that happened.
Yeah,
that's true.
And like Bonnie said, it's hard to tell what is going on in the world right now. It seems like the world media is not reporting.
No, they're not.
Is not reporting. No, because Bonnie, there has been articles that me and Scarlett have read to each other, and we've both looked at each other on like over the phone, going like, "How in the fuck did we miss this?"
Well, it's just the news cycle since I have even started has ramped up 1,000 times. I mean, the news cycle is constant, 24 hours a day, ever changing. You can barely stay on top of what's occurring. Barely.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, before something else happens, something else happens. You can't get away from it.
Yeah, but CNN's going to cover everything now because they're changing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Will they start telling the truth?
Yeah, nothing to worry about.
I wish it was so easy to only trust CNN. You know, I mean, nowadays you can't even get the real story from your old local news. Okay, this past weekend.
No.
This past weekend, I was at the Minnesota State Fair, and literally, like 5 minutes, I started noticing like some real sketchy behavior. People walking around with like gaiters over their face and like black hoodies and just acting sketchy. And they were smoking weed everywhere. Not that I'm against people smoking weed, but just in that context with, 250,000 people they said were there that day, families, kids, people from all walks of life, at least have some discreet discretion. Not just standing in the middle of the midway next to police smoking and the police are standing there not doing anything, sitting there with rifles, non-lethals, and paintball guns, of which they switched to lethal weapons later on in the night. But the news, literally, the news stations all have offices on the fairgrounds. Okay. And there are always reporters and people at the fairgrounds. And they literally did a report about how the fair bounced back after COVID. Meanwhile, there's lights going off in the background because 3 shootings had occurred. But did they report on that as breaking news? No. They waited, changed the narrative, and tried to say there was only 1 shooting. I mean, there was trampling. People lost their children. I mean, it was a terrifying situation. And they tried to downplay it as if it was just some minor scuffle on the midway. I mean, it's getting to that point where you can't even trust your own local news unless you were there or knew someone who was there. You're not even going to get the whole true and correct story anymore because even the news, when it's right in front of their face, won't even report on it appropriately.
No, and they won't. And that's the bad thing. That's one of the worst things is like, how am I trying to word this without sounding like an asshole?
Just say it. Don't worry about it.
Right.
We all know.
You know what? Don't think, just do.
Right. Exactly.
Is it everything right now in this world is a fucking lie when it comes to the news media? Because they would rather sit here and report on shit going like, things are going great, things are going good. What the you're not doing your fucking job. You're a lying piece of shit.
Well, here's the deal. The news is supposed to be there to educate us and keep us informed on the topics that matter to people. But that does not seem to be a priority anymore for any news agency. No. It's just the official narrative, what the governor told them to say, because I guess Walz was telling them, what to say and, how they wanted this story to be spun. And then he came out because there were 2 more shootings after that. So 5 total shootings in 3 days at the fair. And he had enough nerve to come out today and said, well, people just need to abide by the law.
People need to abide by the law. If
it was easy enough to just say that, the whole world would be good.
I mean,
well, the news has lost all its credibility.
Oh, absolutely at this point.
And maybe you'll know this, Scarlett, but I was just thinking about this because I just watched Law Abiding Citizen last night, which is a great movie.
Right.
And the people in the Justice Department, there was a head black lady. She's an awesome actress. And she's like, if the press gets a hold of this, they're going to fry us or something. So where did the word press come from? Because that's a very good descriptive word of people doing their job right in news reporting, to press our powers that be and our politicians in all three branches of government and local government as to what the fuck is going on, so we know what's going on and what they're doing to be informed. And they don't do that.
See, they don't even care. They don't want us to be informed.
Correct.
Governor Walz here in Minnesota refuses to do a debate against Scott Jensen, and they even cut him off on WCCO at the fair. He was telling them that you guys are pushing the narrative, and they literally cut him off of live TV. They won't even debate.
Yeah, that's.
I'm running Travis Bull Johnson for Congress and CD7 out here for congressional district for U.S. Congress. Michelle Fischbach, his opponent, refuses to do a debate until November 1st.
Mm-hmm.
That's 7 days before the election. How can people have an informed decision when they're literally hiding? They won't debate. They don't want to talk about any of the issues. They just literally want to show up on election day and have their little minions vote for them.
Yeah.
It's not even about the issues anymore. It's a popularity contest.
No, and if the press does act like Peter Ducey from Fox, and I'm not picking networks, but every time he asks that press secretary something, it's like, well, the definition of inflation is, blankety, blankety, blank. Oh, no, that's not the correct definition.
Yeah, that's not the correct definition. When
Really?
they said 2 consecutive negative quarters equals a recession, and they go, well, that's not the definition. That's been the definition for 20 years.
Correct.
Why are we changing the definitions now?
Exactly.
Even 100 years to go back to even, the Great Depression. Like, this is a known formula. Like, how dare they lie?
Right. Yeah, every time he confronts him on something, and he's the only one who's got enough balls to do it, so I have a lot of respect for him. But they always are condescending and talking to him like he's a little kid and he has no idea what he's talking about. And he's the only one that's pressing these people to say, hey, wait a minute. How does that make any sense? And now you're changing the definition of inflation that's been around forever to kind of meet their cover up of, inflation that's transitory, by the way. And it's not going away and actually is increasing. And they just blow smoke up his ass. And that's really disrespectful, I think.
Well, no, and you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. Yeah. And like Pam just said in the comment, Dwayne, we are living in the Matrix, red pill or blue pill. At this point, I don't know what fucking pill.
I don't know.
Like literally, I mean, I don't know. Because all the shit that's going on, just don't think, just say it.
Yeah, just talk, man. Just say it.
Sorry, I'm also, it's just, there's a lot of this. I don't know, Scarlett, how did you say it a couple of nights ago? What, a lot of hide and seek?
A lot of what?
When it's been coming to the media, it's like a lot of hide and seek going on.
Smoke and mirrors is what it is.
Yeah.
Yep, smoke and mirrors, hiding it, just totally skirting the stories.
Yep.
Exactly.
I mean, I said, the whole thing with the state fair, I was there. They didn't even report on the first shooting until 10 o'clock. I was on the bus. Hold on, Dwayne. I was on the bus for the park and ride. And they had already announced it in one of the Twin Cities crime groups that there was a shooting. But the news didn't report the first shooting until an hour later, saying that it happened at past 10 o'clock, which was not true.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And, it's like just with my job, one of our rides is getting retired, and I can officially say it because the news media finally came out and said it tonight. after a year and a half of the incident, we had a piece of metal off a ride that tracked one of our rides on the track come off and hit a lady in the head.
It's true, Bonnie.
And then a year and a half later, I see on one of the news sites tonight, it was either Fox or CNN, came out with the article stating that the ride was getting retired because a chunk of metal came off and hit a lady in the head.
Well, I'm sure this lady sued and finally got her claim accepted in court to the point where Cedar Point and the news media could no longer deny that this was occurring.
Well, and it's like this, but when it comes to the smoke and mirrors, and God knows there were so many people there that day that knew what happened. Even like me, it's like when you're, because I've been put in this situation, right, with working here, right? You know what I mean, Scarlett?
Mm-hmm.
I've been put in that smoke and mirror wall. Like I couldn't, when you asked me what happened, I even looked at you because we were on video call and I said, I can't tell you.
Right.
I'll lose my job. When you get put behind that smoke and mirror wall of like, now you got to really start hiding shit from the people that you can trust. It's like after being behind that, you start seeing shit.
Well, that's why a lot of people become whistleblowers.
Yep. Waking up.
Yep. Because they see it happening and they want to now say something about it, There's nothing wrong with being a whistleblower at all. Like, legit.
These people.
Whistleblowing is so important.
Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of forgotten now.
There's so much misdirection going on. It's like the freaking Wizard of Oz, man.
Right.
Oh, yeah. It's like the don't look at the guy behind the curtain. Meanwhile, the guy behind the curtain is starting all the shit.
Right. Like Kayla, who's in the TikTok live feed, because like we're still live on TikTok, said, Dwayne, I felt that had to do the same thing with my friends and my family because she worked here last year when the incident happened. Someone just asked me in TikTok if you could prove that you have boxers or boxer briefs on.
No.
Fully, I'll cash app you $100.
This ain't this type of show. They gonna cash app? What?
They're gonna cash out me $100. Look, as much as I could use that right now, that's a no-go.
This ain't that type of show, y'all. This ain't that type of show.
Definitely ain't that type of show.
Might need to start you a little OnlyFans, Dwayne.
Scarlett will give you a cussing pass tonight. No coin charge needed. All right, then look, I'm going to say it because Tim also goes like, it's a PG-13 show, Dwayne. Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
But I'm going to fucking say it. And I'm finally going to say it without anybody fucking telling me otherwise. Wake the fuck up. No matter what the fucking news media is telling you, do your own fucking research.
Yeah, homework, right?
Do your own fucking homework. And
don't look at it slanted or jaded. So if you're a Democrat, don't look for Democratic reporting agencies and Republican. Just look at the facts being reported and then figure it out on your own.
Like when I just read that, the new Iran deal, I had to go back and look at the other one and fact check everything that was saying. Because I can't trust an article. Nope. I can't trust a news agency. I can't trust our own president on shit that he goes and talks about.
And that's why me and Red made a rule a long time ago that with news stories and information that you're getting from the media, you at least want to find it on 2 or more sources that are kind of saying the same thing. Right? Like if you could find 3 or more sources that kind of have the same story, but nowadays the news media disseminates it all the same wording, the same article on every platform. And so it's hard to disseminate what's real or not because everybody literally has the same article dang near word for word. It's like they're pulling it off the news wire and just copying it as they get it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Moving off of this topic, because we got
Yeah, let's start getting into some of the weather and things that we should talk about. Dwayne, in the chat, in our little group chat, there is that article I sent about the skies. I want you to screen share that so we can read it.
All right, let me get it pulled up. Hold on, I'm opening up Messenger now. 1 sec.
And of course they were investigated, Bonnie, because think about it. If they were to investigate into the, potential president of the United States' son, that could have derailed his campaign. So of course, all the reports they got about him, they just kind of set aside and didn't care. And that's proven by the way the FBI took care of the laptop and all of those other things.
All right, hold on a damn minute because I can't screen share yet. It got your name right above it. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get it on Facebook. Okay, cool.
Just open up the article.
2 seconds. I had to go around Facebook. It took me right to your personal profile. Hold on.
Well, I get that, but just open up the article.
I just did. I said, hold on a second. I'm getting the screen sharing pulled up. Damn, hold on. I got a slow ass laptop right now.
But I'm just saying, pull up the article. You don't need to pull up everything else. Just pull up the article.
When I pulled up the article, it took me to your Facebook page. Hold on.
It shouldn't have. You just opened the article.
Yeah, you did. Oh, Jesus Christ, Scarlett. Fuck. Now you got me irritated. All right, let me get that out of the way.
Yeah, because you're making no sense.
All right. There.
Now click on the article.
All right.
Yeah. The real photos show how storms and natural disasters are changing the color of the sky around the world. Now, one thing before we start reading this is that let's just think about this. The news media now has to start admitting this. This is something we have been watching for a very long time. We have reported on news here and weather for pretty much since we've existed. And this is the thing that we started to talk about would start to change due to atmospheric compression, due to the cosmic rays that will be coming in that are increasing during the grand solar minimum, and as well as during the maximum and minimum cycles of the 11-year solar cycle as well. But now you have groups like Insider admitting that this exists. The picture on the left is from some of the derecho storms that happened this summer that ended up bringing really terrible weather to me. And then I do believe, scroll down. No, what are you doing?
I was trying to get the actual photos up. My bad.
No, just scroll down so I can make it big again so I can actually read. Yeah, scroll down.
The sun does burn hot.
Because I can't pull up an article and read it and be on at the same time. So the sky's default color is blue, but sometimes it looks purple, green, or even orange. Okay, stop going so fast. I have to be able to read it, Dwayne. Stop. Stop scrolling, please.
Well, I need to go back up.
Dwayne, I need to go back. I need to be able to read it.
Back up then, because
there you go, right there.
Thank you.
There.
The sky's default color is blue, but sometimes it looks purple, green, or even orange. Powerful. What?
Nothing.
Powerful storms. Oh, well, then don't come up. Powerful storms and disasters from tornadoes to wildfires are creating surreal colors in the sky. Climate change is linked to the stronger storms and more extreme weather, experts say. Scroll away. Scroll down.
I did.
When the sky turned green from a massive thunderstorm known as a derecho in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, storm chaser Tanner Schaffer told Insider he'd never seen anything like it. Scroll down.
Scarlet.
Now just look at those colors. And it was that color. I had friends send me pictures from that day in particular because even they noticed how serious it was.
It's pea green. Freaking.
It is like pea green.
Yeah.
Scroll down a little bit, Dwayne.
Doing.
I can't read it if you don't scroll. Like,
I
I'm
am
waiting
scrolling.
for you. It's not showing up on our end, Dwayne.
Nope, it's not moving. Whoop.
It just kicked him out. Because I'm like, dude, it's not showing us. Like, you may think you're scrolling, but you're not.
Nope.
And it's only because it did. I think I might be able to pull it up, though. But a lot of times, it gives me a hard time when I try to pull up something else.
So a lot of people are talking about the sun in the chat room. So that tells me these people are intelligent.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I'm gonna get in. You gonna pull it up again, Dwayne, or?
I don't know if it's gonna let me pull it up, but I can try one more time.
Because
okay, anyway, I got it. We don't know exactly why thunderstorms can turn the sky green, but we do know that climate change is linked to storms becoming bigger and more dangerous, as Insider and Yale Climate Connections reported. In 2018, parts of the sky turned a similar green during a severe hailstorm. Unreasonable, larger, and more severe storms as a result of climate change are linked to the sky turning colors similar to that of a dead planet, as Insider reported. In 2019, Typhoon Hagibis turned Japan skies purple and pink. This is due to a combination of lights bouncing off the water and the sun setting. Earlier this year, sandstorms in the Sahara Desert in Africa brought dusty orange skies to France. In 2020, San Francisco saw bright orange and red skies as nearly 100 wildfires burned. The orange hue came from the smoke. Seeing the sky turn bizarre apocalyptic colors could help people take climate change a little more seriously, Insider reported. And that's what they say about it.
What does that mean?
Well, I think people are finally noticing something's not right.
Well,
Things are wrong.
But people freak out because the climate's changing. That's what it does.
It does. And I mean, honestly, if you just change climate change in any article to pole shift, they'll all start making sense to you.
Well, right. And the sun. I mean, all heat comes from the sun. And the sun burns hotter the older that it gets going through its cycle or its life cycle. And people don't understand that either. It's like, why is it getting so hot? And Bonnie said it in the chat room, because the sun is burning hotter. And there's a lot of shit going on that we don't understand. And are we going to get into talking about the shift here, or?
Absolutely. Because we have been seeing signs that are unmistakable the last 3 months in particular. I mean, the amount of severe weather, extreme weather, fires, floods. There have been about 4 1,000-year floods in the United States alone. 1/3 of Pakistan right now is currently underwater.
I didn't know that. Really?
1/3 of Pakistan. This is like a crisis of unimaginable proportions over there, and you can barely get any news out of there, but the pictures are dire.
And there's something going on with the what do you call it? The magnetic sphere?
The magnetosphere. Yep. This has to do with the solar storms coming from the pole shift that have been hitting our magnetosphere. And our magnetosphere has been doing extremely strange things. And I mean extremely strange, where the other night we saw crisscrosses of energy coming in that I've never seen how that would be possible unless something is coming and pulling on our magnetosphere itself.
Oh, now we're going to get into Planet X?
Yep. Because the pole shift has to also do with that. The reason why our poles are shifting is because we're locking in to this planet's orbit, which is our binary twin star that at certain points we are far away from, and the magnetic effects aren't as apparent. But as we get back into that cycle, getting close to it, we lock on, and then we gain that planet or star, that star's atmosphere and poles and magnetic pull, which then takes away from our own natural magnetosphere.
So then it's safe to say that our weather is our climate is changing because of other planetary bodies and the sun, correct?
Correct. Yep. That is correct.
And another thing too, because now you brought this up when we've talked on the phone off air and just having like 3-hour conversations, which is wonderful.
Right.
With this polar shift in the Earth is wobbling right now. And I'm going to tell people that are listening to this right now, this is nothing new. This happens approximately, I guess, every 25,000 years. That's what I remember reading it. And I got into this, oh my God, like 35 years ago, Ruth Montgomery books. And there's nothing new about this, guys. The Earth shifts, it wobbles and it shifts. And it's been doing it, like I said, on an average of every 25,000 years forever. And it's coming.
Yeah, it's on its way now. And the signs are that it's going to be here sooner rather than later.
And if
especially with our magnetic shift coming. I mean, the fact that the Earth wobble is so completely off its axis that it's off the charts to levels we've never seen before. We don't know what that does.
Yeah, and
we know what a slight 1 degree wobble can do, but this is way beyond that.
Well, didn't you say it was past 40?
Mm-hmm.
And then
40 degrees north is where we're going, and at the current track we're at, that should be around March of 2023. So coming up here very, very soon.
Okay, because this is all eerily similar to the 2012 crap that scared the living shit out of me. But that movie, I don't know if it's going to be that drastic or if it's going to be worse or better. But I don't think it's that far off, because you're talking about some serious shit here. Whether the North Pole shifts by 90 degrees or there has been a total pole reversal of a 180-degree flip.
Yep. It could go anywhere.
Right.
Especially with the influence of something like Planet X and or Nemesis and or whatever you want to call it, that included is going to create even a larger effect than what we even recognize or realize.
Well, personally, too, now, this is the only thing I'll agree that our weather is affected by man, and that's sucking oil out of it, because you're taking a huge body of mass and changing the equilibrium out of it because you're sucking oil out of the fucking planet. So what do you think is going to happen? But the forces that you're talking about far outweigh, gravitational pull by Planet X in the sun and whatever else is making our orbit start to wobble.
Exactly.
Happened before.
It has happened before, and it's cyclical, and it's just something that we as humans don't have recorded history of or knowledge of, because it was probably cataclysmic. We've had, scientific articles in journals in the past year or so coming out with what happens during a magnetic pole reversal, of which what they explain is not pretty. It's actually quite bad. And this makes sense, because one thing I had always found out years ago was that if there was something like a pole shift, where meteors start even raining down from the sky and, fires are popping up everywhere, the one thing they're going to want to do, because you can't evacuate people, is have people stay in their homes. Well, how do you make everybody stay in their homes when they're free-spirited people?
There's COVID again. Go ahead.
Exactly. Now that COVID was the training to get everybody scared of something to stay in their homes. Now, when this actually comes and they're like, oh, you need to stay in your homes again, people will understand what that means.
Yeah. So it's conditioning.
It's conditioning. Yeah, absolutely. Because that was the one thing that I always asked on air was like, how are they going to get everybody to just like sit at home? Like, people aren't going to want to do that. Mm-hmm. Well, now that you've had something like COVID, all you have to say is, hey, these meteors have ancient diseases on them. And if they hit the ground and you become exposed, then you too will have these ancient diseases. Boom, everybody stays inside.
Yeah, apparently without a fight.
Yeah, and without a fight. And that's their whole purpose, is to do it as easy as possible. Meanwhile, people are going to get picked off. Like right now, like I said, the climate emergency disaster that is unfolding in Pakistan. I mean, the amount of people who are homeless, they said there was like 14 million homes destroyed.
I didn't know that.
Like, how do you come back from that?
You don't.
you can't. Like, how do you even rebuild the infrastructure for that? I don't care if they were living in shacks or little like lean-to, like that many, you can't. How do you replace that? Yet they claim only like 1,000 or 2 people have drowned, but I think the numbers are higher than that. I think they just don't know where everybody's at, so they keep the numbers low so that everybody doesn't freak out and turn against the government.
Well, I mean, Scarlett,
because if they start hearing tens of thousands dead of their own people, they're going to turn on the government. Why aren't you saving us?
I mean, exactly. That's one thing that we've dealt with too during hurricane season.
Well, because people aren't taught how to be self-sufficient, so they always think that it's the government's fault when big things that out of the government's control happen. The government can't necessarily control that. Yeah, we can manipulate weather, but you can't control monsoon rains that come that are like 300% of your normal rains, and It hasn't stopped yet, and the rainy season isn't over yet. Like, you can't predict that. Like, you can try to prepare, but until that actually happens, nobody's prepared for these large-scale, devastating scenarios. I don't care what anyone says. Anybody in emergency management knows that nobody's actually practiced for it. Everybody has talked about these mass casualty and mass devastation events, but until they happen, you still don't know how the logistics are going to work. And in a country as rural and as inaccessible in some areas as Pakistan, there's no way you could. I mean, even just looking from some of the satellite pictures from space, I mean, there's no way you can even get around the country right now. It'd have to be like helicopter only to get to most places, because everywhere is turned into like a tiny island surrounded by a mountain with water everywhere.
I mean, Scarlett, we were just talking about that like a couple of days ago.
Well, because new pictures had just come out about what was going on over there, and it was just astonishing. I mean, if people haven't seen the pictures, try to find an article real quick. What are you doing?
I'm putting a nicotine pouch in my mouth.
Oh, I'm like, what are you doing? But yeah, try to see if you can find an article about the Pakistan floods. They were just talking about tonight on some YouTube channel. I think it was the news out there. Was talking about one of their lakes were going to overflow tonight, and they were concerned about people in that area due to that.
Well, isn't the Big Dipper already in places it shouldn't be?
That is correct. A lot of people have been following that, and myself included lately, because I've just been noticing it. It's not in the same place. And from one night to the next, the degrees are off. I feel like we're just bouncing and wobbling all over. Because, okay, yes, constellations move. Yes, stars move. But not from one night to the next. Like, they might move slightly because, yes, constellations should change their place in the sky around the Earth once every 365 days. Right? Right. Mm-hmm. But the way that it's bouncing and wobbling back and forth, the way that we're getting, sunsets in different places every night, not where they're supposed to be.
Yep.
There's some issues that people are starting to notice worldwide. There was another article recently about, these rainbow halos in the sky that people are starting to notice. And this was a mainstream article. So, I mean, these sky phenomenon that some of us have been watching for years increase from, maybe once in a while to now literally every single day. There are astonishing sunsets, colors. I mean, even the one that Dwayne caught after that storm, that sunset was next level.
Hold on, I can pull a picture of that up right now too.
Please do, because that was phenomenal. I mean, the colors of that just show that the pole shift is coming. And whether you want to believe that's the second coming of Christ, whether you want to believe that it is just a scientific, phenomenon, whatever you want to believe, it doesn't matter, because it's coming.
Now, let me explain this picture to y'all real quick. And I'm going to set the tone for the picture. Okay. This literally came after a storm that was not supposed to hit my ass until 8 o'clock at fucking night. And I had Scarlett on the phone. Scarlett, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure the fucking thing's not bug. Hold please, because it's gonna bug out on me, isn't it?
No, I mean, it looks fine so far.
I'm just saving pictures to the computer real quick.
Then I'll just interject here. So the books that I've read, that's a telltale sign when the sun isn't rising in the east anymore and setting in the west, or is not where it's supposed to be. That is when shit's gonna hit the fan. So,
and I don't think people pay attention enough day to day to notice these changes, where there is a lot of us now who are watching our eyes to the skies and seeing these changes and are trying to speak out about them, but are being shut down. You know, for instance, there's people that are like, oh, well, you're not taking the picture from the exact same angle every night and at the exact same moment every night. It's not how stars work. They don't set and rise like a sun. It's not how that works. The stars are in the sky where they're at a certain day and time. And if, let's say, the sky were to go black all of a sudden, we would then see, let's say the sun got burnt out, we would then see said stars. Okay, the stars just don't rise like a sun and a moon. That's not how it works.
No, they're stationary and they change by our perception.
Correct.
Right?
Where we're moving.
By our position. Right. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to find a better...
TLO.
Yeah.
Trying to find a better picture real quick.
Well, and that makes sense. You had 3 pictures. Just grab one.
I'm trying to find... Okay. There it is. Hold on. I'm screen sharing now. Give me a minute. Don't yell at me.
Well, it's a fact nobody looks up at the sky because chemtrails have been out there forever and nobody fucking notices them. So...
Well, and astronomers are going to be one of the people who notice the sky first because they're outside in the sky. You know what I mean? They're outside every day. You know, they notice these type of things.
No, they don't look up.
Only reason I was butthurt, it sent me home an hour and a half early before I got off a shift. Fuck that storm. That was money. All right.
Yep, it's all magnetism is what it is.
All right, can y'all see that beauty?
Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah, and I mean, there was quite a few of those that were like this.
That looks like Joe Biden's speech the other night. What is that?
Well, here, let me get this one because I want to show you how it got actually pretty dark.
Yeah, the red was really even redder in certain pictures. I mean, and that shows you, like, right after a storm, there is something in the atmosphere creating that redness. You know, whether that's iron oxide particles, which some people believe come from, like, you know, so-called Planet X, whether
iron
that's
oxide?
Cosmic energy from cosmic ray flux, but something is causing that.
What about the spectrum of light?
Well, and the spectrum too, remember, because of the Hunga Tonga Hapai volcano, we have 36,000 swimming pools worth of water in our stratosphere.
So it could do it from water vapor.
Correct, as well as the albedo effect gets increased during the grand solar minimum due to the fact that more solar rays come to Earth, which then heat up the oceans and vaporize the water in the oceans as well.
Interesting.
That moisture goes up into the upper atmosphere. This is why for the last 5 years, hurricanes have increased and been stronger and more potent because of the albedo effect. And that is due, like I said, to the grand solar minimum, with the rays hitting the water, creating intense water vapor that goes up into the sky, more water vapor than is usually created because usually the sun isn't basically baking it into vapor.
So if the Earth is wobbling, does that do anything to the tectonic plates and
absolutely earthquakes? It pulls them apart. Why we get more earthquakes.
So I keep
as we keep going towards magnetic north, and this is why the Mid-Atlantic Ridge will be an important place to watch, because as we get closer to magnetic north, we could start literally having the Mid-Atlantic Ridge split.
Oh, great! That's great.
Which would cause intense earthquakes, potential tsunamis that would come from the East Coast in, and then go hit, Europe.
Oh boy!
Because that would be this part where it splits, like literally in the middle of the Atlantic.
And then Atlantis is going to rise again.
I mean, potentially we could see. That's how we've seen other landforms fall and rise in the past. This is how we know outside of Australia and where New Zealand is there was a whole continent called Zealandia.
Oh, wow.
And this is known now through LIDAR and other things, but there were other continents, other land masses, and during pole shifts and magnetic pole reversals, this also is the time for mountain building. Why it is important not to be in areas that have mountains or that could have mountainous activity, because you are going to be in danger, because the mountains will have new mountain building activity.
Well, look at that. Bonnie just said what you
You're
said.
really not going to see.
I like this.
Exactly. And this is only the third time in history that we've had La Nina 3 times in a row.
Whoa. Something's going on.
All right,
there is something going on. Yeah, and then the space dust that's coming down also has a diffraction of light that also would affect that. And also you have to remember the chemtrails that they're spraying. They're also trying to block some of this radiation as well. So then those effects on Earth become, we get the consequences of those too, which is increased, storms and rain and all these other things, because they're trying to block out solar radiation as well.
Wow. It's going to be Snowpiercer. They keep fucking things up.
Exactly. It's going to be like Snowpiercer. Exactly, Tim. But yeah, I bet, Darren, I can only imagine what type of sunsets you guys are getting in Australia because of that, because you guys are actually closer to the Tonga volcano. I'm sure you guys even could have possibly felt that when it went off, potentially. It's enough to where it could have been, it's in their, range.
Oh.
Is this actually going to open up, or is this going to be stupid? Oh, there we go. Oh, I hate my laptop. So I'm going to try to edit this.
And that's true, though. The Pacific Ocean has been much cooler. We haven't seen as much activity down there as we usually do. And we haven't seen as much, earthquake activity.
Interesting.
No.
The calm before the storm, possibly?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Energy building up in that area, possibly. Because some of the energy got pulled out due to the volcano. Took a lot of energy out from underneath, potentially in lava tubes or areas that it usually travels.
The pressure,
It's possible.
That makes sense.
All right.
Yeah, and I've noticed that in previous storms.
Yep.
Yes, we can.
So I'm trying to edit a little bit just to get it to match what's matching on the phone. So just work with me. Exposure. Turn the brightness down a little bit.
Make it redder.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Doesn't need to be. It's natural. Pull your contrast.
Well, no, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make. Oh, no, okay.
Other way.
That's how red it is. That's how about red it is right there in the photo.
Holy shit.
That's how it was, though. Because, you could see it off of the lake, so it was there.
Right.
And then
so, it was intense.
And we're
seeing that all over. The amounts of pinks and cotton candy pink and blue and orange, even I see, is off the charts here. And I've been noticing a sunset glow to the south every night, where I can get pinks and blues coming from the south on sunsets, not from the east, from due south.
There's the actual picture.
I didn't know this either. Bonnie knows a lot about this stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
Bonnie has always been on point. That's why we always enjoy her in chat, because she is just as on top of the information as we are, if not more. And she teaches us stuff sometimes too.
And see, what people don't understand is one part of the reason that our
it was the largest volcanic eruption ever recorded, as well as the highest volcanic eruption with particles ejected. Now, the only thing is, when I had made my prediction in January, we assumed that it was going to be usual volcanic particles, which are like volcanic dust, rock particles, all that, right? But we were wrong. This thing, because it was just a little bit underneath the water, shot so much water into the stratosphere that they said that the actual aerosol injections were quite low. So this is why we didn't end up with the year without a summer. Remember when I made this prediction? Well, if we would have known then that the stratospheric particles were actually water and not aerosol, we could have made this prediction that we would have seen more extreme weather, rain, and patterns setting up. Also, though, due to the grand solar minimum, our jet stream patterns are now out of whack, which that also would have affected predictions because the jet stream is splitting into like 12 different sections. It's not functioning how it used to, where it would go straight across the United States, kind of dip where I am in Minnesota and kind of go out to the East Coast. We have separate individual jet streams now that are fueling their own weather systems. Why we've got Danielle and Earl out in the Atlantic that is being oscillated by its own jet stream system, which eventually is going to do what it wants, but it is not connected to the natural jet stream system, which usually brings in like trade winds and all these other things. Why we're stuck with La Nina for the third year. Now you can.
So another thing I wanted to say too, because I don't think I heard you say this yet either, is one reason that our weather and everything is so fucked up and so out of whack. Welcome to the grand solar minimum.
Right, correct.
So, and here's one thing that I'm going to tell people is like, so you see with your pole shifts, and I'm going to bring it up because now I can, is the hurricanes we have happening.
Correct.
This has been, and this is where I get to talk for a minute because I love hurricane season. It's going to get me back into the fucking mix of it too. Fuck. So, this has literally been the quietest hurricane season that we have been involved in until now.
Yeah, it has been uber quiet this year, like eerily quiet.
We have Category 3 Hurricane K in the Pacific.
Pull up the National Hurricane Center.
I'm not going to try to screen share my phone, but I'll just do it here.
That's what I'm saying. Since you have the computer.
National, and I got a phone that's like a computer. Come on, you know what? Fuck this. National Stylus. I get to bring out the fancy shit tonight. National Hurricane Center. Cool. See, I knew I bought this phone for a reason. All right, where is Hurricane K? That's Earl. That's Danielle.
And there have been a lot of high extreme pressure domes, and as well as I'm concerned, what they were talking about, a lot of basically kind of like Pineapple Express systems with atmospheric rivers. The Pacific Northwest gets a lot of atmospheric rivers, and that would be potentially devastating to everyone in these areas. I mean, they're talking about atmospheric rivers. You know, there was an article about basically like, instead of the mega drought, let's start thinking about the mega flood in California, because they probably won't get the big one before they get the mega flood, which will be literal torrential downpours within an hour and continuing rain that you're getting extreme amounts that within 3 hours, you know, whole towns could be underwater type of deal.
Hey, all right, here we go.
As long as it fills up Lake Mead, that's fine with me.
Well, it's going to literally kill everybody in California.
Oh,
it's way bigger than just filling Lake Mead.
That's okay. California's okay.
All right, we ready? I'm not good at reading these things as Scarlett is, so just bear with me.
And we don't know when it'll stop. Will it go later this year than the normal, to where they kind of have to extend hurricane season, which they haven't wanted to. But in years previous, we've seen some of the activity increase mostly in December, which is after technical hurricane season. But yet we've seen storms that then were, you know, labeled obviously not as hurricanes, but still quite capable of doing the same things.
All right, here we go. Hurricane Kane is expected to strengthen further and bring strong winds and heavy rains to portions of the southern Baja California Peninsula beginning tomorrow morning. Summary of 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Location 19.5 north, 11.7 west, about 260 miles, 420 kilometers south-southwest of the southern tip of the Baja California. Scarlett, I told you it wasn't going to make that north-northwestern.
Well, they said tomorrow, Dwayne, is supposed to do it, not today.
Well, did you see that what the direction I just said from the last report?
It doesn't matter. The turn is supposed to happen tomorrow. That doesn't matter.
All right. Maximum sustained winds of 90 miles per hour, 150 kilometers an hour. present movement northwest or 320 degrees at 13 miles an hour.
It slowed down a little bit since the last time.
Yep. Minimum pressure is at 975 millibars.
So that went down because it was 977 last time when the hurricane hunters went through it.
Yep. At 28.80 inches. Watches and warnings change with this advisory none. Some of the watches and warning are in effect for hurricane watches in effect for Puerto Rico, Cortez to Punta Iguana. I think I said that one right. I hate trying to speak Spanish because I can't do it. A tropical storm warning.
Want me to do it, Dwayne?
I got it. I want to do it.
You sure?
I got it. If I butcher shit, just correct me. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Punta Ebrejos, southward to Cabo San Lucas, northward.
Yeah, let's go.
I know, right? Let's go to Cabo, Tim.
To Santa Rosela. A tropical storm warning is in effect for north of Santa Rosela to
Rosalia.
Rosalia.
Bahia de Los Angeles.
Bahia.
It's Bahia.
Bahia de Los Angeles. Yep. North of Punta Iguana to San Jose de
Eugenia to San Jose de Los Palmas.
All right, you said that part. A hurricane watch means that hurricane conditions are possible within the watch hour. A watch is typically issued for 48 hours before the anticipated first occurrence of the tropical storm force winds, conditions that make outside preparations difficult for dangerous. All right, I'm just going to move down to the discussion.
Yeah, go down to the discussion.
At 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, the center of Hurricane K was located near latitude 19.5 north, longitude 11.7 west. K is moving
111.7 west.
K is moving toward the northwest near 13 miles per hour. A turn toward the north-northwest is expected on Wednesday, and this motion should continue into Friday. On the forecast track, the center of K is expected to pass to the west of southern Baja California Peninsula on Wednesday and be near the west central coast of the Baja California Peninsula Thursday and Friday. Maximum sustained winds are 90 miles per hour, 150 kilometers, with higher gusts. Strengthening is forecast during the next 24 hours, and K could become a major hurricane during that time. Weakening is forecast to begin by Thursday, but K is forecast to remain a strong hurricane when it passes near the Baja California Peninsula. Hurricane force winds extend outward to 30 miles per hour from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend up to 205 miles.
Now that has changed. So earlier today, at the earlier update, maybe about the 2 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time update, it was only 175 miles from the center. So we have gained 30 more miles from the center of tropical storm force winds, which shows this thing is becoming a beast. They say that K is larger than the state of Texas.
Yep. And all right, so hazards affecting land. We're going to go ahead and smack this out the way. Key messages for Hurricane K can be found in the tropical cyclone discussion under AWIPS header MIATCDEP2 and WMO header. Yeah, I'm not going to try to read all that.
WTPZ 42 KNHC, because if you go to that website that they put on the National Hurricane Center, it actually will pull up more information for the hurricane. So that actually is an important link. I know it seems like a bunch of, mumbo jumbo, but actually it brings you to like more forecast discussions.
All right.
Wind.
That part I didn't know. Now I do. Thank you.
Yep,
Wind.
No problem.
Hurricane conditions are possible in the hurricane watch area beginning Thursday. Tropical storm conditions are expected in the tropical storm warning area beginning tomorrow morning, and our forecast is spread northward toward tomorrow night and Thursday. Tropical storm conditions are possible in the tropical storm watch area on Thursday. Storm surge. A storm surge could produce coastal flooding near where the center passes the coastal areas of onshore winds or east of the center if K makes landfall. The surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Rainfall. K is expected to produce rainfall totals of 6 to 10 inches with isolated maxima of 15 inches across the central portions of the Baja California Peninsula through Friday. Rainfall totals of 3 to 5 inches with maxima of 8 inches are possible across the southern portion of the Baja California Peninsula. Rainfall totals of 2 to 4 inches are possible across the northwestern portions of mainland Mexico. The rainfall amounts could lead to flash flooding, including landslides. Ooh, fuck. Surf. Swells generated by Kane will continue to affect portions of the coast of southwestern Mexico during the next couple of days. California large swells are expected to spread northward along the Baja California coast and into the Gulf of California during the next few days. These swells will likely cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult products from your local weather office. Next intermediate advisory is at 12 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Next complete advisory is at 3 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Scarlett, it looks like we're about to have a long fucking night ahead of us.
Well, because I believe that this storm, okay, so we're going to read the discussion for this that came out at 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Kay looks slightly better organized on satellite imagery with a broad eye-like feature surrounded by curved bands of strong convection. Upper level outflow is strong overall, but the northwestern portion of the circulation. Current intensity is bumped up slightly to 80 knots, which is a compromise between highly varied subjective and objective Dirac estimates. It should be noted that there's a greater than usual amount of uncertainty in the advisory intensity, which means they don't know, and this thing's about to blow up.
And that's
vertical
scary
wind shear.
The Weather Service doesn't know.
Vertical wind shear on K is forecast to be low, and the system is expected to remain fairly a moist mid-level air mass for the next few days. These factors should lead to further short-term strengthening. However, SSTs will be decreasing significantly in the next 24 to 36 hours, which will likely result in weakening trend commencing on Thursday. Later in the forecast period, very cool water should result in K becoming a post-tropical cyclone as it passes near the northern Baja California in around 96 hours. This is consistent with simulated satellite imagery from the global models that show little or no associated deep convection around that time. The official intensity forecast is above the guidance models, especially for the first half of the forecast period. K continues northwestward, moving at about 320 to 11 knots. There is little change to the track forecast reasoning. A ridge to the northeast of the cyclone is expected to result in a mostly northwestward motion for the next few days. This should bring the core of K very near the west central Baja California coast on Thursday and Friday. Later in the forecast period, low-level ridging is expected to cause the weakening cyclone to turn westward. The NHT track forecast is close to the previous one and also close to corrected multi-model consensus. K is a very large tropical cyclone. It is producing extensive area of high seas with swells affecting portions of the southwestern Mexico and southern Baja California Peninsula. Although K is likely to weaken before it makes its closest approach to the west central coast of the Baja, it's forecast to remain a large and dangerous hurricane through that time. In addition, high wind, surf, and rainfall impacts will extend far from the center, so users should not focus on the exact forecast track. Heavy rainfall from K could lead to flash flooding, including landslides across portions of the Baja California and mainland northwestern Mexico through Friday, which also means the bottom of California. I don't think people realize this, but that also means the bottom of California.
Yeah.
Like San Diego and Tijuana are right on the same border. Like you can cross into Mexico in San Diego. So that literally is the north of the Baja, and then inland Mexico would be like the corner of like California at the bottom there, like Joshua Tree National Monument area. Like, yeah, it's the desert. Not that many people live out there, but people still live out there.
Oh, definitely.
So people need to, recognize that when they're hearing this, they're only talking about Mexico because they don't want to alert people in California, but California is going to get slammed. If that's where they're expecting it to go all the way into mainland Mexico, it's going to hit that whole bottom of California and potentially even the bottom of Nevada and other areas. They say that although K is likely to weaken before it makes its closest approach to the west central coast, it is forecast to remain a large and dangerous hurricane during that time. In addition, high wind, surf, and rainfall impacts will extend far from the center. Heavy rainfall could lead to flash flooding, including landslides across portions of the Baja California Peninsula and mainland northwestern Mexico through Friday. Tropical storm conditions are expected over portions of the west central Baja California coast on Thursday, where a hurricane watch has been issued. Additional tropical storm watches and warnings for the northern Baja California Peninsula could be required tonight and Wednesday. So, I mean, it's wild out there.
I mean, it is. And another storm that we really have to look at, too, is Hurricane Earl, I think it is.
or the one?
Oh, there's definitely more than one, Tim. There's
No, that I'm commenting on that.
I mean, Scarlett, are you still there?
Nope.
Scarlett. Scarlito.
Is there one more topic we're talking about, or is this it?
No, didn't you say you had a topic, Tim?
Me?
Yes, you.
Did I? What was it?
I don't know, but I know you said you had something you wanted to talk about.
I don't recall.
Or unless you ready to go to bed.
Well, that's what I'm hitting at, but I will. What the hell did I bring up?
Dreams.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about. We'll talk about that one. Yeah.
The whole shit with blockchain.
No, that was AI. That's a whole different. That's going to be way too much of a turn from this.
I mean,
I'll save that.
I thought you said you wanted to talk about that.
No, not tonight. Some other time.
Scarlito.
You got that right,
Teal. Oh, she's muted. That's why.
Bonnie got that shit right.
Bonnie, the financial TLM, I think the whole world may be in a whole world of hurt, so to speak. You know what? That's the best thing I've heard all night.
Oh, we were talking about the Catholic Church when they're shifting their assets. I know we were talking.
Oh, yeah, we got to wait for Scarlett to come back. And then I have one more after that.
Yeah, but I might drop out here quick because it's going on 10 o'clock for me.
No, I get that.
I get up at 5, so I need my beauty rest for sure.
You need your beauty rest.
Oh, I heard her.
Scarlett.
Dwayne.
Hey, we can hear you.
I have a small terrace in my home that I had to mute myself.
Don't you love having small kids?
Interesting. What? Oh, you know what? I heard about that plane in the Puget Sound. There was a couple from Minnesota who was on the plane, unfortunately.
I didn't hear nothing about it.
They were 40 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Do we have
and then Bonnie said a good friend of hers and her boyfriend crashed in the Puget Sound.
So if you never found it. If you crash there, you're screwed.
Yep.
Yeah,
500 feet deep, rugged terrain.
It is rugged there. Yeah, it's there's a
interesting. It could definitely be a foreshadowing of what's to come. I mean, when they say when pets and animals act weird, and there was that large 6.9 7.0 earthquake, which I believe was even larger in China because of the way it just destroyed homes and businesses and other things there.
Could be people eating their pets too, but
that's true.
That's a joke.
Well, I'm wondering if a hurricane couldn't trigger it. If there isn't enough low pressure in the hurricane, it could just basically trigger the earthquakes. If it's a big enough hurricane, it could potentially pull out the seismic energy for a while and basically make it go around that area, almost as if, let's think about Dutch census maps. It would be like an X termination point where the energy basically leaves out of. So hurricanes can act in two functions because they're, my live experiment I did on air for 5 years was basically proved stormquakes. So the two things that can happen is you can either trigger a quake, or because the hurricane is so strong, it basically pulls the energy out and creates a termination point.
Really?
Yep. And so then when storms go over that area for a while, the earthquakes basically go around that area.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What, Pamela, what are you congratulating me on? What are you saying? What's a con lab? You saw my new crotch racket? I got rid of it. I got a dirt bike now.
Tim got a dirt bike. He became a man.
Well, maybe she doesn't know the difference between motorcycles.
Oh, I think she does, doesn't she?
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, you know what? That wouldn't surprise me, TLO, at all.
Yeah, let's hope termination point too, because if it goes the other way around, we could start seeing very, very bad news. And especially with the supply chain breaks right now, if we were to have large parts of the grid go down, we would be worse for wear because we would not be able to get the parts fast enough.
Well, I got an idea. Why don't we just outsource them to the fucking moon and build them there? Because there wouldn't be any transportation issues there, right?
Oh, of course not.
No. Or the Mars. Let the Martians do it. Idiots. You know, I knew this was going to backfire. I knew it was going to backfire dealing with China and shipping across the Pacific Ocean and all that, but I never in a million years dreamt that this would happen.
Yeah. Yeah, when businesses started leaving, like we were like, okay, it's going to be cheaper labor. Yep. We're going to end up getting cheaper products, but who would have thought that they would literally hold us under their thumb?
Oh, well, you're dealing with a communist country. I don't think we would have made that deal with Hitler.
No.
Back in the 40s. So why in God's name would you do it with the communist China?
True.
Yeah, they're still fucking assholes. One's in Germany, one's in China. What's the difference?
Really no difference.
No, there is no difference. Okay, I know TLO. Yeah. Hey, I love pets just as much as anybody else, but that's
terrible though.
Yeah.
Like
terrible.
It's awful. Well, did you hear about the Tyson pork plant that they shut down that was like exclusively exporting pork to China that they have decided no longer will be happening?
No.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I had posted an article about that, but apparently there's a Tyson pork plant that was exclusively exporting their pork to China who is no longer going to be doing that.
And why is that?
That's good.
They really didn't give details, but I'm assuming it's because our supply chain for pork might be getting pretty tight. And China is the biggest consumer of pork in the world.
Well,
they eat more pork than anyone.
There was a report years ago where there's so many people in China that they're going to eat all the fish out of the sea in like under 30 or 50 years.
Yep.
Because they
eat a lot of different types of fish and shark and puffer fish, and they even eat a variety of fish, but yet they will literally eat all the fish.
They're going to eat everything in the ocean. And
yeah, I mean, like I said, they're the number one pork consumer in the world. Like pork, a lot of their dishes are pork based.
I got to respond to Pamela. Pamela, are you saying when I played along with her those 3 songs and I played guitar with Wendy Wu, is that what you're talking about? Nobody's commented on this. I'm sorry. I need to know what.
No, it's all good.
Her opinion on this, because nobody said nothing to me about it.
It is time to stop sending our food to China.
Yeah.
I mean, we're already having supply chain issues with food. It's only going to get worse.
It has gotten worse. I mean,
people are already hungry in America. People are already struggling. Groceries are expensive.
Yeah.
It's hard to even afford food to live.
Man, that's why I only spend like $40 every 2 weeks on groceries.
Not me. I spend about 100 a week just on me.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we make it work, but honestly, I have a lot of food put up. I have like a full freezer
That's what I'm working on.
So I've been like making meals out of that. So I've been kind of pulling in my stash. I kind of cleaned out my cupboards and basically ate most of the stuff out of there to where I'm like really low on those type of pantry items. But I've been whipping up meals out of what I have in my freezer. Usually I don't do that. Usually I buy more food to fit in there, but lately I've just not been making it all. So now my freezer's full and I kind of got to eat my way out of it before I can get more food.
I love how you put it, because
that's not a bad problem, but like it's, you know, I've even noticed how expensive things are. You know, we went to the store recently and for just like, I wanted to find chicken breast, and the cheapest like packaged chicken breast was like $18. And they were like those large Franken GMO breasts that no one wants. And they wanted $17 for them. And I went to the frozen because a lot of times frozen chicken breast is cheaper than the fresh. For a 10-pound bag, which used to be like literally like $11. It is now $29 for a 10-pound bag of chicken breast.
Ridiculous.
$30.
I ain't paying that. Fuck that. I'll go hungry before I do that.
Like, but you gotta think about how much food 10 pounds of chicken makes, though, too.
It can, yeah.
You know, a 1 pound of chicken would make 4 servings for a meal, Dwayne. So when you think about it like that, that would be 40 meals worth of chicken for $30. That's actually not a bad deal. But it's just the fact that it's starting to cost so much. Like, even I wanted to get packages of like Italian dressing packets that, like seasoning packets. That was $5 for 3 packets. Ranch dressing packets are $5 for 3 packets.
So
just to get chicken and 2 packages of seasoning was $40.
It's insane.
It is.
I remember a 10-pound bag of Tyson chicken fillets at Sam's Club was $10.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like not $29, like
30. So that's what, 300%? Is that right?
About that, I would at least, yeah, because it used to be 10 and now it's 30.
3 times? Yeah.
Yep, 3 times the price.
Oh, but inflation's only 15%. You know what? They can all go to hell. I mean, that is just, oh my God. And it's chicken.
I've been waiting for you to.
What?
I've been waiting for you to say something like that all night.
What? To tell people to go to hell?
Uh-huh.
They're a bunch of liars. It's an agenda again. No, inflation's only 9%. Yeah, for 3 quarters in a row, that's 27%. But it's all understated. That's 3 times.
I do for pressure canning some meats and things and clear up some freezer space, because at this point, everybody needs to have food stored, no matter who you are.
Yeah, more. Remember we were preaching that a couple years ago to get the Patriot food supply and all that? Remember that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Those things can help so much, and especially just for like even the 48-hour ones. That it makes so much more food than what they say. Like, we once made a package of the My Patriot Supply Traveler Stew when we were out camping, Mr. Chire and I. We made 1 package. We had that Traveler Stew for almost 3 days. We're like, oh, we're just going to eat it tonight for dinner. It made so much that we ended up having to eat it for 3 days, and we ended up having to literally pour out the rest of it because we were literally tired of eating it 3 days in a row. Yeah,
I could see that.
So when they say it's like, 4 servings, blah, blah, no. It's a lot more food than that. It is a huge amount of food. When they say a soup is like 5 cups worth, really it's like 10 cups worth of soup when it's done. So it is very, very, like, it goes a long, long way, longer than you think. Speaking of soup,
a can of Progresso or Chunky, it's doubled.
Yes, it has. They're, even Campbell's, in the Midwest, we cook with a lot of cream of soup, right?
Uh-huh.
And A can of cream of mushroom is like $1.26 or something like that. $1.30 a can. That shit used to be like 75 cents, 50 cents a can.
Yeah, under a buck. Yeah.
Yeah, like chicken noodle was maybe like 75 cents, closer to $1. But the cream of chicken, cream of mushroom, those are like 50, 60 cents a can. Even recently. Now that, like I said, they're up to $1.20, 30 a can.
That shit is still
so even to make a recipe, it's going to cost you almost $5 just in soup. I mean, that's crazy.
I don't know what. I had to ask for a raise at work because I wasn't making it. And I sent a very nice email to the vice president of the company. It's like, I'm not making it.
Right.
And I'm starting to throw shit.
And if I can't make it, other people ain't making it. Like, bottom line.
Exactly. I don't know how people are feeding their families, man. I don't. I really don't know how they're doing it.
Like I said, I've been getting really creative. Like tonight's meal came all out of the freezer. I had found some stew meat that actually I got like 2 years ago when my dad died. So like, yeah. Then got that. Well, really like a year, a little over a year, because he died in 2020, but he died in December. So then it was 2021 right away. You know what I mean?
Almost 2
so
years.
Really, it's like a year, but still. Pulled that out, had that. It was a little freezer burn, but I put it in the pressure cooker, added some seasonings. I had a bag of mixed vegetables, used that. I had a bag of like potatoes, onion, carrot, and celery that I had gotten from, there's this place called Ruby's Pantry, and they're put all across the country. They're not in everybody's area, but they are in a lot of areas. So check your local area to see if you have one. And there's no income limits. They don't check anything. It's $25 per share. And they work with like food service and other places to get rid of their excess. And they, like I said, so it was like red potatoes, carrots, onion, and celery in a bag. So I put that in there. And then puts a little bit of gravy packet and boom, bam, bop, and put it in the pressure cooker. And literally, it was stuff I already had around the house. People are just going to have to get, this is why our grandparents and our parents, however weird we thought they were for eating goulash or this or that, these recipes were created out of necessity. Because how can you feed your family? Well, if I put, make a soup and add this, that, and the other, well, now we got a good meal, don't we?
You know how I make food go further? I buy a bunch of freaking soft taco shells.
Yep.
And eat like 3 or 4 tacos. So that's how I'm doing it.
Yep. Well, Mr. Tire's favorite thing is like cheese roll-ups. He'll take a tortilla, add some cheese, heat it up, and then, eat that in between meals. If he wants something else because he's hungry. So same type of idea. This is why our grandparents added rice to a lot of meals, why you ate white bread with butter on it.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Right.
Biscuits. These things were fillers at the table so that even if you didn't have a bunch of the main meal, you could fill up off bread, rice, potatoes.
Right.
The things that are starchy that'll actually fill you up, give you some energy. But we got to start thinking back to those like Depression era recipes because we're going to need them. Yeah. One thing I've noticed to be true, they say when economic times are harder and when people are more financially stressed, they start eating more sweets. This is why pies, cakes, and cookies became really popular during the Depression, especially things like chess pie and things, water pie that people make. Because they were simple, easy, and didn't take very many ingredients.
And people got fat.
And people got fed, and you like fat. A little sweets because fat because you like sweets because it comforts you.
Right, exactly. Definitely.
Everybody knows how nice a warm cookie is out of the oven. Especially if your life is in shambles. It helps you get through. Sweets and those things sharing around the table, with family helped you get through. And so that's why these type of things are becoming popular again.
Well, it's like when I go to the store, I always get like those ready pouches of rice.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, man. If I'm hungry and I've already eaten, like, say, like, I don't know, I will say I went something like and bought something from the market see we have here, and I'm just like hungry because like I'm bored or I'm depressed or I'm going through something. I'll grab a bag of that rice, dude, and I'll just start chomping on some rice because that rice really does fill you up.
It does, though.
And what people don't understand too is like even if you're trying to work out and shit and you don't have the necessary things, certain rices, man, if you can just stick it through and just go like, look, I know this is gonna sound like I know it's gonna be hard to sit here and eat this, but I need to unless I'm gonna fucking starve.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like me and my mom,
especially for working out, you can buy a can of shredded chicken breast or chunk chicken breast and some rice and get you like a can of mixed vegetables, and that is a balanced meal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've done that since I've been here. Because people, you know what? Here's my thing, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm not trying to sound like a cocky ass or anything. For people who want to sit there and take advantage of home cooked meals and everything, people here at Cedar Point, we unfortunately don't get that shit. I'm just gonna be honest.
Honestly, they need to just open a cafeteria for you guys where they serve you guys meals.
Well, I mean, we have the employee cafeteria all the way in the park where we have to go and buy it. And
yeah, but that's buying it. They should have like a place where you guys could go at least one meal a day, like lunch or something, if everybody's, if you're working that day or whatever. And let people go get plates of stuff, they have one meal that you're making for the day. I mean, they have you paying rent. It's not like they couldn't have you pay like $5 more per person and include meals.
And people go like, and I'm just getting sick and tired of hearing some of these folks, or even these kids. Like this one kid at the park the other day, man, was just bitching, moaning, and complaining. And sitting there, he was being really rude and really mean to his mom about what about what they were getting for dinner, which was Miss Keach, which is one of the restaurants we have here. And, I was off and I told him, I'm going like, look, dude, this is what us employees eat on a regular basis. Be lucky you get to go home and have a home cooked meal, because some of us spend if we don't go to an employee break area, which I'm not going to lie, the employee break area food is shit, depending on where you go. And you actually get to go have a nice meal and and sit down with family. And I said, some of us don't have family and we're out here at this job trying to fight and make a living when the world's falling apart. And I was talking to I don't know, he was like 13 or 14 years old. And his mom looked at me and was going like, it's about time someone spoke to my son because I was getting ready to knock him the fuck out.
Hmm.
And I told him, I'm going like, look, man, we're not necessarily in the best part of.
What does this have to do with food?
This is where I'm going.
I'm rolling with it, but I just want to know how we get to the crux. Okay, I'm listening.
And I told him it's not like how we used to be able to sit down and have what we wanted for dinner. It's getting to the point where your parents have to pick and choose and watch what they're getting, because not everything is available like it used to be.
Well, or affordable, not even as available, because that's true too, but even affordable. I can't tell you the amount of people who have recently stated that they no longer can afford beef.
Nope. I can't.
Yep.
I eat hamburger. That's it for beef.
Yep.
I can't.
A lot of people can't, I
Beef
like to store.
Walmart.
I store a lot of beef, so I tend to have steaks and things. But that's only because every once in a while, like maybe every 6 months, I buy a couple steaks and put them up.
Nice.
And then I save that. But other than that, like to actually put something like that in your weekly food budget, unattainable for most people.
I made a steak on a grill every day when I was raising my family.
Yeah.
It ain't happening.
A pound of beef now is like
$1 million.
$6.99. It's like for a pound of just ground beef.
No, at Walmart for fucking ground beef, it was like $9.
Well, and not only that, steaks. Try to get a steak now. You know, even a ribeye steak, they want $14 to $18 a pound.
No, ain't happening.
At those prices, you're better off getting when I had got that fancy $100 a pound steak. At that point, you might as well just save up your money and get the fancy shit because fuck that.
At that point, you're better off going to the fucking.
You're spending like $40 on a steak anyway. Shit, you might as well, like I said, save up and get a good one. Fuck it.
That's right.
But that's just crazy that regular everyday steak is almost getting to the price point of fancy steak. Like, that's insane. It shouldn't even get to that point. And people are surrendering their beef cattle every other day. People can't afford to even keep their cattle alive anymore.
It's not good.
And if that's the case, it's only going to get worse for the rest of us.
Well, I would like to share a food prepping story that goes back 10 years ago. People want to hear it.
Most definitely.
Absolutely. Hold on. Let me go through the comments really quick.
Sure.
Before we go there, Bonnie brought up a good point. Her dad, during the Depression, ate lard sandwiches. A lot of people had to do stuff like that.
Lard?
Lard would have been a pure form of fat and a way to get fat into kids. Cornbread, Sprite pie, Pam mentioned, which is you can make a pie out of Sprite, y'all, that actually sets. You pour it in a crust and then you pour the Sprite in and a little bit of sugar and it sets up like a custard pie when you bake it.
Pam, I was actually thinking about doing that.
Or even mock apple pie. That was always a good one. If you guys have never had mock apple pie, it's absolutely delicious. Literally tastes like an apple pie, but it's made out of Ritz crackers. And that recipe used to be on the box of Ritz crackers for many, many, many years.
Wow.
Right. Hold on. I'm addressing Pam for a quick second.
Yeah, see, look, Pam says, I remember seeing that recipe on a box when I was a kid. Yep. Mock apple pie on Ritz, because that was what Ritz were known for, especially because they were created like out of the Depression, like Nabisco and all these companies created crackers and cookies, and crackers were a big part of people's diets because it was a way to get bread in a small package that was storable, didn't go bad like regular bread you're baking at home. So it was highly sought after. Bonnie says she eats a lot of tuna and egg salad to save money, but she does use ground beef and extend it by using rice, eggs, etc., which a lot of us are having to do. Like I said, mashed potatoes, making it stretch in soups. I've been making meals with less hamburger in them just so that I can make things stretch further. It's a big deal, So now let's hear your story, Tim, for food prep. Because this goes right into it.
Let's let Dwayne go, and then I got something to ask, and then I'll get into my story.
Okay.
So Pam, that's actually something that we've been thinking about doing. It's just trying to find the means and everything to do it, or even find like a place that has like a public grill out in the park or something that we can cook on top of. But trust me, it's a couple of probably say like 30 or 40 of us that's in my department just alone, even like the minors that are in our department. It's something we're thinking of because we can just go out and have a day where we can just do like an activity and eat. And we're all talking about maybe putting 100 to 120 a piece to go and get stuff. That way we can just sit down as a family, because all of us said, look, we have no fucking family, so why not do something that makes us feel like home?
Nice.
Now I want to sit here and fucking cry.
Oh.
Well, don't do that.
It sucks, family is what you make it doing.
Yeah. They
don't always have to be blood related.
Correct. Amen to
I
that.
need to step away for a second.
Oh, no worries, Dwayne. You're good.
All right. So my prepper story. I got into prepping probably around 2012, 2011, 2012. But I got a question right off the bat about talking about all this creative food. What the fuck is Spam made out of?
Spam is a mechanized ham, but it is ham. But it's basically just like ground up ham that's made into a loaf.
So it's kind of like hamburger, kind of.
Kind of. It's like a formed loaf.
Yeah. So it's like
kind of like meatloaf, yeah, in a way.
Okay. All right.
Where they added a few ingredients to kind of bind it together.
Yeah.
And then you know, they called it like a specialized. Spam stands for something. It's an acronym.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Huh. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yep. Spam is an acronym. If you didn't know, I come from the state of Spam.
Is that right?
Yes, Minnesota is the home of Spam. Here in Austin, Minnesota, with the great Hormel, there is a Spam museum.
No.
Special processed American meat.
That's a good word for it. That's
no, that's what it stands for.
I know that's what I'm saying. That's a good acronym because
yeah, it's shoulder. It used to be people thought like that it was standing for shoulder of pork and ham, but it is a pork, water, salt, potato starch, and sugar and nitrates mixed together. That's basically what happened.
Okay.
Spam is still good as fuck.
I love Spam.
Oh yeah, no, it just popped up.
Spam is great, but that's exactly what it is, though. So basically, you know, they needed a way to feed the troops. You know, like they said, the town of Austin. They have a street called Spam Boulevard. A restaurant dubbed Johnny's Spamorama. But yeah, it's called Spam Town, USA.
Oh my god.
And Hormel made a slaughterhouse in 1891 after working in Chicago slaughterhouses. George A. Hormel and Company became officially incorporated in 1901, processing whole hogs, beef, and sausage casings from its facilities in Austin, Minnesota. In 1921, George's son, J. Hormel, took over as president, but the product that would affect Hormel's bottom line wouldn't be invented till 8 years later. Hormel's predecessor to Spam was a canned pork lunching meat. Deli case shoppers would order slices of the canned lunch meat shaved off by butchers from their 6-pound forms. J. Hormel set out to design a product appropriate for home use by the consumer, which would be trademarked by the Hormel Company and available in smaller, family-friendly sizes. I didn't know that.
Interesting.
According to Spam brand manager, there's no one Hormel team member credited to inventing the final ingredient bread, but food historians identify Julius Zilliget as one of Hormel's employee who experimented with the original 12-ounce can size. Zilliget and his colleagues eventually discovered that canning the pork in a vacuum prevented the meat from sweating inside the can, a process that took a good many years, Hormel later told The New Yorker. That recipe using pork shoulder, once considered an undesirable byproduct of hog butchery, salt, sugar, water, and sodium nitrate for coloring, remained unchanged until 2009 when Hormel began adding potato starch to sop up the infamous gelatin layer that naturally forms when the meat is cooked. The recipe change was purely an aesthetic choice. However, it looks a lot better now when you open the can. The rest, Hormel insists, has remained the same.
Wow.
Yeah. They said Hormel himself claimed the product was named for a combination of the words spice and ham, despite the fact that neither ingredient appears in Spam. The confusion has led to some to speculate that Spam is an acronym of shoulder of pork and ham, but the company line gives Kenneth Dagenau, brother of Hormel VP, credit for naming the product. As a Hormel tells that he launched the naming contest for his new product during a New Year's Eve party. When Dagenau spit out Spam as if it were nothing at all, I knew then and there that the name was perfect.
See, and I thought it came from Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
So, because I guess, you know, they sent it to all the GIs and it could be kept in the tropical heat and it didn't go bad.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and then they started, you know, in Britain, they started making deep fried Spam fritters. And everywhere. Spam musubi is now created in Hawaii and Japan and is well renowned and loved. So yeah, now spam is used in many countries.
All right, because I wanted to bring that up because I started doing prepping like 2011, just by instinct, and then by the whole 2012 Mayan fiasco.
Right.
And one thing I've learned, I got kind of a short story here, but one thing I've learned, I'm going to start with this, is any good prepper, and I've done my homework on this, will tell you to buy a 50-pound bag of rice in cans of beans. Because that will suffice and keep you alive. I mean, the rice will keep you alive alone, but the beans for protein, any good prepper will tell you just buy a shitload of canned beans and rice. So,
but you got to be careful about that, because what people don't know about beans is that, okay, yes, you can soak them overnight and it pulls some of the anthocyanins out, but you have to be really careful because beans that are not pressure cooked carry anthocyanins. Those anthocyanins actually leach nutrients from your body. So if you were to actually eat that long term, you would probably die.
Is that like ricin?
No, it's called anthocyanins. It's basically, like I said, just removes nutrients from the body. It creates the body to leach nutrients instead of adding.
Well, there you go. You just taught me something.
Yep. So you'd have to be careful. Now, if you had a little pressure cooker for those beans, or had a way to pressure cook those beans first, why canned beans, if you have the option of getting canned beans, is the best way, because all canned beans on the market currently are pressure cooked.
See, that's what I bought. I bought
like dry, like kidney beans, pinto beans, all of those have been pressure cooked.
Okay.
Black beans.
Yep. Okay. Well, this is amazing we're talking about this shit, because I also bought storable foods off of InfoWars, and it goes way back to a brand called E something. Now I forgot it. eFoods Direct or something like that.
Was it eFoods Direct? Because I know that when I purchased, like in 2012, 13, it was my Patriot Supply then. They just called it InfoWars Life.
I think it turned into Patriot Supply. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
But eFoods Direct and turned into Patriot Supply.
You might be right.
Yeah, I think it is. But I was going through my storable food because I can't believe this is really a potential reality right around the corner where I'm going to actually have to start eating this crap. And I say that sarcastically, it's not crap. But when I was starting to do this, and I went through it actually over the weekend, it is from 2012. It's already 10 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm going through this stuff, and I'm like, I cannot tell you. Here's one of my stories.
Yeah, I only got about 10 years left on mine too.
I know it's got a 20-year life on it. So I mean, and I had enough to feed my family, and then the kids moved out, and then I had it for the wife and I. At the time. My whole basement, half of my basement was full of canned food and storable foods. And you would not believe the comments that I got, of course, behind my back is, oh, Tim's crazy and this and that and everything else. I just had a friend tell me the other day. He goes, I remember like 10 years ago when you started talking about Alex Jones and all this stuff, and I thought you were nuts. Now the guy is sending me 3 or 4 stories off of YouTube and all these other sources. And I'm like, yeah. So he woke up too. But this is why I'm saying this. If you start talking to people about this, they're going to think you're crazy. They're still going to think you're crazy. And the scary part of that is that you're the only one that's going to be able to feed yourself if you decide to have an emergency supply of food. And I'm sure if you do that, you're not going to be an asshole and not feed your family and your friends and your neighbors to a point without starving yourself. But I can't really stress. I have been involved in this stuff for at least 10 years. And if you don't have some type of emergency backup supply food, you better get some.
Yep. Anything is better than nothing. You can even go to the Dollar Tree and get canned foods. You could spend $10.
Yep.
$20. I think the other day, Dwayne and I figured out that you could get 15 items from the Dollar Tree for $20.
I have from eFoods.
Now that it's $1.25, basically.
Okay. I think everybody should buy one can of something. What's the big deal? Buy one extra can of soup.
That's what I mean. But even if you spent $20 at the Dollar Tree, and because they have like bags of rice, they have cans of beans, they have cans of soup, canned chicken. You might find the Spam singles at a Dollar Tree. For $20, you've got something. Correct. And you can make that go quite a long ways. Yeah. People have been dehydrating eggs as of recently. You take scrambled eggs and you dehydrate them.
Huh.
Then you put them in a jar and you can rehydrate them like space eggs, kind of. If you get Mylar pouches and they sell heat sealers, like it cost me $60 to get a heat sealer and Mylar bags. And then you buy oxygen absorbers, and let's say you go buy some rice, you buy beans, you dehydrate these scrambled eggs. You could in one day package up a whole bunch of stuff with rice, beans, and dehydrated eggs that will now last for 20 years because you've put them in Mylar and you put the oxygen absorber in there, and now you're good to go.
Nice. See, I didn't even know that.
They even sell hand sealers that cost like $5, and you can get the Mylar bags and oxygen absorbers. You don't have to get the fancy heat sealers. They just have you can even use ladies who have hair straighteners. You can use a hair straightener. It does the same thing.
Really?
Yep, because it goes up to 450 degrees, a hair straightener.
Huh.
And that's usually what those heat sealers are at, maybe a little less, but you could, play with it and see what seals. At what temperature that you just slide that hair straightener across the top.
Interesting.
And most people have an extra hair straightener or two.
Not me.
Well, not you, but most women. I'm sure even if you asked a lady friend of yours, do you have an extra hair straightener? They'd be like, oh, yeah, I got one.
Huh. I
Guaranteed. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, I got one.
Why are you asking me that? I go, never mind.
Right. Well, if you told them I'm using it to seal, Mylar packages, they'd be like, oh, that's a good idea. Reseal bags, all types of stuff you could reseal with that.
So I don't know what kind of containers you got your Patriot Supply in, but when I was buying it from eFoods Direct, some of the product came in like coffee cans. What?
Bonnie just said they're talking about taking Mylar bags off the market.
Why would they do that?
So that we can't store our own foods.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Oh man.
I know. But Mylar works really well to be able to store like even herbs. A lot of places that sell bulk herbs sell them in Mylar. Like, I'm just not quite understanding here. What are they trying to replace it with? Like, the only other thing you have is single-use kind of like plastic type bags. So make it make sense. Hello, the Lamb is the Light. Welcome, welcome.
So when I bought my storable foods, I don't know what yours came in. Some came in packages and some came in like coffee can, that sealed coffee can.
Oh, none of mine came in that, but I didn't get the big one. But all of mine came in like the reseal, like this Mylar kind of sealable bag things.
Yeah. So I had a shitload of those, and I had the plastic tote bins, and I would fill them with that. When I moved from Illinois to Colorado the first time, I didn't know where to put this crap. And I gave a lot of it away, but I didn't want to give it all away because it was expensive. So
right.
I'm like, I'm going to be nice, but I'm not going to be stupid. So I asked my parents if I could store it in their basement. And they go like, well, what's that? I go, it's storable emergency food. Oh, yeah, okay, whatever. You know what my dad said to me a couple months ago? He started bitching when eggs went from like $1 a dozen to $2.50.
Yeah.
And he refused to buy them.
Right.
He's like, what? The chickens go on strike or ask for a raise? And he's like, what the fuck is going on? And you know what he said? What he said to me? He goes, I might have to start eating that food down there in the basement you have. Kind of sarcastically. But see, now, ding, ding, ding. Now
it clicked.
Yes.
Now it made sense to him why you would put stuff up. It's not necessarily for like just the end of the world. It also should be used for hard times.
Correct.
Let's say, you're not getting paid, or let's say inflation gets really serious. You add 1 or 2 of those meals to your repertoire a week, you're going to save a lot of money to be able to put up other things. If you're not buying food, you can buy food to put up,
Yep.
People are just going to have to make those sorts of decisions at this point, is, putting up water, putting up food, making things easier for you. Lamb is the Light said they bought wheat berries and they're sealed for long-term storage, and they're square so they stack easier too. Wheat berries are nice. Wheat berries you can grow into wheatgrass, which you could just even put in your lawn as a cover crop. You can cut it as wheatgrass. You can let it grow longer into like full wheat, or you can grind the wheat berries as they are for flour, as they exist in this state.
Interesting.
So wheat berries are actually quite versatile for that.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, well, it's what wheat is grown from. Wheat berries are what grow wheat. So like I said, if you plant it, wheat berries, you plant it, it grows into wheatgrass, like the health drink that everybody drinks, the green wheatgrass.
Uh-huh.
You let wheatgrass grow farther and taller, it will grow into actual wheat stalks.
Oh, shit. I didn't know.
Yeah, which you would actually then harvest and grind down into your wheat flour.
Cool.
I got a question. Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Can I say something that's off topic? Because I've been sitting here thinking for the past 20 fucking minutes. I just need to get this out of my fucking head.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlett.
Yes.
I'm going to go completely off topic, but this is coming out of my head. I'm just not thinking. I'm just doing it.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go on a soapbox. It's nothing about what we're talking about. It just, from what you said, Scarlett, earlier, it hit me. Blood is not what makes you family. Family is what you make of it.
Word.
I am so tired. I'm so done. I'm so hurt by the people that say their family always fucking hurt you.
Amen to that. Yeah.
I feel that, Dwayne.
Uh-huh.
It feels like every time I turn around, somebody I'm close with, and I'm not calling anybody out specifically, I'm just, you know what? It's not even 20 minutes. It's been fucking months, years that calls you family. But they ain't.
Oh no.
Yeah, he locked up.
I know. Are they going to interrupt Dwayne during his little rant?
Oh, here he is. He's back.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, how dare them?
Oh.
They don't say nothing to you. They better fucking not, because I'm going to get pissed. It's not my hand. It's my cell phone. Because I'm trying to throw it. They got a brand new part of their family. They haven't even seen him almost. They haven't even said nothing to him. And I guess I am caring because you motherfuckers know exactly who the fuck you are. I'm done reaching my fucking hand out to people and trying to be there and trying to be family when the only thing I get every goddamn fucking time is a stab to the fucking back.
That's true. On that note, Dwayne, you can continue in 1 second though, but on that note, people need to start thinking about who, like people like Dwayne is talking about. People need to think about who those people are in their lives. And it might be time before things actually get bad to start cutting contact with these people. Because do you want these people in your corner when things get bad? If all they ever do is mooch on you, whenever they get the chance, they shit on you. They're not supportive of you. They're not there for you. Why? Because they hold the title of family member? People really need to think about this, because do you want to share with these people? Do you want these people, do you want to have to work with these people when times are hard? This is questions people need to ask themselves at this time. And maybe that's why you're coming to this conclusion at this point, Dwayne, because it is time to cut ties with people who no longer serve you. And that doesn't mean everybody has to bend to your will. It just means that they have to be cooperative and amenable, just saying.
And have your back.
Yeah, and be there for you. Everybody has their struggles, right?
Yep.
And everybody gets into disagreements at times. But if the majority of you is always fighting against them, not supporting you, that's not supportive.
Yep. That's a hard lesson to learn.
It's like, here's my thing, too. It is. And TLO, I know that's what you said. And I think it's part of the conversation last night that we've had as well. And I think it's all the conversations I've had with Tim.
I do think it's just clicking with you now. Yeah. And it's hard when you're young. You want to believe that your family is there for you. Hell, it took me for my dad dying to realize that I could finally say, you know what? I'm done. I no longer want to subscribe to this drama. You may be my family or not, but I do not have to tolerate it.
We talked about this today, Dwayne. Just you can participate.
Right, and it's like the thing is, and it's so sad, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to try not to fucking cry. I can only count. I can't even count to 5 on my hand of the true amount of people that have been there day in and day out.
But like Bonnie said, they used to say in the olden days, if you can count them on one hand, you're a lucky person.
Very lucky.
So think about it like that.
Yep.
You may only have people enough for one hand, but that means you're a lucky man.
Yes, you are.
I don't even have 6 people if I was to fucking die to carry my casket.
That's fine, because that means you're a lucky man.
That's all you need.
Even if you had 3 or 1, 1 is better than none.
The only thing I try to do every day is
I know. They're really hitting him hard tonight.
Not be the person that I used to be. It's when I get emotional too is when they fucking start hitting me, because I bet you someone's fucking watching. I don't care. Oh, there's 5 people on fucking YouTube. Is this. I'm trying to be the best father that I can be. I'm trying to be the best person that I can be. But it's so hard when people continue to bring you down, shove your past in your face.
But guess what? They don't get to decide what type of person you are. And the older you get, the more that will become apparent. I know that's really hard right now because your perception of people is your acceptance in the adult world. But as you get older, it doesn't matter what they think of you.
That's right.
Like
it'll get easier as you get older. It's hard right now because what they say goes to heart. And you really want to be a better person. So you listen to what other people think and how they perceive you because you're trying to be a better human being, right? Yep. But remember that not everybody's perspective of you is a true gauge of who you are.
And it's gotten to the point where I've realized I don't need I don't need fucking nobody.
No. Like, I don't say you can do bad all by myself for a reason. There is a reason why I say that, because it's true.
If there's only, you know what? There's only one person I truly need in my life, and that's my son, because I can't live without him. That's my baby. That's my flesh and blood. So yeah, that's going to be different. And I'm not saying this to hurt anybody. Like, I don't need Scarlett. I don't need Tim. I don't need TLO. I don't need Brittany or Shannon or anybody. I don't need anybody. But the people that have stepped up and have been there when I've been at my lowest lately are the people I have in my corner. TLO, Scarlett, Tim.
Sometimes that's what it takes. It's not even the people that are closest to you who support you the most. Sometimes it's people who are just around you are your biggest fans. And that's something that's wrong with our society lately, though, is people are way too judgmental, way too quick to judge, way too quick to say if somebody's doing something good or bad or this or that. And guess what? Nobody gets to live anybody else's life. So the fact that anybody judges what people should or should not be doing, we all like to do it as humans because we like to figure out motives behind people. But when it really comes down to it, it's no one's business.
Right. That's true.
Well, you know, right. And Tim said something to me last week, is that people will constantly stab you in the back. But it's not our job to remove the knives out of our back.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting there, and I'm going to shut my camera off because fucking internet keeps acting. See if that fixes my internet issue.
It might help.
Is, Tim, what are you doing?
I ain't doing shit. No.
Tim, you're static.
I'm sitting here listening.
Oh, you are static. Weird.
Fix your mic cord or something, bud. Okay, there's no static now. Because he muted himself. But it's like this. I don't have to get to know Jesus. Lamb is light because I know him.
But she's right, though. They can't dictate what kind of man you are or tell you what type of man your actions are, which a lot of people have been doing lately to you and trying to tell you the way you live in your life is not appropriate and this and that. And it's no one else's business.
Well,
and as long as you're doing right, can't nobody take you down is what the Lamb of the Light is saying. And they're right. They're right.
And it's just like Tim said. Tim, if you want to try to unmute real quick, because Tim, I don't know if Tim thinks sometimes that I don't pay attention, that I do. And geez, okay, you're good. The one thing is that Tim said in one of his shows, it was like last year that he said it. He said that no matter how many times people have hurt me, or people have put trash on my name, or have called me a narcissist or a liar or anything, I keep moving forward, not for them, but for me.
Yep.
Hold on 1 second.
I did. Okay. No, I'm sure I didn't.
Whoa, holy static.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's uber bad.
I didn't do anything. It's weird.
Ultra bad.
Okay,
it's weird.
Okay.
Oh, okay, static's still there. What in the hell? Damn, fix your mic cord.
I've tried everything.
They're probably trying to put the electrical interference on him.
Well, and it's
you
like,
so that it irritates you, and then I already know.
Oh shit, Scarlett's not even there. Scarlett, where'd you go?
They're attacking.
Hello? Could be solar interference. Everyone's saying, yeah, it's bad. Scarlett just disappeared too, which is what I don't like. Have I logged in on this phone yet? No. Scarlett, are you there? But, oh, well, fuck. But to TLO, oh shit, Tim's just, oh fuck, Tim said device is not connected no more. My internet's going out. Whoa. Okay, I don't like this. It's just me. Here, let me shut the camera back off. Because my camera is sometimes what causes my internet issues, especially late at night. But no, what I was saying, if people are still listening, is this: I have come to the realization that I'm on my own. Truly. And you know what? It's completely and 100% realistic, and it's okay to be on your own. It's okay to have to walk certain parts of life alone.
It is. And sometimes it's
Does that
necessary to walk in certain seasons of life alone.
exactly, and TLO told me last night, is you got to stop trusting people who you thought you could trust, because this is just me being vulnerable, and I don't know why, but I know God's doing this for a fucking reason. It's normally this is when this happens, when I'm going through shit. Is if one thing people don't know about me, and or haven't realized, is I have a big heart. Is I love people, and I seem to have the mistake of trusting everybody. Scarlett, you're muted again. Just give you a heads up on. I don't think that's it, Pam, because my phone wouldn't even be working right now.
But I didn't see any CMEs coming in necessarily, but we do have some interesting activity, but no like KP activity. It could be geomagnetic storm though.
Right, and you know what, and Pam, since you just said, not Pam, but Bonnie, since you just said that, there's a lyric to a song that I love that my mom got me hooked on. It says it's easy to sing when there's nothing to bring me down. But what will I say? You can you hear me, Scarlett?
I can hear you, but maybe they couldn't for a minute.
It says, it's easy to sing when there's nothing to bring me down. We
lost him, huh?
Yeah, his equipment started acting up.
Okay.
It says it's easy to sing when there's nothing to bring me down. But what will I say when I'm held to the flame, like I am right now? And then the chorus says, I know you're able, and I know you can save through the fire with your mighty hand. But even if you don't, my hope is you alone.
Yep. It's the truth. Like the Lamb and the Light says, people will let you down. We will let others down. Love people, but try not to count on them for your worth. We will be okay if we put our complete trust into the Lord.
And that's what I'm learning. And and I'm finally going to reveal why I'm not on air as much. It's because sometimes when I'm on air, I go through one of the biggest spiritual battles, spiritual warfare, because I open myself up to a lot of things. Because Scarlett knows I get pretty emotional when I'm on air.
Right.
Especially when it comes to certain topics. But what you guys don't know, since I've had my camera off and I've been able to pay attention and able to listen, I know you did, Tim. I saw. Is I always have worship music on when I'm on air now. And part of the reason that I've been gone like I have is I've been in worship music. I've been in Bible. I've been in. I've been doing more studies, just to keep my mental health sane. Because Scarlett's right. When you do this for so long, and you do this,
and I warned you
day.
about that. I did, because it does take special people to be able to do and report on terrible, terrible news day in, day out, and still have some form of optimism for life in the world around them.
And when we did this every day, I think we did this every day for a straight year.
Yeah.
And I even told Scarlett there were days that I was completely thinking about shutting down my show.
And that's why I told him you had to back up and back off, because you can't do everything at once. You can't jump into it like we were. And we're going to start trying to slowly get back into the groove of things. That's why we were doing a show tonight, to kind of test those waters, to kind of get ourselves ready to get back into that groove, because with things ramping up so dramatically at this point, we have to come back on air. I mean, even Dutch Sense has decided to come back on the air and do videos again. So it's time. There's something in the atmosphere, universe, whatever you want to call it, that is driving us and telling us we have to come back, and it's time to come back, and we need to do it because it literally lives could depend on hearing this information.
Right, and the only reason I backed out tonight for a little bit is because of the family piece. I'm going through a lot of family issues.
Tim said this show sucks. You suck.
He said at the beginning too. We kept going in and out, but anyways, like the only reason I backed out tonight is because I'm going through a lot of family stuff, and when Pam brought up the potluck, it's something my family used to do in hard times. We'd all get together and do a potluck together. But I'm like 2 hours away from my family. Like a lot of people don't know is I've had
No, you're cutting out.
do a 72-hour hold. I've had it for a while. I moved to hitting people where it hurts because I've seen started talking about this, watching that more people come in YouTube, but that's fine. If it's my family, I'm not necessarily targeting you guys. I'm just letting shit out. So if you think I'm targeting you and you're in here, if I'm just gonna say it, if the shoe fucking fits, wear it. Because this point in life, I'm at the point where I'm no longer gonna think about it. I'm just gonna do it. And if I feel like you're fucking me over, or I feel like you're unhealthy for my life, you're gone. There's no
and
question.
That's a very adult, mature thing to be at this point, because you got to remember there are some adults, Dwayne, who do not come to this conclusion.
No, and to let all of y'all know, I'm only 24 years old.
Mm-hmm. Like that's what I mean. So it's like you are still a baby. And the point is that, like I just said, there are some adults who never come to that point. So the fact that you're coming to this realization so young in life is at an advantage to you. Because you get to live life with a lot more bullshit than a lot of other adults have put up with. And it's time. If people aren't serving, their best capacity with you while you're living your best life, it's time for them to go. Like they said, like Lamb as the Light said, there's an increase in the enemy's attacks on believers. It's been extremely severe. And so you're not the only one. A lot of us who believe in the Lord and who have been preaching these things for many years are becoming under spiritual attacks that are becoming next level. Speaking of spiritual attacks, I don't even know. I'll put it like this. One of my friends who has been a close friend, she's come on the show, in chat before and things like that. In the last week, her husband passed away. And to some degree, her and I believe that this is potentially a spiritual attack. There was a spiritual attack earlier in the summer, of which there was a lot of demonic entities and things that happened that most people wouldn't even believe. But basically, long story short, the demonic entity said, we want his soul. And here we are a few months later, and the man is dead. So it's something to think about, because as the veil becomes thinner and thinner, that means that these entities who have very strong powers are going to be coming through, and coming through to the point where they can affect people's lives. Not only just in small scale spiritual attacks, but potentially large scale. Like I said, we can't necessarily prove it. Will we ever be able to prove it? I don't know. But knowing that he had that encounter a few months earlier, and now this man sits dead, it does make you wonder what happened.
Right, and it does. And and there's one thing, and I'm pulling out my Bible now, I guess, because I'm sitting here on my phone. Something's going on with cellular data right now because I'm losing my data. Hey, Scar.
See? Yeah.
I think those you might want to look again on those CMEs, Chica.
Because
I just went from 5G to no G.
Let's see what we got.
Oh yeah, it's when I turn my mobile data
Lots
on.
of sunspots on the disc for sure, and some really big coronal holes.
Do you know what, Tim? You're not wrong. And there's
Right
one
now,
thing
it looks like we're going into a dip of solar ray flux, and we don't know what these dips are that have been happening. So it could be related.
Why isn't Tim wearing a wrench? Why isn't Tim? Why isn't Timmy a mod? Oh, Tim's not a moderator?
Oh, well, somebody add him as one.
I'm going to once I can get into YouTube. Trying to fix my phone, which I did. I said to restart it. In right now, I think the book of Ecclesiastes, Ecclesiastes chapter 3 is especially coming true, where it says there's a time for everything. But I guess this is where I'm also to let people know is they're not alone.
I think people know that at this point,
the Bible says we're never alone. The Bible says at any point in time where, it's God has said at any time that man will fail us, he will not.
Yeah. I mean, I think so many people are under spiritual attack right now for many different ways or reasons. And like Bonnie said, a lot of times these, feelings of anxiety, sensitivity, self-doubt, that could be spiritual attack. You feel that it's your emotions and your mental health acting up, but it actually literally could be spiritual attack.
You know what? I'm going to read this because this makes sense.
And that is true, too, coming into the high holy days and the end of September, where very often spiritual and economic attacks occur, as well as we're getting out of a 7-year Shemitah cycle, of which at the end of Shemitah cycles, usually we have big, devastating effects for the economy or, the world at large. So we are getting into that golden time, as well as quite a few years, about 7 years removed from when 2015, that we had the constellation Virgo move through, and basically birth of the Virgin out of the constellation, which some people believed could be the beginning of the 7-year tribulation period. So we're in a very, very sensitive time, besides the pole shift heading up, all these things that could be accumulating to basically a big spiritual showdown.
Right. And I want to say this, Scarlett, because that's exactly where I was going to go with this. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood.
Mm-hmm.
But against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces in the heavenly realms. But here's the greatest instruction we got. What the hell? I'll read that here in a minute. Therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after everything you have done to stand firm then with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith, which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and pray in the Spirit on all occasions, with all kinds of prayer requests. With this in mind, be alert and keep praying for all the Lord's people. And here's the thing, and Scarlett, it's been a long time since I've hold on a second. responding to a message. And Scarlett, it's been a while since I've gotten spiritual on air.
It has been a while.
And I want to tell people this. I'm going to turn my camera on, at least try to, and not get zapped tonight. I want to tell people this. Nope, my camera's going to act up. Hold on, going back off. As soon as Tim leaves, I start having issues. Thanks, Tim. There's one thing that people need to know, and everybody asks me, why do I keep pushing? Why do I keep going? Why do I keep doing what I do? Why? Scarlett, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. One, my best friend of mine, every time I call him, he goes like, have you prayed? No, but I'm about to. Let me get off the phone. I'll call you back in a couple hours. Have you read your Bible? No, I'm about to. Or when I call Scarlett and I'm crying and I'm in tears, which you can ask Scarlett, there's been a lot of times lately that's been happening. I think it was just, I won't be afraid to admit, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago or a month ago, you and TLO had to talk me down from not killing myself. How long ago was that, Scarlett? About a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks?
Something like that, yeah. Maybe like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah. And then people ask me, why am I doing what I'm doing? Why am I back in Ohio? Why am I doing the things I'm doing? And I finally have the answer, because these are some of the battles here at home that I've needed to go through. So I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this calmly, collectively, even without cussing. If you don't like the person that I am becoming, if you don't like the man that God is turning me into be, then guess what? There's the door. Because for once in my life, I'm standing in the light. But if you're going to stand in darkness and wait to the day of judgment and wait to the day that you're forced to stand in the light, I don't want you in my life.
Yep, because they're just, trying to use your spiritual gifts to leech off of, and I don't think that that's smart either.
No, it's not. Because here's my thing. I'm not. Scarlett, you can see the smile on my face right now.
Mm-hmm.
I am done trying to impress people. I am done trying to fight for ways into people's lives. If there's no room for me, just tell me.
People have a hard time saying that, though.
And you know what? Just like Tim said right there.
Yep, exactly.
It's true.
You got to stop giving them so much personal energy. I mean, even giving them this time on air to explain how you feel is giving them energy. And giving them ammunition against you. So you have to remember that, too. They only have as much power as you give them.
I don't.
So just remember that, Dwayne. I know it bothers you at times, but
those are the ones that I can always have been able to. Well, after today, guess what? You don't like me? Fuck you.
Exactly. Like Tilo said, you're feeding the beast by continuing to give the energy. So like you say, after today, this is it. This is the last energy you're going to give of yourself to it. And you're going to wash your hands of the experience. And either people who come into your life are going to be accepting and be on your same vibration, or you need to dismiss them. That's true, though. These things are distractions sent by Satan. So you got to remember that too, Dwayne, that this could be trying to distract your soul at a time and feed that energy to it so then it can move on to someone else and continue to steal energy. So remember that. I think it's a good idea to let it go, but also acknowledge it that it no longer serves you. But
I'm done now.
Oh no, I know what you mean, but I'm saying like it's good to get that final I'm done and this is it. And I think that's very smart. It's only going to save your sanity. Because this is not the time that we need people to be trying to distract us from what we need to do to prepare to survive. And like everybody in chat is saying, that could be sent by the devil to discourage you from being prepared for what's happening, because you're going to be focusing all your energy on that instead of getting ready.
Well,
whether that's with your spiritual house, your physical house, your mental house, which lately you've been working on. You've been working on your physical health. You've been working on your spiritual health. You've been working on your own mental health. I mean, so you've been trying to build up your temple. So if other people aren't trying to do that as well, that is why you no longer feel like you're on the same vibration. And that is okay. And people have to realize that too. Even if a person has been your lifelong friend, sometimes you do split apart because you are no longer on the same vibration. Exactly. Like Tilo said, he's not even Christian and he believes in the energy of things. These people are vampires trying to suck energy from you. You may feel like it's the other way around and like it's not, but that's literally why they engage with you, because they know you will give them the time of day and the energy. And so once you no longer make yourself available to these people, they're going to either try to attack you harder or find someone else. So be ready for both scenarios. Because that does happen often. So just know that. But the more you give it attention, the more it is going to come after you. Yeah, and like what Tim said, what we're talking about is codependency. Everybody's a little codependent. Exactly. And it just matters if we're codependent in a way that is hindering to our own success. And once it's that, then it's a little bit more than it's full codependency. And that's never healthy. That's true, Bunny. The devil seeks to steal and destroy your spiritual and mental health through relationships and emotions. That way it can get you at your worst. And then that energy feeds the beast. And so we do have to be protective as we keep going through some of these trials and tribulations and hard times, that we keep our spiritual house in order so that it does not fall down like a house of cards. It needs to be just as strong and prepared as any other preparation that you make, whether that's, physically preparing your home, physically preparing your storage, physically prepared, but also your mental and physical houses should also be prepared.
Right. No, and codependency is one thing that I've always struggled with.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time I've got a That's the first time I officially got booted off.
I know. I've seen that. And that's true. It's good that we talk about these things so we can all see our vulnerabilities, because we all are just human. And we're all just trying to make it through this thing called a human experience. And therefore, if we don't talk about it, we feel like we're alone and a man on an island. And 9 times out of 10, that's not the case. Other people have felt the same exact way and dealt with the same exact scenarios.
Tim, how the fuck are you going to sit here and tell me to buy a dog? But motherfucker, I've told you the same damn thing and you've told me no.
Yep. That's true, though. The Bible doesn't say anything about if we feel this or that, then do. Our emotion and feelings don't dictate our actions. They're fickle and lead us the wrong way oftentimes. That's true. That's why we need trust in, trust in whatever higher power you believe in. Trust in good karma, trust in good, universal energy, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
That'll guide you to better decisions. Sometimes what we think is the best for us as human beings or as people isn't always the best thing. And Bonnie said it helps her to hear this tonight.
I know.
So just know that you're helping people. Us talking about this normalizes our feelings.
Yeah, that's the weird thing sometimes.
Too often, we are made to feel that if we don't feel, sunshine, rainbows, unicorns, and kittens, that something is wrong. And that's not true, because we're human people. We have raw, real emotions, and it can't always be all good.
And see, that's the one thing that sucks about being human.
Yeah, sometimes. You need a Sherman.
Hey, can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes being human sucks, and I'm glad we're talking about the mental health side of shit for a minute. Because especially around this time, I don't know if it's the fucking the electricity in the fucking room that's fucking with me or whatever the fuck's going on. Oh, shit. Is mental health and spiritual warfare go hand in hand?
Yep.
Because people will go like, well, can't you just act like this and believe this? And a pastor said to me one time, I said, do you know the biggest enemy sometimes the devil has is mental health? Right, Tilo, and that's the greatest thing. For most here, it's God. For me, the Creator. We all need something to believe in. We all need that thing. Tilo, lock your fucking ass in.
And I believe at its truest form and essence, we believe in the exact same thing. Just how you get there is different for most people. I would say that I have a very agnostic view of the world, but I would base a lot of it in Christianity. I like what the Bible has to say. But that does not also mean that I do not take from other religions, of which the Bible would say that I am wrong to do so, but I don't believe so. Because I do believe that this energy, creator, larger energy is pretty much all the same energy when it comes down to it.
Exactly, and it is. He said he tried already.
Tried already what?
To get in. I'm going to go log in. I'm going to go log into StreamYards. TLO, log in. Act like you're logging in to StreamYards, and I'm going to send you the code if that's what you need. Hold on.
Or send him the link out of the chat. He'll just be a guest, but you can send him the link.
Oh, because I think he just needs that code.
Otherwise, you can copy like the invitation thing.
TLO, hold on. I'm getting you the code. Hold on, because I think you tried to log in.
There's the way to. I sent you the way to get in as a guest. Otherwise, try to log in.
Yeah, try to log in. I'm sitting here ready, waiting for you for the code. You know the email, bud.
And Bonnie is right, though. Mental health crises have increased dramatically all over the world. Whether that's addiction, whether that's anxiety, whether it's PTSD, isolation and fear and confusion. They've proven that, living alone and being isolated, like, atrophies your brain. Especially if you're doing it in fear. It's different if it was, you kind of were already doing it before, but it has some people so afraid. There are people who still don't leave their house, who are still afraid 2 years later.
TLO, I'm going to send you the email to log in real quick. Hold on.
Otherwise, I gave him the guest link where he could join.
Go to StreamYard's login, click login, and use this, and then I'll just... Well, I can say the code on air because no one has the email.
Yeah, well, yeah, but still, just you could text it to him.
All right, TLO, that is the email for the StreamYard. Check your phone, Mike.
Don't lie. Exactly. For the most part, it's most likely the same thing, just different perspectives. I would have to agree. The more I've studied world religions and religions dating back pre-Christianity, a lot of the stories are the same. Like, you go to like the Chan Thomas, Adam and Eve story, going back to Sumerians, even going back to stories in the Bhagavad Gita, stories from Buddhism. Like, there's many themes that follow the same trends. And I think it's the way that it appeals to our souls that then gets us in. So I don't necessarily think there's one right way to be spiritual. I think you just need to be spiritual and following something that isn't of demonic origin. Let me clarify. Because, some people will get into that demonic crap and act like, oh, well, it's of the same. No, not quite. We're just having some difficulties getting TLO in, but hopefully we can get him in. Like I said, you can even join the guest link I sent.
Well, I just generated a code to log in on my phone, so I'm not texting the same code I have.
Okay. Well, I just sent him the link so he could be a guest.
Tila, if you use this code in the next 15 minutes, it's going to work. I just have to hurry up and generate a code.
Exactly. Every person has their own understanding of their spiritual path. We're all looking for peace in our lives and a higher purpose. I have read the Bible, Quran, and Hindu texts over the years.
Oh, definitely.
People do. Think about all the feelings people have about being, removed from their families. I still feel a certain way that we never celebrated Thanksgiving that year. That would have been our last family holiday together. And it still bothers me we didn't, because they were, not that they were afraid, but just that the atmosphere was, it wasn't a good idea. And if you did it, you were selfish. And, I think that's wrong. How many people are still affected today by these decisions that happened then? How many families are still torn apart because, some people were quote unquote COVID deniers, the other ones weren't, this, that, the other. People had very differentiating, polarizing opinions about the virus. And it tore apart families. It tore apart businesses. It tore apart the fabric of America, really, to be honest. Which is really sad. People are gullible. Yeah, it has been an experience of divide and conquer spiritually across the world. The world is not the same that it once was, nor do I ever think we can put it back to where it was. I think people are too jaded and too polarized now to be willing to admit what happened.
I think TLO's trying to log in.
Okay, good.
It might be taking him a minute too.
Yeah, the fabric of the world, Darren. That's the truth. And now we're sitting with the remnants of the fallout of that worldwide. And it's a sad world we live in. I think we can try to reconcile small parts of it, but as a whole, no. You know, and maybe that's what they mean about the new world, you know, that now our normal has changed and now we live in a new world. Yeah, so many just stood there and took it. Nobody complained. Nobody stopped it. They were too afraid. And they made it to where people couldn't speak up because otherwise you were decimated. You were let go from your job. You know, you were ridiculed in public. People were jailed. I mean, you weren't even able to speak out because they made it such an environment where if you did speak out, you were punished. That's the worst of it all, is that you were actually punished if you spoke out. If you stood up for your business, if you stayed open during lockdowns, you were arrested or shut down or had your licenses removed. You weren't even able to stand up. And if you did stand up, your small group would be called crazy or super spreaders or insert insult here.
To insert insult here.
Exactly, because they started treating everybody like subhuman over it, and still do. But now supposedly everything's supposed to go back to normal. We're supposed to treat the unvaccinated the same as the vaccinated, but people still freak out about that.
I don't.
I'm sure there's still restaurants and businesses who are still asking for vaccine cards, all of it.
Haven't seen
there's just
yet.
no one formula that people stood to during this time. Everybody kind of made up their own rules and went with it.
Trying to plug this damn phone in without getting under this table is a fucking bitch.
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay, it dinged. It plugged in.
But I think that's a lesson, and it showed us that we're actually a smaller minority than we want to believe. The people who actually truly believe in freedom and standing up for our rights, we are a very small group of people trying to save the rights of everyone else, when honestly, most people would not do the same for us.
Oh, no, they wouldn't.
And that's scary, because how are we supposed to create a cohabitating, functioning society when half of society does not want to function as a group? It's all about the individualism. You know, that makes it hard for people like us who want to be more communal, want things to work. And then it makes you wonder, you know, especially with plans about the elites and New World Order, you know, and they call these, you know, they call us useless eaters. Well, are they more talking about those types of people who could actually care less, like if the world survives or not, as long as they get, you know, their Starbucks and, you know, can Instagram and this and that? You know, who actually don't care about surviving, who just care about consuming things and don't care where things come from or how it works or how to preserve society. Just don't care at this point. You know, was that done by design, or is that a byproduct of technology?
Oh shit, I almost fell. StreamYards is stream blocking tonight. You know what, TLO? I got a way to combat that. Hold on.
That's why I sent him the guest link. He should be able to get in with that.
It's not even letting him do that. Hold on, TLO. I got you, Mike.
Yeah, I was surprised with how society changed in Australia too. I mean, there was just an announcement like yesterday that one section of like Queensland just like let up on masks finally on indoor spaces. It's like, the rules that Australia had were next level dystopia in 1984. I mean, they were going to people's houses if your app wasn't on and they couldn't verify that you were home. I mean, just next level. And if people tolerate that, what won't they tolerate? And they were willing to go against their neighbors and snitch just like the Gestapo. People want to joke and say, "Oh, it wasn't like Nazi Germany." Absolutely, it was, because what did they do? They set up snitch lines. They had police come if you weren't following the rules. They got your neighbors to be willing to snitch on you just because, like, no financial incentive involved, just to do it because they're being a good citizen of the government. When the government only protects the interest of the state and you are not an interest of the state. And people have to remember that.
Try that, Tilo.
It's true. I think communities that help each other are going to succeed, and the ones that don't will fail miserably. And unfortunately, that's going to be a lot of the major cities where most of the people live. And they're going to try to demonize rural people and or try to shut down the operations of rural people to then force them into these cities of which are desolate and have nothing. It's literally a cycle. That's the concerning part, is that people just aren't willing to help each other. They don't care. People were saying that, okay, everybody's maybe heard about the stabbings in Saskatchewan over the last couple of days. And then there was also like some shootings and a bunch of things have been happening in Saskatchewan. And the sad part is they said a young boy that was 10 was stabbed in the chest. And people were just standing around and nobody was actually helping the boy because everybody was like, well, we don't know what to do. And so they'd rather sit around and talk, elders and everyone, than actually go help the boy who was stabbed. That right there is what's wrong with society. The fact that if somebody's dying or hurt, they'd rather pull out their phone and record it rather than stop and render aid. That life is just a game to them. It's like a video game. It's not real because, you just see it in a video clip. So it's good content. Meanwhile, people's lives are being destroyed. The lack of empathy is going to be the death of the world. And we lost a lot of empathy during COVID. A lot of empathy. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome, 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 TLO.
Yes, I have finally arrived.
Did it let you in through the link, or did you come in through the login?
Through the link.
Yep.
So I can't really do anything.
That was the only way they were going to let you in.
Yep. I think once the show has been established or start, you can't really have people join in that way because it was not even bringing up the damn studio or whatever.
Yeah, that's weird. Because that's
just sat there. It just sat there and spun.
Weird. That's why I was like, wait, I hate to use that option because then you can't, use the back end, but you really don't use that much anyway. So I was like, well, put you in as a guest.
Well, not usually, but it helps me with the chats and stuff because then I can do the YouTube chat versus this chat because there's not too many people in here unless you bring it in through the YouTube chat.
That's
and then that I can't access or do too much. I can make a comment if I want, but I can't pin anybody or anything like that. So
yeah, that's the only sucky part about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And didn't even ask me for a code for you.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying is I think once the show has been established, it kind of locks people out so people can't just jump in unless they had the code and all
I
that
was able to get in after the show started though, because
I was
Dwayne
able.
and Tim were on air, and I was able to come in through the back end.
Ah,
But
Yeah,
after
and
the show is
I
done,
was able.
make sure you log in on your phone. We'll try to get you to get logged in on your phone. That way, if you keep it on the browser,
yeah.
it lets you log in without relogging in with the code, and then you should just be able to get in. Just make sure, like every couple weeks, you go back to that page and make sure it's still logged in, because a lot of times it'll just stay logged in, and then you can get into the studio.
Correct.
Right.
That's how it was
back.
before.
Right.
Yeah, but if you haven't done it in a
while,
while, it kicks you out.
Yeah.
Right. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Potty break.
Well, welcome.
Potty break.
But yes, it's I've been listening most of the evening, even before I was able to get off of work. So I was watching when Dwayne and Tim started the show.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, did you have any comment on anything, or like what we were just talking about? I do think that that's why
I've
it's
got a
becoming
lot of
more.
comments,
Oh,
but
sure.
for now or presently, yeah, the whole thing
Night,
about
Bonnie.
it is. Good night, BJ. Sorry, I missed you or whatnot with the stream. But anyways, yeah, right now it's ridiculous because all it is about a lot of fucking ridiculous like standards, a lot of expectations that are just unwarranted. The division is definitely mass produced. This isn't by incident or accident, is what I'm saying.
Right.
And so, like, yeah, with this divisions, like, it's weird. It's gotten me, it's kind of piqued some of my, rabbit hole theories and stuff, because it is definitely disconcerting that a lot of the rich bastards that are out there that get to kind of live their lives, and we're sitting there from their, $5-7 million homes talking about, we're all in this together bullshit.
Right.
Right? How their world doesn't seem to be really too affected. They're still able to, jet set around and blah, 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 and eat at restaurants not in their states and stuff, even though they're on lockdown and all that sort of bullshit. It is odd that the people who are in power seem to be gaining more power, and a lot of us are just letting the power that we had slip away. I know it's mostly because of the stupidity, because yeah, there is a lot of stupidity. Hell, I've even called out my family members for their liberal stupidities, or naiveties, whatever you want to call it.
Right. However you want to say what that is.
But yeah, just like with the politics, with the social structure, with a lot of the stuff that's going on in our world, in our culture, and in society, that's affecting everybody, and mostly the people who were, middle class on down are the ones that are suffering the most. But the people at the top seem to be doing just fine. And that kind of plays into, I'll offer up one of my rabbit holes. It kind of plays into the fact that, like, they could have knowledge that we don't know. They could know exactly where motherfucking planet X is, and know how far away, and know when it's going to affect us totally, and shit like that. And they're living out their lives like nothing's doing, right? But all of us plebs are just like stuck in the shit, trying to find our way. And the best and easiest way for them to maintain the power and the control is to have all of us fighting amongst each other. And that's exactly what has been happening in the world with politics, with society, with pretty much everything. Like, I can't even tell you, as a person of color, how absolutely fucking fed up I am with all this bullshit. Oh, this is racist. Oh, this is racist. It's like, are
Asinine.
you
It's
fucking
ruining actual
absolutely
real
inbred
racism.
retarded? Yeah, it has. And it's
It has
sickening.
diluted it and cheapened it to nothing.
Correct.
To where even if we have racism against us, guess what? You and I won't be able to have it effectively cleared
Dealt
because
with. Yep.
everybody has diluted it to the point where, honestly, most white people do not give a shit anymore because they've heard too
Yeah.
much of it and or been blamed or called racist.
Correct.
And or, you know, blamed that they're, you know, a part of the white supremacy or they
Yeah.
have white privilege,
Yeah.
you know, so they don't want to hear it. And I
No.
don't blame them because I wouldn't either.
Yeah. I'm half white, so I'm sick of hearing that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like I'm sitting here half white, half black, and I've got one people telling me that one half of me is hating on the other half, and it's like, are you guys fucking?
Well, here's the deal. Like, you know, I hate to like pull it out, you know, my own family business, but here's the deal. My mom grew up from a very upper middle class family, but my mom is an adult. Did not end up being an upper middle class adult. She actually ended up being a poor, low income adult. So where was her white privilege?
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah.
Even though
And
she started
don't even
off
get
in
me
life
started on the
better,
fact that
she didn't end up
Ireland
that
has
way.
been just shitted on and basically treated like the United Kingdom's blacks.
Yeah.
Like them or the Welsh. Let's just be real. So like to sit there and say it's all based on the skin color, it's like no. And that's the shit I'm talking about, is the distractions, is the pitting us against each other shit.
Yep.
Because in reality it's the people in power, it's the people who have money, who can control. It's not about like the color of your skin. It's not about who you believe in. It's not about who you fucking voted for. It really is just about the control and the power. I mean, that's exactly what the lockdowns were, because we seen full well. I mean, even now with China and their fucking extreme lockdowns, like it's not stopping the virus. It's not hindering the virus. Not in the least.
And it's sad because, you know, this whole zero COVID policy is basically making them put egg on their face because you cannot contain a virus. It is literally impossible.
No, it is. It literally is.
In their head would know that that is impossible. Impossible. It will always exist in some level, way, shape, or form.
Correct. And
whether that's frozen in the ground, in the soil, in some spores somewhere, it will always live.
And it's up to us as humans to adapt, to be able to overcome those on our own, not through fucking additives or shots or any bullshit like that. No, our own systems are supposed to be able to deal with this. And if they're not, some people are going to die. That's kind of how it works and how it's worked for millions of fucking years. Long before there were any liberals or conservatives or any of that bullshit.
What are we talking about?
It's just human nature.
Exactly. It's just human nature, which we're definitely in full-blown attack mode on. As you know, I keep seeing all these fucking horrendous news stories about the invasion of women's spaces with guys who claim to be women. And it's like, well, why is it like okay for that? Like, I just like, I can't even explain it because it's that fucking stupid. Because I'm like sitting here like with the spas that let these people, these men that say that they're women in, and they're like, their history is basically about them being, you know, those special folks that like younger folks, and how it's been used already consistently to do icky bad things, and exactly why people had ill feelings towards these decisions, but yet were squashed because they were called, as we've said before, racist or transphobic or this and that,
or
and attacked.
homophobic or
Yeah,
xenophobic.
exactly. Or attacked. And it's like, no, like people are bringing up actual valid questions, and you're literally just dismissing their argument
Because here's
just
the
on the
deal.
basis of calling them a name. Like
Well,
literally.
And
what are we
especially
talking?
for like the,
Whoa,
you know,
hey,
the bathroom arguments and those things. Here's the deal. I've said
Hey.
this once, I'll say it again. Magically, just because everybody started talking about it and it's saying it, doesn't mean these people all went to the bathroom before this and it wasn't a big issue or deal. So why are we making it a big issue or deal? You see my point? Like, these people existed, they were going to the bathroom, nobody was questioning them before, it was never a thing. But now all of a sudden we put focus on it. Now we get every weirdo that ever was now utilizing it as a means of abuse.
Can y'all hear me?
These same people were trans,
I
you
can
know,
hear you,
5 years ago. A lot of them were, and they were still using the bathroom, and there wasn't an issue. Nobody was running around worrying about them because they would just literally go to the bathroom and mind their own business. They didn't make it like an event. So
Yes, we
I
can hear you,
think
Brian.
that's the whole point. Like, you can't make it an event. Like, it's just literally going to the bathroom. And people made it like a whole big deal. Like, somebody's supposed to roll out a red carpet for them to be announced to go into the bathroom. It's like, nobody should ever even know that you're in the bathroom. Like, there's no need. Like, get in, do your business, get out.
Yes.
What the fuck are we talking about?
What do you mean? We're talking about how, like, society has changed and people are, like, basically against things, and, you know, how it doesn't matter. Like, how if you speak out against things, you're told that you're either, there's something wrong with you. Like, you are somehow against people as a whole. Like, you're anti-people.
I'm always anti-people.
No, you're not. Like, basically, like, people are being stifled from speaking out on certain topics that they're trying to divide us on, and it's being done so that people can't realize that we're actually being divided on these topics. Is the best way I can explain it.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. And that's the problem. And people just, we can't even speak up, because if you do, you're considered this, that, or the other. You know, you bring up crime in a certain areas done by a certain group of people. For instance, in Saskatchewan with these stabbings, these men happen to be from the reserve. Well, if you say anything about it, then you're racist against Indigenous.
Yep.
You cannot say that they were gangbangers or crime, you know, into crime. You know, the reserves aren't even letting reporters on the land because they're too afraid to let any secrets out of what's going on up there. And that's a shame that they are keeping their people from the truth. And the reserve members are saying this is a good thing because they've been brainwashed to think that it's smart to keep the media out. In a time like that, they're like, what if the media people get hurt? There are journalists embedded with whole army divisions.
Yep.
Like, that's what a journalist does, is get out the story. So the fact that the reserve is preventing media from coming in and reporting the story shows that they have something to hide. But if you say anything about it, then you're disrespecting Indigenous culture.
Right.
And that's not the case. But this is the mental game they play with whatever situation, insert problem here. Then they're going to use, whether it's, it could be like the Democrats and women, and then they'll be like, they just ignore it, you know? You're biased against women. You say something about, you know, political, this or that. You're biased against this or that. You know, if you say you're a Republican, you must support white supremacy.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
You know, you hate women.
Yep. Yeah, you hate women, you hate blacks, you hate Jews. It's like, are you fucking serious?
Yeah, and it's all these big,
because you look at it like, okay,
like how do you get this from that?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's the whole thing, is they're grasping at straws. And Lamb has brought up a few valid points also as well, in congruence with the mention of the monuments. It's like, oh wow, yeah, somebody in the past had slaves, even though the majority of people, including Democratic and free Northerners, had slaves.
Even black folks had slaves.
Even black folk have slaves. Yeah, like they make a big deal about it and then tear down these statues, which is history.
And indigenous had slaves too. Don't nobody want to admit that, but they sure had us as slaves too. So.
Well, yeah, no, Great Britain actually had like slaves until way after
and
us.
Indigenous had slaves. People forget that the actual indigenous people here in America also had slaves.
Yes. Well, yeah, no, well, they really, really overlooked the fact that the majority of the reason why there was wealth in Africa was because those tribes were selling off their people. Correct. That's how some of the original,
and
like,
most people, just because slavery is like kind of, romanticized in history that it was everywhere, most people didn't have slaves. Let's go there.
Well, most regular people didn't have slaves.
Even higher up elite people, most of them didn't all have slaves either. They only focused on the men in history who had slaves. When you really think about it, you don't hear about everybody else. Like in Congress, even in the 1800s, there was still, over 100 members, but we only hear about 10 of them who had slaves.
Well, that is very true.
So we have to remember that history is also written in a way that it highlights the people who had slaves, and the rest of the population, which was millions of people, did not have slaves. It might have been a few million, 1 or 2, but there was still hella people here, and they all didn't have slaves necessarily. Not everybody subscribed to that idea or could afford it. You still had to buy these people.
That was the biggest part. It wasn't necessarily whether they believed in it or not. It was whether or not they had enough money to establish like a plantation, to establish like slave workforce. Because you still have to put them up, you still have to house them, you still have to do that sort of thing. Even back then. Yep, exactly. Even back then. So like to sit there and say, oh yeah, well, like
everybody had slaves and this and that.
Well,
no,
yeah,
that's not true.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, not everybody had slaves. Like that's.
And even those who did have slaves, that would have been a privilege. That would have been like having a housekeeper.
Correct. Yes.
Or help, quote unquote.
A nanny.
Like the Downton Abbeys of the world.
A nanny. Because I'm sorry, I don't know that many people that have nannies, but apparently, nannies are a thing because there's plenty of places where you can actually study and become a nanny.
Has a lot of nannies that you would never think have a lot of nannies and housekeepers. Africa. My African friends say that most people have nannies in their country. And these are like poor third world countries, but everybody has a nanny and no one would think about not having one.
Correct.
So it's something to think about. Culturally for us, that is a luxury that no one can afford, but in other places, it's a necessity.
And also in a lot of other places, they kind of adhere to the old ways. And so nannies weren't necessarily a thing, because you'll find in a lot of Asian cultures, because of their families being large, it was usually like cousins and older brothers and sisters and stuff watching out for the younger kids and stuff. So it wasn't necessarily like nannies. It was just other family members that helped take care of them, like the community, like the village.
Yep. I was just going to say, like what we like to call as the village, because it does take a village. And it does take all those different perspectives from auntie-like people and friends to shape and mold people. And that's what people are missing. There is no village.
Yeah.
There are people who live their lives completely isolated from others in the community aspect of life. Just because, that's the way kind of cities are set up by design. There are people, who live in neighborhoods and communities who don't even know any of their neighbors, nor have they ever spoken to anyone else.
Correct.
They would never depend on their neighbor in a time of need or emergency, nothing. They don't even know who these people are. And they could live literally a stone's throw away.
Yeah, absolutely.
And people are
most
afraid to
people don't
engage
know
with
their
their
neighbor.
neighbors.
Yeah, most people don't know the neighbors just across the hall. So
True.
that is very, very accurate.
Yeah. Because people are too afraid, because people have created this sense of community and conflated it into basically nosy, get into everybody's business. And if we don't like what you're doing, you might get snitched on. Instead of, let's take care of the people in our community. Let's get to know the people around us so that we can help each other when it comes down to it. But people have become so self-centered, so self-focused, that the community model doesn't work with self-centered people.
No.
All right,
You have to have
guys.
people who are willing to give up a part of themselves.
I'm going to have to let you and TLO do this. I took my Klonopin because I felt like I was going to have a seizure, so I'm going to bug out.
Sounds good.
If I'm feeling any better, I might come back. I might not, but this Klonopin is kicking my fucking ass.
For sure.
Yeah, you look a little peaked.
Oh, dude, I'm fucking high as a motherfucker right now. Did you see me going like this?
I didn't see all that, but
yeah, I was about to say no. I didn't see any of the Frogger action.
Maybe he thought he was on camera, but wasn't.
No, I was literally on camera going like this.
Lord, Dwayne, have mercy.
I'm sorry.
Hear our prayer.
Yeah, right.
Oh, bro, it's like I don't know if I'm tired or I'm just stoned.
Probably a little bit of both. It does make you feel weird.
Well, yeah, it does make you drowsy and kind of depleted.
Yeah, it's a tranquilizer, so it's gonna make you kind of loopy and weird.
Like, this was a full 3.5 milligrams of Klonopin.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
It's actually a lot.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a pretty serious dose there.
Yeah, so. I'm surprised they give you that much. Like, that's a lot.
I'm sure you are feeling
But I'm sure they're
good.
trying to snap out his seizures too, so they don't want to give him a weak ass dose to where he has to call 911.
Yeah.
So they're better off like zooting him to space.
Bro, I fucking just like my head's just doing one of these, going like, yeah, I feel good.
Well, go lay down, Dwayne, and get yourself together.
And go take yourself to some, tropical oasis or whatever.
Right.
If I can't sleep, I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, Dwayne.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Good night, Dwayne.
Good night, guys.
No, but it's true though, and I think we need to stop blaming people for that. But that is the narrative that's making them.
With this. We need to stop with this because I was watching some Kitchen Nightmares at work because I was bored as shit, and like it blows my mind, and like it's such a very focused and finite representation of like interaction and communications when you go into like restaurants and stuff like that, see them operate, try and fix shit. It's about communication and whatnot. And like one of the owners or managers or whatever of the restaurant, like just shut down completely and just would not talk to anybody, and like shit would fuck up. And that's kind of exactly what's happening in the world. Is like there's this baseline or this weird agenda that's trying to pit us all against each other so we don't communicate.
True.
Like if you
that way people can't compare notes.
Correct. Absolutely. And there's no real ideas being shared, and like it's from top to bottom just a bad idea, but we're adopting it and embracing it because I don't know, TikTok maybe. There's a lot of things that are coming into play with this, especially with the younger generation. But TikTok is definitely one of them because I can't even tell you how much bullshit I've seen on that platform. I've been like, are you serious right now? These are actual things that they have me on. I
don't see a lot of crap. I actually see a lot of like decent content, but that's because they have me on a decent algorithm.
Well, see,
There's
that's what
also complete garbage out there too, but I seem to be like on a decent algorithm when I look at TikTok. I don't look at it daily or even weekly. A lot of times I'll find a reel somewhere that'll bring me to TikTok and then I'll scroll TikTok. But until then I don't.
Yeah. Well, someone found me a little special VIP entrance, and so I can kind of see what's going on in there because I was like, "What is up?"
Right.
And they're like, "You want to know? I'll hook you up." So, anyway, so I get to see all sorts of different things. So, but like a lot of it on there, they're just like you said, it's just this weird, self-absorbed, like not really thinking about anybody else in or around their lives, just only thinking about themselves. And you can see the proof in the pudding with all the numbers that are out there from every aspect of life, whether it's relationships, whether or not it's the economy, whether or not our fucking poor and our middle class is disappearing and we're all just basically becoming essentially like the very old days. Like we're talking medieval times when we had the lords and the ladies and the kings and stuff, and they lived in the castle, and all the plebs and all the serfs and whatnot would all live out in
We
the
are
village.
plebs and serfs. This is fucked up.
And see, yeah, right now when you think about it, you're like, wait a second, that is kind of where we're going. And then we're letting it kind of slide back, but we're maintaining this weird appearance that we're not, because they dress it up with all the kind of the quote unquote progressive mentality. So they say that we're being progressive, but in actuality we're becoming regressive. One of the biggest points is in relationships, how 80% of all divorces are instituted by women. One in 3 men have not had sex in the last year or ever. All these disparities all kind of lead into the same sort of direction where we're being separated.
And we wonder why dudes are popping off going crazy everywhere.
Correct. And that adds into their message of, the cis normative, blah, 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 talking point, whatever, that they've given us the incel dub. Yeah. You wonder why guys are angry and lashing out, is because they've been totally isolated, totally bent over backwards. Because I could spend a whole another hour just on the family court system.
Don't even get me started on that shit.
See, there you go. So
that could be a whole another 12-hour show right there.
For real. And that's what I'm saying is right now it's in divorces. Like, who usually makes out in divorces? Let's just be real. It's not like
and the lawyers.
The courts, lawyers, and the women. Because the women usually get the house, and at least, a majority, at least 60% of, whatever income or assets that the guy has gotten. That's why you'll see a lot of these women. Like, one of the TikToks I came across was like, supposedly a interaction between a couple, a young interracial couple, and like they're talking about getting married and stuff like that, and the guy's like, well, what about the prenup and whatnot? And she loses her shit. It's like, prenup? What do you mean prenup? Ah! And it's like, well, there's probably a reason for that. It's like the woman isn't working.
Both didn't have nothing when you first came together. Okay, like me and Mr. Tire, we didn't have nothing. Okay,
correct.
We moved into our first apartment
prenup,
with a rolly chair and a dang bean bag that were mine. To be honest, they were mine. Right. My rolly chair and bean bag. We're not doing no prenup.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Now, whatever we done built, we built together, fool. Like, okay, but for most people who come into relationships, they have some form of assets between them. Okay.
Well, and
most adults who are dating probably have a vehicle, and or like furniture and or collections of things that are worth value. And just to think that, or stocks, investments, 401ks,
Yeah, that's the biggest
all
one.
of these things, if you amass this before you get with your person, you need a prenup. They should not be able to take what you did not build together.
Correct.
That's the bottom line. If you
And
built
that's
it
how
together, that's a different story. But if you didn't, the fact that you think you're entitled to it just because, you're wrong.
and that's exactly the
Like you're a
entitlement,
gold
the
digger.
feeling. Yeah, and that's exactly it. Is there's a lot of that mentality that's played along in that. Here's another
Night,
couple of
lamb.
stats. Good night, Lamb. Here's another one of those mind-boggling stats: is the fact that in most online dating apps and shit like that, the majority of which most people are finding their partners or whatnot, women only swipe right 10% of the time. It's between like 5 and 10%. Guys swipe
I would
right
say that
60 to 70% of the time. So there's a
Really?
huge disparity of people with that. What it basically essentially breaks down to is the reason why you've got all these women out here complaining on TikTok, men ain't shit, blah, 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 is because they're all fucking the same men.
Right.
They are literally all messing with these guys who are for a better lack of words, fuckboys, because they can be, is because
True.
they have the status, because as you said, they've got the stocks, they've got the assets and shit like that.
Right.
And so they can do whatever the fuck they want. Like if you're
and
one of
women
those,
do give them the power. This goes
and
back
they
to
give
the
them the
one
power.
statement.
Correct.
This goes back to the one statement that everybody hates, but was the truest, realest speak there ever was. They just let me grab them by the pussy.
Yeah.
That
and
was
that's why
the
women
truth.
were so pissed off, is because it was somewhat accurate, and he called them out on it.
That was 100% accurate. No,
For real.
for real. I have been backstage on
Oh
Girls
my
Gone
God.
Wild.
Yes, I've been
Okay.
backstage at a lot of rap, like 2 Chains. I can't even tell you
I
the
can imagine with
debauchery,
2 Chains backstage. That was off the
that was
chain for
happening. Oh
real.
my
Off
God.
the chain. 2 Chains was off the chain backstage. I can only imagine. Twerking, all types of stuff happening.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're talking
I mean,
full flesh.
honestly, and I've been backstage with Joe Francis, like back in his heyday, like when
Right?
nobody was like upset with him and things.
Right.
And I'm telling you, the way these girls were busting down with
Yep.
no one telling them to,
Correct.
just because they thought that's what was expected of them, and they were
Well, it's not
willing to
even
do
that.
it.
It's what they wanted to try to do to get the attention.
That's what
It's
I'm
not
saying.
even
What they
about
thought
that.
was expected of them to get the attention is what I should say.
Yeah.
And so they turned it up, and no one was telling them what to do. And that's the point. Too many people are willing to do this. And that's the problem.
Correct. They're playing the game. They're playing totally into the game. And sometimes the best way to not lose in the game is just to not play. And hence that's where you get the
and women are becoming more selective. Where I don't think men
There's
are
that
as
too.
selective as women.
Well, there's always been that case, but that's the thing that plays into a lot of the online personalities, like Kevin Samuels, may rest in power. It's the fact that these women are all expecting to get themselves the 10% that they all swipe on, and they wonder why they get treated like shit, is because like they're just one of many. And it's not that way for men. And so men have to kind of go off and find their own devices. And when they do, they get pissed on. They get called names like incel, because you can't tell me that incel is now not garnered a bad connotation.
Correct.
Like it's an insult now. And before it was actual, like, the terminology or the words that they use to describe a person, but now it is an actual insult. And
Yeah, it's
so,
become like an enigma in of itself. It's become like
correct. Yeah, and that's
a
exactly what
state
you
of
had
being.
spotted on earlier, is that you wonder why all you got these dudes popping off. It's because they are isolated, persecuted, whether or not they are, you know, bad or not, or whatever, garbage, trash, what say you. It doesn't matter. Like when you take any individual, no matter what the gender, and to be honest, no matter what the species, you put them into a corner and they're not going to be happy about it.
That's true.
Like, just straight up, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what may or may not dangle between your legs. It doesn't even matter if you're furry or unfurry.
True.
Like, you get pinned into a corner, you will lash out. Period.
And I think so many people are getting put into that, category.
Correct.
And
that's
too many people
division.
are quick to end relationships, I think, now too. The expectations of relationships have come to unrealistic
Oh yeah,
levels
very unrealistic
in all areas.
Yes.
Yeah,
super
people expect people to
areas.
be like a Hallmark movie acting like.
Correct.
And no one acts that way.
No.
Every moment isn't going to be perfect. Every moment isn't going to go how you think it's going to go.
Correct. And it's not all going to be as picturesque as a Hallmark movie. There's going to be tough times. There's going to be, yeah, exactly. You're going to be down and out. And the best way to be down and out is to be down and out with a partner. Like, seriously, because if you're just down and out by yourself, you are pretty fucked.
Yeah, you're SOL.
Yeah. Like one of the other TikToks I came across was this girl, and I feel bad for her because she was fed the female empowerment, go queen, and all that bullshit. And like, yeah, for real though. Like, and she's like 35 years old.
I know exactly what you mean though.
Yeah,
because it
and
is
she's
kind
35.
of dangerous. The feminism, it's weaponized feminism. It's not even feminism. Yes. Because feminism, I think, is important for women that we're seen and heard, because even, and now people are also trying to diminish that, what real feminism means, what that actually means, what smash the patriarchy means. Like, they are totally twisting what could have been a beautiful women's empowerment movement now into this weaponized feminism that now alienates everyone.
We kind of saw it in real time with BLM, did we not?
Oh yeah, or the nasty women thing,
or the nasty,
yeah, that kind of really put it out there for what this weaponized feminism was going to be.
But yeah, no,
it
this
wasn't going to be actually helpful
crying
to women and enriching for women, to finally break through the glass ceilings, so to speak. It wasn't going to be that, like they premised these people. It was going to be hateful, spiteful, and now people don't want to hear it, much like the BLM thing, because now people don't want to hear it, much like anything else. They don't want to hear it because it's been beaten to death. Like they say, you can't beat a dead horse. Well, yeah, they've been dead, drug it through town, hung it up, took it down, beat it, drug it. It's done. Boy who cried wolf too many times.
So yeah, this 35-year-old woman is crying, or like barely able to hold it together, is because she's going in for like major surgery, and she had a moment of clarity, an epiphany, where she's like, oh shit, like I don't have anybody really to like take care of me. So she had to have, at 35 years old, she had to have her mother come and pick her up from post-op and try and help her, take care of herself, because she doesn't have anybody. She doesn't have a partner to do that. And that's part of life, what people seem to overlook with a lot of this sort of go get 'em status, achieving mentality, is like, yeah, you could get all these accolades, you can get all these degrees, and you can have a really kick-ass job, but when it comes down to it, if there's ever trouble, you're on your own.
Yeah, you could have
Like,
all the fanfare and
yep,
the, brouhaha, but then,
yep,
like you said, who's actually in your corner when it comes down to it? And what does that mean in the end if you're sitting in a room of all your accolades on your own?
yeah, on your own with nobody to share it with. It's like, who
Right?
gives a fuck about some old geezer who did this and that, whether or not it's a man or a woman? If they're, sitting with their accolades alone on top of a hill, like, oh, I've got a great view. Yeah, that you can
By
only share with
yourself, like,
yourself. Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking stupid, and it blows my mind how people are totally playing into it. And
we
like,
went from group communal beings to isolated, miserable,
yeah, because we're
and
miserable.
just sad, like shells of our former selves.
Correct.
Because what is success if you have no one to share it with?
Exactly.
And too
Like,
many
so
people have
I,
gotten into the me mentality. And, if I am not getting my coin, then fuck you.
yes. Well, yeah, no, it's weird. And I always laugh because a shit ton of the TikToks are a bunch of little liberal tards that are sitting there expounding on, the virtues of communism on their brand new iPhones. So I sit there and I'm like, yeah, the point is kind of moot coming out of your mouth when you're using basically, a consumeristic mouthpiece.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think people have realized how far we've devolved from actual society.
Yes,
And until
exactly.
they do, we can't get it
Regress.
back.
Regress. We haven't progressed. We regressed.
Yeah, true. We have reverted back.
Mm-hmm.
And we have lost more civilization than gained.
Yeah, because for
Because
some reason we
basically we're like
decided to
cavemen
go.
now, just like in
Yeah,
our own internet caves, though.
correct. That is
And then we come
absolutely
out to like
accurate.
yell at other people from other caves and hit each
Yeah,
other over the
throw
head with
bones at
rocks
them.
and
Yeah, exactly. Beat their ass with a
stuff.
weight gun.
Steal each other's resources.
All of that. Yep.
Yeah, it's like little internet cavemen.
Internet caveman. I like it.
It's like Sam Lasco. We're all
No,
cavemen now.
no, no. It's like the Encino Man.
Right. It's like our old mustard tiger. It's fucked
For
up.
real. It is.
It is. It's awful. We've like reverted back to like caveman activities. And that's the best way to explain it. We're like little cavemen now, but just with digital caves. Digital caves.
Yeah. Digital caves.
Yep. And we do not know how to act with each other. We do not know how to get along. Tribalism is at an all-time high.
Oh my God, it's fucking atrocious. It's permeating. Like, it's bad. Like,
Well, it's
seriously,
getting
the
to the
fact that
point
they're
where
just
it's
like,
getting
"Ugh."
deadly and dangerous.
It will. Yeah, it will. And I told my naive family and their liberal ways, I was like, when you're constantly going like this, especially because I think it was, yeah, the mother unit.
And you know who I saw at the fair before you even compound on that thought? I saw those little community helper people, right?
Yeah.
That are supposed to be there. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
How come? And what did they do? Did they talk these people out of the shootings? Did they console people? Were they there afterwards to counsel people? Where the hell were they? They
Well,
were there though.
most of them aren't around when the shit actually hits the fan. I'll
Because
tell you that.
most liberals want to be like, oh, crime will get better if people had better support for mental
Right.
health and better
Outreach.
social resources.
It ain't done shit.
No.
No,
You
it's
have
actually
to change the
quite the
culture of the
opposite.
people. When most of these young kids just want to Snapchat and Instagram and make all these videos and TikToks and fight each other over saying stuff on the internet.
Correct.
I mean, literally, somebody could say something on the internet. They're over at each other's houses, ready to whip each other's ass. They make a response video, then they're ready to whip each other's ass. Like, They have no respect for each other.
Nope.
And everything is so instant and permanent.
Instant
And
and
people are willing to
emotional.
like shoot you and your family and shoot up your house over videos.
Yeah, which has actually happened.
Right, where we used to prank call the shit out of everybody back in the day.
Well, yeah, or we would,
even people you didn't like, you started fucking with them and just calling them off the hook and shit. Nobody tried to shoot you up, shoot your house up over that.
right.
Like the intensity is just to a whole new level. Or these young kids knowing that all their friends are dying from some of these drugs. You know, back in the day, you could maybe get some pills from somebody and take them, and it wasn't that big of a deal. Nowadays, you can't do that because guess what? These little pills have fentanyl on them, and they know their friends are dying, but yet they're out here popping them like they're going on style.
Correct.
These kids have no sense of self-preservation or safety for themselves or concern for what they're doing.
Well,
they
let's
don't
just be
care.
honest.
Everything is, like I said, just so instant and permanent.
There's no self-awareness is
No.
a huge thing.
They're
Very
willing
huge.
to go shoot, kill, rob, steal. They don't care. It's just another day. And however they can justify it in their head, it makes sense to them. And there's nobody to tell them to stop. You know, community don't tell them no more. Everybody just lets everybody run rampant because if you don't, you'll be the next one shot up or house shot up or robbed or whatever it is. And that's a sad state of affairs because you can't stop that cycle till they're willing to stop it themselves. I mean, that is the cold hard truth. I see Phil muted himself. But
sorry, I had to step away. There's some weird something going on in the hallway. But anyways.
Yes, you got to be aware. See what I'm saying? Because people don't care.
Yeah, for real. They don't
start a fight in the middle of the hallway and start shooting. Like, they don't give a shit.
Exactly. That's exactly how shit goes down. Hell, especially here in Minneapolis.
Especially in Minneapolis. They have been the testing pot. Because like I said, how do you have 35 officers sitting on the midway and allow a shooting to occur right next to you? And they act like, oh, officers responded from all over the fair. There's 30 officers sitting on the midway. I was there. And at that time, they had paintball guns and less than lethals and 40 millimeter rounds to like pop their butts with rubber bullets. How did a shooting occur?
Well, then
they were less than 30 yards away from the fresh French fry booth. Like, they could have been there in 2 seconds, literally ran because they were in the middle of the street there, parked all in the middle of the street, whether it was on 4x4s outside their patrol cars, just standing there in groups. There was 35 officers. How did that occur?
Well, I could tell you exactly how that occurred.
Well, I know that too, but just think about the optics of that. You've got 35 officers, yet they said they couldn't respond fast enough. That's a joke.
At the present moment, cops do not give a fuck about appearances anymore. They really don't, because they've been vilified as well.
No, they just let people do whatever they want around them, especially in Minneapolis. They were told on radio not to chase the shooters.
Correct.
Not to chase them and apprehend them. What in the actual fuck?
And yeah,
I've
even
never heard of
if
such
they
fuckery
do
in my
get
life.
pursued, our and this is something interesting that I've learned because I was talking to someone who actually, yeah, they do still work for the law firm, and we're talking a heavyweight hitter, and they actually said it's not the actual DAs, liberal DAs. It's actually the whatchamacallit, the court appointed lawyers that are doing it, because they're actually just going in there and not listening to their clients and just basically running rickshaw. So like nobody who's in there and has been committed or has been accused of committing a crime and is in jail and needs representation. Most of us have assumed that it was liberal DAs not really charging or going after them, but it's actually the fucking defense attorneys, the public appointed defense attorneys that are really actually more of a detriment. because they're not even listening to their clients. They don't even meet with their clients most often, and they just put in whatever. And so like the whole system is really, really fucked internally. And it's not just one thing. So you can't just sit out there like the BLM made a fiery point that, got to defund police. It's like, no, there's so many different variables in the reason why. It's
and there
not
might be
just one
certain
thing.
reasons and certain line items that you want to defund the police with. Like, okay, if they're getting Bearcats and pepper spray and nerve gas and all that shit, yeah, you could probably defund their budgets for that shit. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the heaviest artilleries are not really necessary for cops. Like, yeah, they should have their little special response team.
Right.
I
And
believe
maybe
is what
have
they
one
call it.
vehicle or two vehicles that they could use, but they don't need fleets of like 30 Bearcats and Hellcat systems and MRAPs and fucking like we're going
Yeah,
to war in Iraq.
correct.
Because what are they going to do? Use those against the people and probably hurt someone in the process
Exactly.
or themselves.
Well, most likely just people.
Yeah, most likely other
Let's just
people
be
though,
real.
because that's what they do.
Let's just be real.
Well, because they don't have regard for things because they're trying to get their mission done. So they don't think about the consequences of everybody else or anything else. But those type of things, should we defund the police for? Yeah. Should we defund the police who are picking off people for petty offenses that probably don't need to be picked on? Yeah, we should probably defund police for that shit too.
Yes.
There are ways to defund the police without defunding the police as a whole. We need to go to the police departments and say, look, unlawful search and seizures, racial profiling matters, these things, cut the shit out. We're going to cut your budgets for these type of activities so that you don't have any money to go out and do those activities. What you do have time for is XYZ. We want you to be, hard on violent crime. We want you to be hard on robberies and thefts. These things. You have time for that, but you do not have time to just harass average Joe Schmo citizen walking down the street because they might look different or thuggish or this or that.
Correct.
That's what needed to be done. If we wanted to defund the police, there are ways that we could have defunded the police state, is what they should have called it. Defund the police state. Not defund the police state, because there's a very different and fine line with that. The police state would encompass more of the overarching issues with liberty we have with police, which everybody has with police, which should be a universal issue. The fact that we've divided ourselves on the police, back to blue or not back to blue, is the problem, because what we should be arguing is, are their actions legal and liberty minded, or should we shut that shit down? Because that's what matters. Is this a police state action, or is this a police community service action?
I get that.
Yep. I think that would have been the way that liberals would have gotten farther, even with Republicans, because anybody, even like libertarians, independents, can all agree that nobody wants the police state. Nobody wants the state with their boot on your neck. Period. So if we can stop those type of actions, especially, small things, little things that don't matter, let's stop picking on people for that. But other things that we're deciding to let go, like expired tabs or this or that. A lot of times why tabs are expired in major cities is because people actually steal vehicles. The amount of people who are actually poor and don't have the money to get them is very few and far between. Why not charge people license fees that include tabs?
Well, that goes into all the different fucking ways that they
because those ways the state gets to be able to pull these police actions. You see what I mean? Defund shit like that. Like defund shit that actually doesn't matter to people. Instead of defunding police departments where they're crippled to the point where they can't hire new officers, don't have enough officers on the street, and crime is devolving into literally like Gotham City.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely close to Gotham here. I'd say we're probably Bloodhaven at the moment, but
right.
But it's
yeah,
supposed to be like straight up
yeah,
full
it is about
blown
to be
Gotham
like that.
City.
Because like we're probably one incident with a guy painted with the clown face away from Gotham City. Yeah, but that's the thing is like the whole point, and what it seems to be the point, it isn't really about the people or actually like helping change anything for the better. As I said, it's mostly about control and the people with power maintaining their power, and the people without or with not as much power becoming without power. Because the fact of the matter is, like, the middle class is almost non-existent in America.
Yep.
Like, it has literally been like obliterated. Yeah, like obliterated.
That's true. And there basically is the haves and the have-nots at this point. Like it's devolved past like just even classes anymore.
That's what I'm saying, is like we're getting back to the old days, like medieval times,
where
where
nobody
basically
had
just
nothing. That's
the
why
royals
everybody
were the
made
only
flower
ones had
sack
it.
skirts.
Yep.
And that's why everybody, did this or that. And there was only a few people who could afford luxury things and
Correct.
new things. But the rest of us were basically using old, reused things, reusing things around our homes, making things work because we don't really have an option to do anything else.
Absolutely. And that kind of also plays into the recession and the depression, and how people and communities survived by just taking what they could get and doing the best that they can. But considering that we don't have that mentality, as Scarlett has responded on, it's all falling to shit.
It is.
Because we don't have that same sort of community, and we don't have that same sort of interaction with other humans.
Or even drive of hard work that was once there.
Oh God,
people
yeah.
were
Don't even get
willing
me
to
started.
work hard and work together to get, things together. If a World War III happened, like where we needed to World War II all in this together, it wouldn't work. Because COVID proved that, like, yeah, at first we could all be in lockstep. And that was a beautiful thing where everybody was in lockstep, everybody was on the same page. But then it devolved quickly and people started turning on each other.
Man, motherfuckers aren't even on the right step anymore at all.
I mean, and where does that come from?
It comes from the top. It really does. Let's just be real. A lot of these things are coming from the top, coming from the people with power. All the divisiveness, all the different things that we've pit against each other. Like, most of the people that are considered ridiculous on the internet are usually liberal white women. Okay, we commonly refer to them as Karens.
Okay, but my question is this, because I've been laying here listening to some of this while I came back on. Is how far up the top, though, TLO, is the actual question.
Well, it's most of the people with political power, so it is like people like Pelosi and the Bidens. I mean, come on. Like, the fact, like, I, for the most part, like, I wouldn't say most politicians, but for the most part, they are doing their thing. But it's the ones that get really weird and like institutionalized, like Pelosi, like Biden's, like Clinton's,
the
like
lifers in politics,
the lifers and the legacies. And it's like, yeah, that's one. And any of the youngins out there that may or may not be listening, you would probably agree. And that's why you have a lot of pushback even on Biden from a lot of his former supporters, the progressives, the youth, is because they're like, wait a second, like, shit isn't really changing. You say that it's changing, but it seems to only be working for you guys, but not us.
Right.
So they're even waking up to that. They're like, wait a second.
Right. It seems like
go Go ahead.
Right, and it seems like people were off step, for so much longer. And Scarlett, I'm going to kind of contradict, but not contradict what you're saying.
Okay.
But it literally does seem like for a while a lot of people are off step, but people are slowly coming back together, and it seems like people are slowly, I'm saying slowly, like a fucking snail, getting their shit back together.
I don't know though, because like I said, how many families are coming back together? How many, friend groups that people deleted and blocked each other online?
Yeah.
Lifelong friends people had for 30 and 40 years who are willing to just drop them over opinions on the internet.
Correct.
Like, I don't
I don't
know.
see
Like,
too
how
much
many
of
of those
that.
people have actually come around since?
Yeah. I think it's mostly the people that have been able to see this or witness it are coming together. We're forming groups. And that's
Right.
what you're seeing is the
Correct. Because
people
you
who
know
are
what?
like,
One good
wait a
example
second.
of that is the new group on Facebook called Died Suddenly News.
Oh, I've
And
heard of that. Yeah.
yep, because it's getting so popular. In the last few weeks, when I joined, there was like
What is it?
60,000 members, right? Now there's over 204,000 people.
What is
Okay,
it,
Facebook
Scarlett?
hasn't shut it down yet, but people are sharing stories far and wide. And people who never believed in this type of stuff before, there was a lady who was like, I've been a nurse for 40 years. And she was like, you know what I would tell you after all of this? Never get another vaccine of any kind for you or your children. She was like, I've seen too much death and destruction from this vaccine than anything else I've ever seen in this life. And now my eyes have been open to everything. And it took this. And now she's down for the cause. And so it's given me some renewed hope that there are people who are still waking up, even this late in the game, because this was the pill they needed to see to understand the corruption.
Well, you know what? Speaking of that, there's a hospital here in Sandusky. That's the only hospital, actually. I was after one of my post seizures, and I guess I made a fucking dumbass remark. I have it on my other phone. And I guess I told her, bitch, don't touch me. You got vaccinated. And she went like, Dwayne, none of us in this hospital are vaccinated. Firelands didn't mandate it.
And I'm sure there are places like that, but most places do not subscribe to that.
Correct.
Yeah, most places didn't take the free 99 way out of that. But that's fine.
Most people weren't given an option.
Oh yeah,
and there was that too.
Yeah, well, we know that. We were watching people
like I
hang
said,
up
people were
boots.
forced to basically quit their jobs.
Yep. Just think that the army, I do believe, is down 80,000 troops because of it.
I think that number
and
just went up.
How do they come back from that?
Yeah, I haven't heard any stories of them getting back into the army or anything like that.
No,
or the
because
army
people couldn't get exemptions because the army tried to act like if you didn't get an exemption day one of you signing up, that you can never have a medical or military, there is no philosophical exemption.
Well, at least the people who did get discharged, at least it wasn't a dishonorable.
Correct. Yeah. That was one of the things that they didn't do. But they knew if they had done dishonorable, holy shit, what we were talking about before with the people going off their end. Oh, it would have been mass fucking deaths, casualties. Are you fucking serious? Like, let's just be real about that. Think of how many.
Because they just came out with the article that said, what if 3 in 10 Americans did not take the DB jab?
Yep.
So if 3 out of 10 did not take the DB jab,
30%.
That's a big, and like I had said this a few weeks ago, I think there's a lot more people than what they want to let on that actually didn't, because they wanted to make everybody feel like they did.
Well, see, like here on my work, we had to sign a paper that asked if we had our COVID vaccination or not, right?
Right.
And it said, even if you're not, we're not asking for your card. So my dumb ass Sign no. I don't have my COVID vaccination. Because, well, I guess I kind of wasn't a dumbass, but I guess at the same time I was smart enough too to know, like, look, if they do start asking for this shit, I'm fucked.
Well, yeah, correct. And they'll really make an example of you if they ask and you don't have it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid, TLO.
Correct.
Was
that is
Yeah,
actually
see,
well
look,
played.
Darren had no choice with his work.
Yep.
And he was let go because of it. A lot of people, this is the story of millions of people around the world.
Yep, millions.
Hundreds of millions, maybe, because
To
people
be
were
honest,
not
yeah,
tolerating
from
it.
all over. Absolutely.
Like,
Yep.
from what I know, my
From
4-year-old.
all walks of life, from every sector of society.
Alexa, quit. Scarlett, you triggered her.
Why?
I have no clue. As soon as you started speaking about it, she popped on.
Of course she did, because she's listening, wench.
Why do you think I fucking told her to shut up?
Just wench. Get out of my business.
Pam said, do any of you folks play the game Roblox? Yes, unfortunately.
Nope.
Nope. My kids play Roblox.
I play Roblox.
You would.
Bro, I love the background setting I have on my phone. Dude, this is actually kind of fucking cool.
But, I mean, honestly, this is a problem. And coming out into this new, season of the world where they're kind of letting us out, but we don't know for sure if they're letting us out.
Well, it's all limited capacity because yes, they're letting us out now, but in lieu of that, prices have skyrocketed, so most people don't go out.
Well, exactly, and that's
See what I'm saying? Is like it's still like they're achieving the same goals of separating and dividing us just by different methods.
Well, TLO, and that's exactly the point. And here's my question is how much longer until we get locked back up?
I would say the elections.
Yep.
That's
after this midterm thing, they're gonna pull it.
Yep.
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah, no shit. What in the fuck?
Yeah, I honestly am surprised that we haven't had some sort of something pop out, some new boogeyman, so to speak, pop out. But I had saw that they just approved a new one. The new one improved with anti-Omicron shit or whatever, and it's just like okay. Oh, and they also released a statement saying that they're expecting us to take one every year now.
Well, and look, I just found this article on Drudge from Stat talking about Pfizer isn't sharing the vaccine with researchers for next generation studies. Washington
Correct.
Researchers studying next gen vaccines following to fight an evolving COVID-19 threat are running into problems getting existing vaccines to use in their research. Because Pfizer and Moderna hold the patents, the researchers would likely have to gain companies' permission to use them for research into products like nasal or peg coronavirus. Right now, Pfizer isn't sharing its vaccines for research purposes. Moderna didn't comment when we asked. Pfizer's stance is legal with the company's commercial interests, said Santos Rushman, a professor of law at Villanova University. If you use this thing that's been patented, what you're doing doesn't even matter. Even if you're trying to cure cancer, the law is pretty rigid. But some university researchers argue the posture slows global progress towards more effective vaccines in the future, especially since the United States has wasted tens of millions of doses. Yale University virologist and immunologist Akiko Iwasaki has designed a study of nasal vaccines against COVID, which she argues could provide better protection against infection and transmission against the shots alone. The ideal study would be conducted on subjects who have already had a primary vaccine series to simulate real-world scenarios. She inquired with Pfizer about obtaining some vaccine to use in her study, but has not received anything. In order for us to develop a better vaccine, we need a comparator. No, you don't. You know what you need? A saline placebo, bruh.
Exactly.
if you want to test it against a placebo, but then they would also need that. But why is Pfizer wanting to hide it?
Because I bet you Pfizer did some fucked up bullshit.
We all
Control.
know it because they won't let you reverse engineer it. So that's something that people need to really think about. You know, especially another big issue. Apparently, when these people were locked down in China, there's this big earthquake, like we were talking about earlier. Apparently, the residents of this town were on lockdown. So they weren't allowed to go outside. Outcry as Chinese lockdown traps residents during earthquake. Footage showing that some residents in the earthquake Chinese city of Chengdu were stopped from fleeing their compounds due to a COVID lockdown has sparked anger and disbelief online. Some in Chengdu said they were told to stay inside through a 6.6 magnitude earthquake that has killed 65 people. Those that ran out, they found the exits shut due to COVID restrictions. Chengdu, home to 21 million people, is under strict lockdown rules. China has a so-called zero COVID-19 policy, meaning that lockdowns are routinely imposed in communities when cases of the virus are detected. In some instances, apartment buildings where at least one person has tested positive for COVID in designated sealed areas where residents are forbidden from setting foot outside their homes whether or not they have the virus. Video shared on Douyin, China's TikTok platform, showed panicked residents behind chained gates shouting to be let out. In one, a man swears at a security guard, rattling what appears to be his apartment gates, trying to open it, shouting, "Hurry up, open the door, it's an earthquake." In response, the guards say it's over, the earthquake's already over. In another video, claims to be an audio recording of a loudspeaker message that said, "Go back home, do not gather here, it's just an earthquake." We here in Sichuan have a lot of experience when it comes to earthquakes. One man told the BBC he had run out of his 30-floor building after feeling the earthquake's tremors. When he realized he was trapped, he raised complaints among the crowd gathered at the gates. Which one is more important, the lockdown or the earthquake? Lu Siwei, a lawyer in Chengdu, had shouted. His neighbor said, "Do not incite emotions and do not talk politics." After several heated rounds, Mr. Lu says the man then physically assaulted him. There have been no reports linking any fatalities from the quake to the restrictions on compounds, but such reports have sparked overwhelming criticism for those on the microblogging site Weibo. "It's a joke we have to discuss such a question," said one commentator under a post from a local news site, in which quoted a lawyer saying citizens were constitutionally free to flee to safety. The post had received over 3.7 million views by Tuesday. "I guess it's fine if I die inside the building. At least I didn't get infected," said another comment sarcastically. The Chengdu Health Commission later posted on WeChat that the priority should be given to safeguarding the lives of the public in the event of earthquakes, fires, floods, and other disasters. Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan, has been beset by a heat wave and drought this summer, and last week was plunged into a lockdown after an increase in COVID cases. China's COVID policies require cities to enter strict lockdowns even if just a handful of cases are reported. However, Beijing's drive to ensure zero COVID have prompted rare public dissent from citizens. China's the world's last major economy attempting to entirely stamp out COVID outbreaks, claiming this is necessary to prevent wider surges of the virus, which would overwhelm hospitals. Meanwhile, they built a hospital in a week and they're worried about overwhelming hospitals. The country has officially recorded fewer than 15,000 deaths since the pandemic began, according to Johns Hopkins University.
Oh, that is such a damn lie.
They know it, and I know it, because there's no way.
There's absolutely no fucking way.
15,000. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. People have died from bunches of stuff, and people said people were dying left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right. But the fact that they
At
locked
the
these
beginning,
people
there was
down,
people in the
that is
streets.
probably why people died. And it makes sense now because I was watching CGTN, which is China controlled state news, the day that the earthquake happened, and they were only letting emergency people on the road, and now this makes sense, and they weren't letting anybody in or out of the city, which they said was because of the earthquake. They were lying. That's because they were locked down.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, no, that shit is like fucking, if anybody's seen the movie Brazil, it's fucking kind of like Brazil.
Seen what movie, TLO?
Brazil. It's an 80s movie done by Terry Gilliam, who's done a bunch of other weird movies like Time Bandits and what was that? Dr. Parnassus and his Imaginarium. like the last film, Heath Ledger's.
Over, right?
Yeah. So kind of crazy, far out shit, but it was a very weird, totalitarian, yet commercialized government system and shit. And this guy was trying to get out of it, and it was really weird. Like, it was really weird. Wow. I need to get that movie because, like, I haven't seen it in a decade, and it's still very vivid.
Can I make this like real quick?
Some movies are like that though.
Stuck in the
Yeah.
train. I've tried
Weird movies. Shit, that shit sticks.
They were until 2 a.m. So like now you're starving. I'm just trying to make them cool. So yeah.
All right, you go. Hold on.
Oh wow.
Yeah, everybody gotta hold on. Dwayne's being silly.
Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac.
Yeah, well, he gotta cut that shit down.
I stand all time.
Just take a turn into this. Sorry, no. Another person's making food for their friends. That the train didn't come and get them, and at 6, and it's 2 a.m. And they've been sitting at the bus station for hours.
Yeah, that's a bit off schedule there.
Oh, you were muted on. You're good.
Wow, I haven't heard about this. I'm done with Portland. Furious residents of the Dem-led city revealed to DailyMail.com why they have no choice but to sell their homes as homeless drug addicts set up camp right outside their front doors.
Yeah. And they're shitting everywhere. They're leaving. Like, I can't even tell you just the crap that I see with our limited fucking ridiculousness here in Minneapolis and the city. Like, I can't even tell you. Yeah, Portland's a shithole now.
Are selling their homes due to the homeless epidemic. Some homeowners say they're terrified to leave their house due to mental illness in homeless communities. The city has set up Safe Rest Villages, a program that shelters homeless people in designated lots. But unauthorized homeless encampments are popping up in many neighborhoods, spreading to the suburbs. The homeless crisis is exacerbated by the worsening drug crisis, as hard drugs are decriminalized in the state. Which I don't think that's necessarily the problem, but
I know it's not the damn problem. Because there's plenty of people out there that do these drugs on a daily basis, and they're pretty high functioning. And so it's not necessarily about that. It's about everything else. Like, I'm sorry, the reason why they're probably all smacked up is because, like, they've been shitted on.
Well,
like,
and because Portland became
like,
a town that basically priced everybody out, which is kind of where Minneapolis is becoming. Where, honestly, unless you want to live in the worst of the worst neighborhoods, you can't own a home.
Correct.
Or property.
Absolutely.
And it's edging people out to where only gentrified. Like, how many more white people live in South Minneapolis now than ever did before?
A lot more.
A lot more. And especially in certain neighborhoods, it's like all white people now because they've like bought out all the homes in certain areas.
Yes.
You know, and they have congregated themselves in these areas, which then have increased home prices and medium home prices in the area, which then, you know, edge people out from living there. But they're talking about now some of the most expensive neighborhoods in the Pacific Northwest city are overrun with tent cities, with residential sidewalks littered with trash. It is one of the most deserted downtowns in the United States, as soaring crime rates and homelessness are scaring away both locals and tourists. But now the crisis has spread beyond the downtown area into the quiet suburbs. These homeless camps are now becoming a permanent fixture, with the city being forced to conduct sweeps on a regular basis. The latest sweep took place a week ago as Portland's Rapid Response BioClean team cleared out a large homeless camp at Southeast 80th Avenue and Rhine Street. The site, at the corner of the South Tabor and Foster Powell neighborhoods, had been reported by residents countless times this summer, but nothing was ever done. But it's a little too late for lifelong residents Bruce and Becky Phillip, who told Daily Mail that they're done with Portland. We've been here 65 years, but I'm done. I'm done with Portland. Whereas there's to say they move in, take over the neighborhood, do their drugs, play their loud music, make a mess, adding that the homeless crisis has ruined not a few neighborhoods, but all of Portland. The couple also pointed that the sweeps are not the final solution. The city comes in, cleans it up, and 2 weeks later they're back. It's a vicious cycle, and I'm done.
In one case, the early offer for a 3-bedroom home asking to close $700,000 near a sanctioned homeless encampment called Multnomah Village. We had an early offer on a home, but it fell through, and there was concern there with the Multnomah Village site. I can say that the homeless encampments are definitely affecting property values. I mean, it's bad. They show pictures, and it's awful.
Oh, you should see
people living in tent toppers and under tarps, and
you should see the shit from Oakland. It looks like the fucking barrios of Brazil.
See, that's crazy. You know, they say at 8 a.m, they're up shooting meth. You know, there's domestic violence. They're having to maneuver around slumped addicts to get a son to the bus. A couple times we had to come out to slumped over individuals and say, hey, my son's handicap bus is coming in 5 minutes. Can you move around? They're saying that according to the Homelessness Urban Camping Impact Reduction Program, they have removed 3,140 new campsite reports this week. There were reported 1,180 along Southeast Powell Boulevard, which is about a block away. It was reported that 14 camps were cleaned and 64 were removed. Like, that's insane. That means most people are just living on the streets.
No, a lot of people are.
And people are just moving into people's backyards. Like, just don't even care.
Yeah, empty homes for sale. That's happened. Businesses. Rudolph's got set on fire by a bunch of fucking crackheads.
Did it?
Remember Rudolph's? Yes.
When?
Last week.
Damn, you lying. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah, no, they're fucking everywhere. And it's ridiculous. And it's like you said before, part of it is the mentality. Part of it is life is just difficult. And there's a lot of people that are
there is like a
incapable
housing
of dealing with
shortage,
it.
and people never thought about what they were going to do, you know, to fix this. But the fact that there are so many tents everywhere just shows that they never planned for what was going to happen to these people. They gentrified neighborhoods, took away housing.
Either they didn't plan or they just didn't care. Because let's just
or they did
be
it on
real.
purpose or knew this was going to happen.
Correct. Once again, as I said, control, and also like, yeah, if anybody wants to get super deep into that, you know, like the Davos and shit like that, it does disconcern me where there's like I saw just Mike personally with somebody that I work with who I find quite lovely, I'll be honest. She's super cool in most respects, but she definitely has drank the liberal Kool-Aid. And just the other day, she was like, oh, and blah, blah, blah. And there's too many people. I'm like, what? I'm like sitting there, I'm like, fucking what? There's too many people? Like, no, there's actually not necessarily too many people. It's just we don't seem to care about certain people. Right. And we kind of just toss them out literally like garbage. And now they're living on the streets in garbage. So, yeah. But it blows my mind how there's like this mentality that, oh, you know, there's too many people on the planet and it's overcrowded and this and that and it's causing, you know, global warming and all that bullshit. It's like, all right, pump the fucking hate brakes there, Miss MSN. Yeah, pump the hate brakes, Miss MSNBC, Rachel Maddow. You gotta fucking see the whole picture. It can't just be like just one sliver or aspect of the whole entirety. It's like basically, what was the old saying? Like trying to take a test tube of the ocean, just the little test tube of the ocean, and expecting that to tell you what's in it.
Right.
Like there is no earthly or unearthly fucking way that you would be able to do so. It is just impossible because it's just too big of a thing to take that sort of sample size and gain any sort of knowledge from it. Period.
Right.
And that's exactly what's happening in life is like a lot of people are just trying to take or focus or hyper focus, I should say, on just certain aspects. And they're the wrong aspects. And it's really foobarred everything else. It's trickled down into our economy, our politics, our relationships, obviously familial and, sexual shit.
That's true.
So yeah,
That's
world, you
beyond
need to,
true.
yeah,
Oh,
y'all
poor
need to
Dwayne. We're
knock
sorry
that
you
shit
got
off.
booted.
Yeah, no, there's some shit going on the internet because it's really been kind of like I literally just got a message from somebody work related, and they're like, "Is the computer systems down for you guys?" Because I was trying to look at my PTO, and I just checked, and yeah, for some reason the fucking system isn't down. So yeah, there's something up with the internet tonight.
Let's see what we've got on like Solar Ham. And there was some dip. Interesting. Yeah, some cosmic ray flux came in earlier that could potentially affect
And that
things
must
for
be
sure.
it. Yeah, that must have been it.
There's a
Because it.
yep.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, because there was a. I think yeah. No, I was reading somewhere earlier tonight how there was some sort of issue with like a power plant. I'm trying to remember what country it was in. And no, it was not the Ukraine and the fucking nuclear power plant. We all mostly know about that shit. No, it was a different country. I think it was like a Asian country, the Philippines or something, where like part of their grids were going out today. So yeah, there might be something to that little solar activity going that dip.
Mm-hmm. Because these
What do you
dips have
think,
been
Garfield?
happening a lot lately, and nobody knows what they are.
Yeah, no, there have been a lot of well, just the sun itself has been super active of late.
Yeah, there's tons of sunspots. Like
Yeah.
currently, if you look at like the magnetogram, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different areas. 4 that they're watching and 5 numbered sunspots.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you one of those four is the one that's still kind of pointed in our direction and is apparently like, still 100 or so times bigger or whatever. So if the thing does go, it's going to go big and it's probably going to take us with it.
That's true.
Because if it's pointed at us and it's way bigger than us, it is going to hit us. And if it's that large, it's probably going to be like an X class. So that means bring in your fucking cats. He said, Binger, please. Sorry, I had to put on some entertainment in the background since it is getting a little late.
It's always good to have some extra focus in the background, but we can wrap it up too because we've almost had a 5-hour show.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, so I mean, we can wrap it up. I mean, we could chit chat after the show to decompress for sure, but there's that. But I think the most important thing right now is just to be aware of these certain ideas that are occurring, watching the patterns that are happening because things are speeding up faster and faster than ever before.
Correct.
There's more events, more things happening, more signs pointing to
More
bad
signs
news.
pointing out to more signs pointing out to bad shit is basically what it
Yeah,
comes
that
down.
we are probably setting up for some
Yep.
serious cataclysmic events.
Yes.
Of which, do we have a way to stop them?
And to be honest, it's more importantly, do we have a way to survive them? Because most of these cataclysmic events are probably unavoidable. Because there's not really much we could do if the sun decides to shoot something off. There's not much we could do if Yellowstone actually pops. There's nothing most of us could do if we get dinged by one of these big ass asteroids that seem to be zipping by us on a daily basis.
Also true.
So yeah, no, what it comes down to is we need to drop all the bullshit. Like seriously, like all the infighting, all the political back and forth, all that shit. We need to just start recognizing that it's not necessarily about us. Yes, we are definitely bigoted humans because, well, we're human and we, obviously think we're special because we haven't found anything else close to us. But yeah, this is a huge, vast universe. Huge, vast universe. And who's to say if, we are going to continue existing in it? Like we have hopes.
Yeah, that's the truth. Like we've been blessed to be on it, but that doesn't mean we stay.
Correct.
And the fact that we honestly is just really cocky to think that there isn't something or some way we could be wiped off.
Correct. That is the hugest issue right now with the mentality of
And
the
what's wrong
human
with
race.
certain areas eventually becoming uninhabitable? We know it's happened before, so why can't it happen now? Why do
Well,
we
of
act
course.
like just because we chose to be in the areas that we're in, that those areas will continue to be hospitable for life? And the areas that we chose to put life in that were unhospitable, why do we act as if now that they are backfiring on people that this wasn't going to happen all along because you chose to put people in inhospitable environments?
Correct.
It's something people really need to think about, like the whole city of New Orleans. Yeah, it was a great engineering feat, but was it a good idea?
Nope.
Like, because we've
Hell
seen the
no.
effects that happen, like during Katrina, like what actually happens when things go wrong. So it's like, it's great in theory, but who's to say that these places that people pick don't backfire? And there's nothing wrong with that, and it's nobody's fault. It's just they thought it was going to work, and now it doesn't. And what's wrong with having somewhere be hospitable for so long? And yes, it would be unimaginable to move some of these places, but it needs to be thought about.
Correct.
At this point, instead of people worrying about climate change and how they can cut their carbon emissions, they need to think about, well, certain areas are just going to be left unhospitable, and you can no longer live in those areas without taking severe consequences.
Well, that's why I've always, and I mean always, even when I was like a wee lad so many generations ago, how remarkably like thick-headed we can be as humans. And the primest example is all those fucking million, sometimes even tens of millions, $100s of millions fucking homes that are built on stilts on the coast of fucking California.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seriously? That's basically like building your freaking man cave on the side of St. Helens or some shit. It's
That's what
just
I mean. All
fucking
the people who live
stupid.
around these volcanoes and live up and down the West Coast on volcanic territory, um, they're living on borrowed time. And we all have to
Yeah,
realize that this earth, we're living on borrowed time and it could become inhospitable. And
for
then
real.
what do? It's not anyone's fault. We just have to adapt or die.
Exactly. Well, it's definitely the adapt part, but we have to. Uh, we really do need to just drop the weird humanistic bigotry, because, like, the human race started actually very nomadic and moving around. That's how we got all our different countries and peoples and whatnot. Um, so why are we under the assumption that we can just kind of decide where we get to stay, as opposed to building where we can, or where it's safe, or where it's more solid?
True. That's so very true.
Because yeah, even when I had dreams of being a big Hollywood actor, back in the day, I even knew back then, it was like, that's the one thing though, is like, I don't have to be one of those like traveling fucking actors, because I am most definitely not living in LA.
Right.
There is no way you could pay me to live in that fucking cesspool. Like, and this is before pandemic. This is way before pandemic. This is even before the fucking 92 King riots and shit. This is me saying, this is me saying, like, why the fuck would I go out there, first off, in like actual earthquake alley where like buildings can like crumble beneath you? And then next, you're like right by the ocean, and we know the ocean can get pissy. We definitely found that. Well, Japan definitely found that out in 2011.
True.
And actually, what was it, 2004 for Sumatra and Indonesia and all that? Wasn't that 2004? So yeah, no, like, so
Oh,
like
with the
sitting here and
tsunami,
assuming that we
yeah.
can, we can build these cities, especially vast cities, like that also blows my mind. It's like, why would you, like Dubai? That's another motherfucking place I would never want to live, even though it's super cool and futuristic looking and all that shit. Even though it's got some pretty ridiculous, over the top fucking Middle Eastern culture going on in it. Still a super cool, aesthetic looking city. But the fact of the matter is, they built it out of nothing. It's built on like pretend land, and not very well. It's just like, why would you put yourselves in that sort of position? If there was any sort of like, if we do experience even the slightest measure of a pole shift, Dubai is gone. Like that place is like gone, because it will be very similar to 2012, as Tim mentioned. Because there's just no way that you're going to have a pole like shift without there being major shifts in, as you said before, the tectonic plates.
Mm-hmm.
So we literally will have a point where we'll have a bunch of big ass earthquakes, and then a significant resulting tsunami. And any tsunami that's, let's just say, 100 feet or more, is going to cause havoc all around the world. Places like Dubai, places like London, places like New Orleans in Florida will be gone.
Spain, yep. Azores.
Gone. Like, gone. Like, none of that, oh, it might get heavily damaged. No, it will be wiped off the face of this planet.
That is true.
So, like,
and
to
we
sit
are
here,
we are just a couple,
a couple of bad
instances.
situations from going full, tsunami postal.
True.
Because hell, they're even like calculating like what happens if, because I was just reading about the what do they call it, the doomsday glacier. If and when that motherfucker decides to break off, that also is going to cause a huge tsunami that will easily, most likely, take out a lot of shit along the coast of South America, and most likely will reach Hawaii and take and obliterate that.
Oh yeah, Hawaii, the first big tsunami, they're gone.
Yep. So we need to recognize that it's not about us. No matter how much we may, sit here and create our little storylines or our movies, internal movies in our heads, like, it's still not about us. And the fact that we're taking pictures of universes from, 250 million years ago that we're just seeing now with whatever the James Webb telescope and shit. It's like, for us to sit here and assume that we truly have that much control over the world around us is so super vain. It's not even funny.
True.
Like we seriously need to drop this weird human-centric, egotistical bullshit, because it is going to be our own undoing, especially when it comes to the crunch. Like right now, just like you had mentioned earlier before, Scarlett, like if we do have the crunch, some sort of major catastrophe, like nobody's going to be able to really handle it.
No.
Because everyone's all off in their own little fucking worlds. Like we're not going to come together like we used to.
No. Because nobody wants to do anything either.
Yeah. Nobody wants to do anything. Nobody likes anybody. So it's like, what the fuck? And that's an even more scarier prospect, because that could easily devolve into some serious Mad Max shit, like real quick.
Oh, and it already is to some degree.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like this is just
the
like
amount
a
of people who
little
were like, even in Minneapolis, stealing cars, running around, crashing them.
Yeah, for real, because we're far past the days where they actually do like steal them and like scrap them or sell them and shit like that. They're literally just taking them and, you know, basically using
crashing
them
them
as
and
their car.
joyriding them,
Yep.
then finding another one,
Yep.
and then getting in that.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Because they don't care, and they don't have to face any consequences because of this system that we're setting up to be more equitable, or whatever bullshit buzzword it is today. Holy fucking shit, I'm so sick of buzzwords.
Buzzwords are, like I said, these things ruin speech and ruin the interpretation of. There were fire nados at Burning Man.
Yes.
I didn't hear about that.
Well, yeah, I had heard that there was a couple of decent sized fires close to Burning Man. And yeah, I think one of them, there was a fire NATO that was caught on.
That would be intense, because think about a fire NATO hitting Black Rock.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The destruction. Yeah. There's no way in, no way out. There's nobody to help. Like, all those people would be dead.
Yep. Just cooked.
They said it took, there was like an 8-hour traffic jam this year to get out.
Mm.
Yep. So just think about that. If anything were to happen, you are SOL.
Yeah. And that's another thing, people, is like, definitely do come up with plans.
Yeah. Do not expect the government or entities to save you, because they may not just have the ability themselves. You know,
or they may not care. they may
not
like,
show
fuck
up,
you
or they
guys,
may
you
not
are
have the
on your
capacity.
own. Correct. So yeah, no, like seriously, devise plans, all that sort of stuff. But most importantly is, like we've mentioned numerous times in this broadcast, is just be more fucking self-aware.
Yeah, it's time to dust off your plans and
time
inventory your life
surroundings.
Yep.
Fucking read the room. I know that's what a lot of you youngins like to say.
Yep, read the room.
Because yeah, shit is happening quickly, like Scarlett said, and you need to be prepared.
Because you don't want to be caught off guard.
For real, because the ones that are caught off guard are usually the first ones to go.
Yep.
Yep.
So you got to survive and thrive, which means being self-aware, understanding when there's danger. Like I said, I read the room at the state fair and got out.
Correct. Yep.
I was like, nope, this ain't it. We got to go. It's hot
well, yeah,
status.
no, like I'm sorry, that is like uber red flag number one. You start seeing a bunch of those motherfuckers running around and they got their masks on and their hoodies covering and shit. I'm like, no, for real, it's 80 some degrees. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
like,
it was hot too. I mean, it wasn't super hot that day, but it was hot enough to where I was baking.
Yeah, no, it was still 80s. Like today was like what, 84, I think.
Yep.
And it's supposed to be like 86 or 7 tomorrow. Like we're actually supposed to get close to 90.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hot for this time of year, but that's all right. Let's enjoy it before it gets cold.
Well, yeah, I don't mind it being hot at all. Like I know a
No,
lot of
not
people
at
are
the end of the year when there's not gonna be that many more hot days.
for real.
It's different. Like at the beginning of August, you'd be like, "Oh, hot," but like
Yeah.
the beginning of September, you'd be like, "Hey."
Yeah, it's still hot. This is cool.
Exactly. Because I mean, it's only like a month before we're expecting like our first like taste of frost.
Oh yeah, and I guarantee it'll be before that.
Oh, leaves are already changing in the cities I saw.
Yes.
I was tripping.
Yes. Like big change, not like slight
Little
colors on a
changes.
few
No,
trees.
like
We're
yellow leaves
talking, yeah,
everywhere.
everywhere.
And that could be stress from the drought because y'all didn't have that much rain.
No.
So it could be drought stress. It's very
Well,
possible
yeah.
that just happened.
That is playing a part because we have had a lot of stress. A lot of plants didn't do so well. I know a lot of my crops weren't doing super great. Although my peppers and tomatoes did okay.
My
My
peppers didn't
cherry,
do good. My tomatoes did okay, but my peppers literally were stunted. Like they stayed the size that I planted them when I got them at the nursery, some of them.
oh
Even
wow.
produce little tiny itty bitty peppers. And I have a bajillion pollinators in my yard. I can't even go out my garden in the middle of the day because literally there's some honeybees that come from somewhere around here that take over my garden and bumblebees. There'd be like 50 bumblebees and like 100 honeybees. So like pollination is not my issue. So I don't know what my soil may be. I don't know. Like it just peppers did not do the damn thing.
Well, yeah,
My
my peppers were
tomatillos are
smaller
doing
too.
well. My tomatoes are doing okay. Some of them seem really stunted. Could just be the weather fluctuation changes too. I don't know. But what I do know is
It has
some of
been a
them are doing
drier than
well.
normal season, so
And I try to water, but not everybody can be, completely consistent waterers. But I haven't had them like splitting or cracking. I'm gonna try to maybe hit everything with some fertilizer again.
yeah.
Try to see if that doesn't get everything to try to like grow one last little push.
Oh yeah, no, I'm working on a nice little end of the year season crop here.
Yeah, I got a little crop of beans that I was gonna make with some smoked turkey necks tomorrow.
Hell, I got
And
some jalapenos.
I got some sriracha peppers.
Oh, there we
I
go.
was able to grow a few of those, but not very many though. Not like in years past where I had like buckets of peppers and buckets of this or that. So I'm a little disappointed. But next year it'll be better because I'll be able to amend the soil better. I'll actually be able to turn it over. This year was crap for spring and it was super wet.
Yeah, it was.
It was, and it was so bad up here. So it really sucked because you weren't really able to start anything. But
Correct.
I'm going to try before winter to try to get some form of greenhouse up and running.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, my neighbor though said I can use her extra room in her house to create a greenhouse for the winter.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
yeah, so I'm gonna have a little indoor one, growing a bunch of like plant starts and some things that I can grow in winter. Whatever I could probably do peppers, maybe do tomatoes.
Yeah, you probably would have more success with the peppers. But yeah, peppers. Um,
And she keeps her house super warm, like 80 plus
oh
all the
wow.
time. Yeah. Honestly, like
You probably could
85.
do tomatoes and you
Yeah,
probably could.
that's what I'm saying. Cause she keeps her house so hot that I'm like, oh yeah, we could have something really going.
Yeah, I like hot too, but I don't usually go over like 75 on my
I
thermostat.
know. That's what I'm saying. 75 is cool. Like
Yeah,
that's
75 is
warm to
cool.
me.
Yeah. You get up to like 80, like, okay, that's starting to
That's
get a little,
too hot. Yeah, I'm about to
yeah,
sweat
that's
to
a
death.
little
My
peaked.
apartment used to be really hot like that, where like you couldn't control it because everybody else's.
Yep.
And it used to be like 90 degrees in my apartment. It was the
Yep.
worst. I used to have to keep like doors open in the winter. It was awful.
Correct. No, I totally
Yeah.
had a place
So
like that
hopefully
too.
this year, though, I'm able to make a nice little greenhouse space. and able to grow, because I have those grow boxes that can be indoor, outdoor. So I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure as long as I treat the soil, and I'm gonna, oxygenate it with like some hydrogen peroxide and like amend it a
Mhm.
little bit, and then pack it back into the thing so I don't have a whole bunch of bugs and bullshit. And probably like bake the soil, and then after I bake the soil, go from there. But point being, I think I'll have a nice little crop of stuff, and there's
I was about to
tons
say,
of
it sounds like
options
you
to
could do it.
grow.
Yeah.
I could grow melons. I could grow. I mean, I could have a whole jungle in there.
No, you would be able to. You could probably
Yeah,
get some nice might even be able to grow some fruit.
that's what I was thinking, like a little lemon tree, or like
Ooh,
some.
that would be smart as shit. Nice little lemon tree, because you could do a lot with the lemons.
That's what I mean. Like, yeah, that's what I was saying. A little lemon tree, maybe like a little lime tree, or like I'm trying to think of other fruits that would be decent. Um, like I said, watermelons,
Oh, that would be
cantaloupes. I
yep.
could
That
do
would be that would be
because I
nice.
could upward trellis them,
Yes.
and then save space, but have like a
No,
whole ass
if you
jungle.
got a room that's like 85 and controlled, you'll be able to actually do a pretty decent diverse crop.
Well, I think so. So I'm excited. So we're gonna do that, and so I got to get some little like mini greenhouses and stuff like that,
Hmm.
um, to put in there, so I can keep some things more humid, some things drier, but like starts that way. In the spring, I have all the starts I need. I won't need to go to like a garden center at all because something isn't working out with seed or whatever, because I've already sprouted most things that don't need to be direct sowed. Because direct sow you can't help. You just get what you
Right.
get.
Yep.
But the ones that like to be used starts, like tomatoes, peppers, etc., would be nice. Because I could probably grow bell peppers, hot peppers, radishes, spinaches, lettuces, all these different things. And then obviously like microgreens, but I could definitely have like a little plant start business by next spring if I have room to do so. So I'm pretty excited. Um, and you're right, Darren. Like the first year is never good, but I had high hopes because I've done first year gardens other places that have exploded. So I think I just had high expectations on myself. And I've gotten pretty good crops, but I'm used to getting larger bumper crops. So I'm
Right.
just disappointed. That's all. I know I could do better. And honestly, I probably should have worked harder weeding and doing other things. And I just really didn't. I kind of just let things do what they do. And so I'm lucky to get this, to be honest. So
At least you're truthful about it.
I am. I probably should have, but I just didn't feel that great this year. Like, honestly, other years I felt a lot more energy to get things done. This year, I didn't feel so hot. So it's like, I can only do what I can do.
Yeah, no, I think it's like that for a lot of folks.
Yeah. So and then, budget constraints, time constraints, weather was also a factor for a lot of times. Every other day we were having severe weather.
Yeah, you were.
Um, yeah, it was rough out here. So I think that all compounds into it too, because we had a super wet spring and then it started to kind of finally dry out to where now we're kind of drying out now. Um, Nowhere close to drought, but definitely getting dry.
Yes.
And so that does affect things. A lot of farmers were already having issues earlier this year. So
Yep.
because they don't have, proper, a lot of people out here gambled on having water, and that now is coming to bite them in the butt. So it is what it is. Whether you have to truck it in or irrigate it or whatever, it's the name of the game. So I think that's what everybody needs to do, though, is find a way. Like, even if you have a windowsill garden, and even if you can't afford seeds, you just regrow your celery, regrow your green onions, Get whole carrots and try to regrow the tops if they have the tops on carrots. You know, you can keep the greens good for a few days, make carrot top pesto.
I
Those
just
type of
made
things.
I just made pesto the other day because my basil crop was actually pretty kick-ass this year. Basil and parsley I grow, and so
Basil,
I
you
made
could do really well in like, you know, little pots or containers too.
yeah. I usually grow them year round. I got a cute
Even
little
a
indoor
5-gallon
paper.
bucket would do well on like a balcony or
Oh yeah, no, that's basically what I have. Is a
grow
couple of
bags. I really like grow bags.
yeah, those would be cool too, but those if you have like a hanging space, that's that's the best.
Yeah, but I like the ones that just like sit on the ground.
Yeah, I know. There's a couple of variations.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about too, though, like those vertical ones. But yeah, I like
Correct.
the ones that just sit on the ground where they have like the opening and you can put like you can do potatoes in them or,
Yep.
you know, because that way people even indoors could grow potatoes. People are like, oh, I can't grow potatoes. Get a 30-gallon grow bag and put some potatoes in there and grow them. Even potatoes you get from the store should be able to eye and grow.
Yes.
You know, and not always if you grow a potato like that will it turn out. Sometimes they could get diseases. Why you would need and want certified seed potatoes, but if you can't, it's worth trying.
Yes.
And it does take a long time to get a potato. And once you start growing, everybody says potatoes are so easy, and it's like, not necessarily.
No.
All these people be harvesting little tiny potatoes too, and it's like, yeah, you try to get like store level potatoes that are all uniform and big potatoes, and let's see how you grow them.
Yeah. Let's see how well you do.
So I mean, it is what it is. But I think that everybody got crop. I think everybody's crops in many places did really well. Stone fruits did really well this year across the country. Many things did well because people had the moisture, but other places things did not do as well because they were bone dry.
Yep.
And so we'll see the effects of that coming soon, especially like places like California where we put most of our, food production into. And I understand why, because it's climate, you can grow food pretty much year round.
Yeah.
But the risk of that now is that it can all fall apart.
Correct.
And it is. Almonds, they were talking about need so much water that, almond producers are dwindling. All these different crops that, you can't get agricultural rights to water. Well, then you can't have your crops.
Yep.
Yeah, you could grow a cherry tree. Yep, absolutely. You could grow pears because they have dwarf varieties of trees.
No dwarf pears. Dwarf pears.
Yep, you would need quite a bit of space though because they do get like 10 feet, at least 12 feet.
Right.
So you'd want some space to be able to grow them. But in a lot of different places you could.
Hey, do I have 12? I know I have at least 10-foot ceilings, but I might actually have 12-foot.
Right. I'm sure if you kind of bonsaied it a little bit, it'd be all right at 10.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like just kind of kept it a little bit smaller.
Oh yeah, no, because some of my indoor plants are actually palm trees.
Oh
I
yeah,
got
see?
I got two pretty decent. Well, one really decent size. It's almost as tall as me now. It's a good 5 feet tall. So yeah, no, you can do it. You can grow a lot of different things. You just have to, once again, read the room, know your space, know your light, know what
The
works
proper amount
for.
of light and research each plant how to grow it.
Correct.
But most plants can be adapted for indoors.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
There's not that many things that you couldn't. So I think people just need to try. And so with the prices of produce and everything going up out of the ceiling, like it's worth trying.
Exactly.
Seeds aren't that much, dirt isn't
You
that
got to be
much.
smart. Yeah, and you can definitely do some of these things off of some of the plants you get.
Oh yeah.
Some of the items you get from the grocery
Yeah,
store.
try to can or dehydrate or freeze what you get to try to prolong what you're doing. I just think is right now is trying to think of smart solutions to help you get through these hard times, because we don't know how much worse it's going to get financially, socially, spiritually, geopolitically. We are in tumultuous times, and I don't know where that ends up.
Exactly.
And so with that, I think we could wrap it up.
Yeah, I think so.
So with that being said, thank you guys for being here tonight with us. We appreciate you joining in for a true FRN roundtable that has had a bunch of our hosts on tonight and expressing their opinions and just getting everybody caught up with what we've been thinking about things as of recently. We're going to try to start doing these shows more often to bring you guys the news, as well as branch out back to our old show schedules. So stay tuned for that. We really feel it's important to try to come up with quality shows at this time and just remind people of what needs to be done and help people understand what it is they're seeing with the world around them, and just kind of assure them that they're not crazy and that this is truly happening. It is not a mirage, and we're all experiencing this together, and so how we navigate it is what makes us different. And I think we should stick to the people who are like-minded at this point and try to move forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although I would also add, it doesn't necessarily come down to like-minded people. It just comes down to people who understand that there's more than what's said.
Right.
That's like the biggest thing.
Mutual understanding. Yeah.
Mutual understanding, critical thinking, that's huge. Strategic thinking, people who know, like, oh wait, if I do this, this and this will most likely happen, and be able to like strategize and plot your course throughout your daily lives, throughout your work, throughout your recreational activities, throughout everything. You gotta be more. My advice to people out there is you gotta be more critical thinking. You can't just let emotions dictate your thoughts or your decisions. Like, there's too much of people just letting their emotions decide their decisions, and it's obviously not having a very good effect on the whole of the population. So keep that in mind as you go about your lives, folks.
That's very true. I think no matter, what division or
Or what
side you're
side, yeah,
on,
what side you consider yourself on.
yeah, you need to be concerning, and you need to have informed consent, and you need to be aware of what's happening and not just jumping to emotion one way or the other, because too many people are doing that.
Yep.
Passionately on one side or the other of many issues. So
Yep.
I think that the way to survive this next period is to try to remove emotion from it, because that is what they want you to elicit an emotional response, and try to come things as cool and level-headed and rational as possible, because I think that is what is going to be the ticket to survival coming in the future.
Yeah, because you're not going to survive chaos by being chaos.
Right. Like, in the movies, we like to think that that's going to work with that sort of attitude, but that is a movie, and you will get tired out, or it will tire you out before you are done.
Absolutely.
Like, legitimately. So with that being said, I hope you guys tune in to all of our great shows here on the Freedom Evolution Network. We hope to bring you more content and bring some new things to you. Try to bring some more experts in to talk about certain topics that you guys might be interested in. Let us know something that you would like to hear, post it in the comments on YouTube after the show, or write into us, station manager at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. so that we can get some of the topics you want to hear, things you haven't heard. If there's news or breaking news or tips, also you can leave those there for us. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. We hope to see you soon. From the land of 10,000 lakes, good night, universe. CLO.
Never give up, never surrender.
Good night, everybody. Signing off, Scarlet Anonymous. Good night, everyone.